Qin Chuan woke up. He found himself in Ming Dynasty. He unlocked the can-opening system. He started his shop selling cans. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed. I got the rejuvenation pill. Yingzheng scored big. You really can get the elixir of immortality. Li Shimin, I'm stunned. Why did I only get a lighter? Year 12 of Hongguo. Jinling is under the emperor's rule. After years of Zhu Yuanzhang's hard work, the city grew prosperous. On the outskirts, there was a shop. Its doors were wide open. Above the entrance hung a signboard. It said, "Bait for those who wish." Inside, Qin Chuan had a cigarette in his mouth. He sat on a chair. He looked a bit annoyed. Among all system users, I'm probably doing the worst. This is just outrageous. Thinking that, Qin Chuan suddenly flipped the bird. In this feudal kingdom, they gave me a can-opening system. I need others to open cans to get rewards. And each can costs 1,000 taels of silver. Fine, I'll deal with it. After all, there's never a lack of fools. But the key is, I can't leave the shop. Isn't this basically killing me? I'd even take an emperor assisting system. But they gave me this weird one instead. Qin Chuan instantly wore a pain mask. He can't leave the shop. How is he supposed to lure people to buy cans? 3 full years. Not a single can sold. So he can't even enter the lowest tier lottery. This system is as good as useless. If nobody buys soon, I'm starving. At this moment, Li Shanchong was with Zhu Yuanzhang. They quietly slipped out of the palace. Headed out to relax beyond the city. Your Majesty, even though there's drought in Shandong and Hebei, please rest assured. I've executed your orders, and we should have it under control soon. Please take care of your health. Only then can Ming flourish. And enjoy long-lasting peace. Li Shanchong bowed slightly. Reporting to Zhu Yuanzhang ahead. Even if you can control it, it's only temporary. The nation is newly united. Food is the biggest concern. If we can't fix that, if people go hungry, North Yuan might rise again. Zhu Yuanzhang wasn't optimistic. He was a bit upset. He grunted, after you return, discuss solutions with the officials? Then report to me. Li Shanchong hurriedly replied. Never mind. Let's not talk state matters today. We're here to relax. Never thought a shop would exist so far from the city. Out here, there's a shop too. Zhu Yuanzhang spotted Qin Chuan's store from afar. Let out a surprised sound. He couldn't believe it. After all, this is dozens of miles from Jinling. It's all thanks to your Majesty's diligence. Li Shanchong saw this. Immediately praised him. Let's go. I'm thirsty anyway. Let's ask for some water. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, satisfied. Looks like my hard work paid off. The two soon arrived at Qin Chuan's shop. At the door, they took a close look. Bait for those who wish. Zhu Yuanzhang saw the sign. He got interested. Smiling, he told Li Shanchong, today, let's act as King Wen. See if this shop owner is like Jiang Taigong. Please have a seat. I'll make tea for you. Qin Chuan saw guests enter. He was thrilled. He carried the teapot to them. Saw their clothes clearly. Couldn't hide his smile anymore. Wow, finally 2 suckers showed up. Took long enough. Looks like I'll make my first sale today. Dear guests, you've come a long way. Are you here to buy special cans? Li Shanchong looked behind Qin Chuan. Saw all kinds of cans on the shelf. Couldn't help but ask. Hey, shopkeeper. How do you price your cans? 1,000 taels for each can. 1,000 taels? Li Shanchong was stunned. He gave a, do you think I'm stupid, look. And stared at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan replied calmly. That's right. 1,000 taels each. No bargaining. I'm curious. What kind of can is worth that price? Zhu Yuanzhang was shocked. Since currently, a typical family earns about 2 taels a year. My cans have endless possibilities. Anything you can think of, or not, could be inside. Just, unless you're from Africa. Is this true? Zhu Yuanzhang ignored the last part. Kept his gaze fixed on Qin Chuan. Even if the King of Heaven was here, I'd still say it. Hearing Qin Chuan's answer, Zhu Yuanzhang's presence grew stronger. Imperial aura burst forth. Young man, you know, anyone who tried to trick me, I sent to meet the King of Hell. Qin Chuan acted unfazed. Under Zhu Yuanzhang's imperial aura, Not the slightest change. He slightly looked up. Held no fear in his eyes. Stared Zhi Yuanzhang down. Spoke calmly, if you don't believe me, you don't have to buy. No need to be so pushy. Zhi Yuanzhang saw Qin Chuan, totally unaffected by his presence. He was surprised. With this much killing intent, most would wet their pants. He reconsidered his opinion of Qin Chuan. Decided this kid was something special. If Qin Chuan had cowered, Zhi Yuanzhang would have handed him to the secret police. Let him learn a lesson. Fine, I'll buy a can and try. Zhi Yuanzhang signaled Li Shanchang. Li Shanchang pulled out a banknote. Placed it on the counter. Qin Chuan almost cried. 3 years. 3 whole years. Do you know how I survived these 3 years? Before opening the can, I need to say something. This shop only sells 3 cans a day. Qin Chuan finished, then waved his sleeve. 3 cans appeared on the counter out of thin air. Even the experienced Zhi Yuanzhang thought. Not even royal craftsmen could make such cans. Their workmanship is unmatched. Young man, how do you open it? Smash it or throw it. However you like. Qin Chuan answered casually. With the system, the can works. Without the system, it's just an ordinary clay pot. Qin Chuan didn't care. He listened to Qin Chuan's instructions. Zhi Yuanzhang's mouth twitched for a moment. This jar is crafted with extraordinary skill. It's worthy to be passed down as a national treasure forever. It's meant to be handed down for generations. But here with Qin Chuan, it's just treated like this. Zhi Yuanzhang started to hesitate a bit inside. Could this jar really produce an elixir? If so, my empress might actually be saved. Thinking this, a flash of wild hope appeared in Zhi Yuanzhang's eyes. He didn't hesitate anymore. He grabbed a jar and smashed it hard on the ground. Crash, the jar shattered. Hundreds of blinding golden rays shot out from inside. Li Shanchang and Zhi Yuanzhang instantly raised their hands. They shielded their eyes. Whoa, gold legendary right from the start. Qin Chuan couldn't believe it. As the golden light faded, a glowing golden card appeared. It hovered quietly over the broken jar. Curious, Zhi Yuanzhang asked the shopkeeper, "What did we just get?" "Just pick it up and you'll see." Qin Chuan was seeing someone open a jar for the first time, too. Honestly, he had no clue what that thing was. Zhi Yuanzhang heard this, and didn't hesitate. He reached right for the card, as his hand touched the card. Suddenly, the card turned into a steaming roasted sweet potato. The change stunned Zhi Yuanzhang. He saw golden rays bursting from the jar, looking super magical. He was sure it was going to be a magic pill. But somehow, it turned into this thing. So he looked at Qin Chuan with a questioning gaze, hoping he could explain. Qin Chuan heard the system's voice. He pointed at the sweet potato and said, "It's a food. Proper name, sweet potato. It tastes great. And yields are pretty high. Yeah. About 7 or 8,000 pounds per acre." Pfft. Li Shanchang, sipping tea nearby, heard that. And spit all his tea out. Did he just hear that right? 7 or 8,000 pounds per acre? Zhi Yuanzhang looked at the sweet potato in his hand. His eyes turned red with excitement. Because the number Qin Chuan mentioned completely shocked him. For the newly established Ming Empire, most people are still struggling just to have enough to eat. And with droughts year after year, the problem is only getting worse. Zhi Yuanzhang always worried about this. He knew he had to fix people's lives, but he just didn't have enough food. You can't cook without rice. Back then, rice, usually harvested only once a year, yields were low. Just a few 100 pounds per acre. And it required really good land. Now, Zhi Yuanzhang was deeply excited inside. He felt he'd found a solution to the food shortage. A crop of sweet potatoes yielding 7 or 8,000 pounds each acre. If spread across Ming, it could solve the food problem for everyone. Just thinking about it got Zhi Yuanzhang totally fired up. He couldn't wait to get a lot more sweet potatoes. He even started breathing fast from excitement. His mouth felt dry. He pointed at the sweet potato, but couldn't think of what to say. Is this an illness? He seemed fine a minute ago. It took Zhi Yuanzhang a while to calm down. Shakily, he asked, "So how do you eat a sweet potato?" Now Qin Chuan understood. Turns out he's a foodie. He replied, "Just peel off the skin, and it's ready to eat." Zhi Yuanzhang didn't say a word. He did exactly that. Li Shancheng hurried over seeing this and said, "Master, let me try a bite first. I'll taste it for you." In ancient times, someone always tasted the emperor's food first. Especially with the country just stabilized, and the capital in chaos. If something happened to His Majesty now, the tough stability would fall apart, and they'd lose everything. Even though they'd already had the Imperial Guard sweep thoroughly, the chance of an assassin getting to His Majesty was almost impossible. But you never know, just in case. If something really happened to His Majesty, he'd lose his own head, at best. His whole family would go down too. Li Shancheng wouldn't take that risk. But Zhu Yuanzhang just waved his hand, not caring at all. He chuckled and said, "No need. I'm gonna try it myself this time." Li Shancheng wanted to say something more. He opened his mouth but didn't utter a word. He had followed Zhu Yuanzhang for years, and knew this was just how Zhu Yuanzhang was. Sometimes he was overly careful. Other times, he'd act so recklessly it shocked people. Zhu Yuanzhang just took a big bite. Suddenly, his eyes widened, looking absolutely stunned. Both Qin Chuan and Li Shancheng were startled by Zhu Yuanzhang's reaction. Their hearts skipped a beat. They hurried forward. Li Shancheng panicked, "It's poison. I'm doomed." But Qin Chuan stayed calm, "Maybe he just choked. Hope he doesn't choke to death. Still counting on convincing you to open another jar. Delicious. This sweet potato is incredibly tasty." Zhu Yuanzhang never expected it to taste so soft and sweet. The flavor made him almost feel like it might be food from the gods. How else could it taste this good? Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang say that, both men instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Yuanzhang quickly finished the sweet potato in his hand. He wiped his mouth with his hand, and said with admiration, "This really is a heavenly treat. 1,000 silver taels is totally fair." Qin Chuan saw the distinguished guest, was very pleased with what was in the jar, and felt truly happy himself. After all, he's hoping this big spender keeps coming back. Zhu Yuanzhang was very satisfied with the sweet potato he got, but now he wanted to know more. How to get lots of these sweet potatoes. So Zhu Yuanzhang simply asked directly, "How can I get more sweet potatoes?" Qin Chuan, wanting to sell more jars, patiently explained, "You need sweet potato seeds." Zhu Yuanzhang heard Qin Chuan's answer, and his eyes lit up. He immediately asked, "How do I get sweet potato seeds?" Qin Chuan looked a bit confused, not understanding why he cared so much about sweet potatoes. But still answered honestly, "They're from South America. With Ming's current ships, we probably can't reach there." As he finished, the color instantly drained from Zhu Yuanzhang's face. South America is out of reach. Damn it, really damn it. My dream hasn't even started, and it's already over? Zhu Yuanzhang looked pale. His fists clenched tightly in his sleeves, feeling deeply unwilling. It's a heaven-sent gift. So why can't I get it? This feeling made Zhu Yuanzhang feel a wave of helplessness from within. He felt so bad, he just wanted to cry. Looking at Zhu Yuanzhang's lost expression, Qin Chuan asked, "Sir, you want sweet potato seeds?" Zhu Yuanzhang looked calm, while Qin Chuan spoke with ease. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "That's right. How could I forget about him? If I can't solve the problem, then hand it off to the guy who brought it up. Spit. Just pass the problem to him instead." Zhu Yuanzhang became excited, nodded his head. He asked, voice shaky, unsure, "Do you have a way?" Qin Chuan pointed at the last 2 jars on the counter, and said, "Just keep opening jars. All good stuff. My jars could have anything inside. Even if you don't get sweet potato seeds, you might get something as good as sweet potatoes." Saying that, Qin Chuan paused for a second, then used an enticing tone. "Even an immortality elixir? There's a chance of getting that too." Hearing the word immortality, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes lit up instantly. He suddenly stood up. That sweet potato earlier already made Zhu Yuanzhang believe Qin Chuan's words. And Qin Chuan's promise focused Zhu Yuanzhang's attention back onto the jar. He thought, even if I don't get sweet potato seeds, just getting an immortality elixir would be great. With immortality, he'd be confident commanding Ming's troops to conquer South America, home of sweet potatoes, and bring fortune to Ming's people. Zhu Yuanzhang calmed himself down. He slowly walked up to the table and carefully picked up the jar with both hands. At the same time, he quietly prayed inside. Click. The second jar shattered right on the floor. A dazzling golden light burst out instantly, gradually forming a mysterious card. Zhi Yuanzhang couldn't help reaching out to touch the card floating in the air. When he touched the card, for some reason, his worries about getting sweet potato seeds all faded away. This guy's luck is pretty amazing. Qin Chuan was surprised. Getting golden items back to back. Legend says you're either lucky as hell, or just blessed. The card in Zhu Yuanzhang's hand turned into a shower of starlight, falling to the ground. And with everyone staring in disbelief, a bunch of green seedlings covered the floor. What is this? Zhu Yuanzhang walked over and grabbed a handful, and asked. Qin Chuan looked at the lively sweet potato seeds, thinking, wow, blessed really means blessed. This kind of luck is hard to imagine. Whatever he wants, he gets. Just like magic. Makes you gasp in awe. It's honestly scary. Qin Chuan looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, his mouth twitching. He said, these are all improved sweet potato seeds. Don't worry, just plant them in the soil. Guaranteed no dead seedlings. When the sweet potato seeds appeared, Qin Chuan got a system notification. They're specially processed by the system. Zhu Yuanzhang heard Qin Chuan's answer. A mountain could collapse in front of him, and he'd still keep a straight face, but now he couldn't hold back. His mouth opened slightly, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. So excited, he started trembling all over. When opening the jar, Zhu Yuanzhang had hoped inside to get sweet potato seeds, but deep down, he didn't really expect it. Like Qin Chuan said, these jars could have so many things. How could it be so lucky to get exactly what he wanted? But you gotta admit, Zhu Yuanzhang really was destined to be emperor. His luck just isn't normal. Zhu Yuanzhang happily looked at the green sweet potato seeds in front of him. He called Li Shancheng over. Leaning in, he said, Shancheng, go find some people right now, and bring these sweet potato seeds into the palace. Keep them safe. Anyone who dares harm these seeds, I'll punish their entire family. I'll get right on it. Li Shancheng knew how important this was, so he immediately turned and left the shop. Soon, a bunch of strong men rushed in. Be careful. This is our lifeblood. Zhu Yuanzhang anxiously reminded them from the side. Yes, sir. Once they finished moving all the sweet potato seeds from the store, Qin Chuan looked at Zhu Yuanzhang's shining face. Thinking about what he just said, I still feel I should remind him. After all, this VIP seems like someone I can keep taking advantage of. From what I heard from you just now, are you planning to offer this to the court? Zhu Yuanzhang was stunned for a moment. His eyes flickered. He nodded. Yeah, I've spent half my life running around. Most of the money I made was all given to officials. These guys in power are so corrupt. That's why I came here, hoping to land an official spot. So you couldn't beat them, so you joined them. I'd say you better wait a while. Haven't you noticed there's a smell over Nanjing? Doesn't it smell like something up there? Qin Chuan spoke mysteriously. What smell? The smell of blood. Qin Chuan was dramatic as always. Boss, what do you mean by that? Is the court about to turn into a bloodbath? Zhu Yuanzhang asked, shocked and suspicious. No way, right? You really don't get it, do you? Qin Chuan acted all wise and knowing. Prime Minister Hu Weiyong is about to be in big trouble. His Majesty is sharpening the knife for him. Trying to join the court now is just looking for death. Isn't it better to just be a rich guy in peace? Zhu Yuanzhang wants his descendants to hold on to the throne. He focuses on strengthening imperial power. To take back power from the Prime Minister, he personally planned the Hu Weiyong case, one of the big 3 cases of early Ming. It was thorough work. It went on for over 10 years. Over 100,000 people got caught up in it. Most were innocent victims. Maybe just a tiny connection with Hu Weiyong, and their whole family would be executed. Besides, Hu Weiyong controls the Ministry of Personnel now. You can't get an official job without going through him. You've worked so hard all these years. You could have retired and enjoyed life. But for this connection you end up beheaded. Way too unfair. Most importantly, Qin Chuan still wants to get more out of this guy. Jars are common, but people this easy to fool are rare. Boss, stop making stuff up. Li Shancheng, who stood by, heard this. and broke out in cold sweat. Even his legs were shaking. He was the one who promoted Hu Weiyong. And not long ago, Hu's niece married his nephew Liu. So what does that make them now? If Hu Weiyong gets executed by the emperor, can I even stay alive? How do you know that? I heard he was handpicked by the emperor herself. His Majesty really trusts him. Why would he get killed? Zhi Yuanzhang felt shocked inside. This thought, even though he'd been considering it for a long time. He never told anyone, not even his favorite Lady Ma. So how does this boss know? Unless, my wish to kill Hu Weiyong is public knowledge now? Seriously? You can't even tell this much? Better stay out of politics then. Nothing wrong with being a rich landowner. Boss, let's just keep opening jars. Li Shanchang almost knelt to Qin Chuan. You really just called out an emperor who runs the court, and said he doesn't get politics? That's unbelievable. Why do you always have to interrupt people like that, butler? That's a really bad habit. Qin Chuan felt a bit uncomfortable. I was just about to say something big. Now you're telling me not to talk. Was all my effort for nothing? Come on, I'm trying to save your life here. Don't you get it? Aren't you basically saying His Majesty isn't capable? I'm the Grand Tutor of the Ming Dynasty, you know. I'm just trying to help you. And yet you're not grateful at all. It's honestly ridiculous. Just drink your tea quietly. Zhi Yuanzhang shot Li Shanchang a fierce glare. Feeling wronged and upset. When will I ever get to stand up for myself, huh? Boss, go on with your story. Why do you think that? Did you hear some news? Or did you figure it out yourself? Looking at Zhi Yuanzhang's eager face, Qin Chuan just shook his head helplessly. Fine, since he's my first customer anyway. And since he's being so eager to learn, I'll give him some real insight. Otherwise, he might die cluelessly. Nobody told me this. I figured it out with a keen eye. Hu Weiyong acts so arrogant because he has your trust. And all his powerful friends in court. He's spoiled by your favor. Not long ago, Kampa sent tribute. And he didn't even report it to you. If this keeps up, the people will only know there's a prime minister in Ming. Not that there's an emperor in the palace. He never thinks about who really owns this country. Or who gave him his power. Tell me, isn't he just asking for it? If that isn't courting death, what is? As the old saying goes, too much water spills, a full moon must wane, and glory never lasts forever. But sadly, most people are just like you, short-sighted. All you see is how powerful he is right now, but you miss that there's a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. So you really shouldn't get involved. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, Zhi Yuanzhang looked at him with surprise. Couldn't believe such insight from someone so young. Way beyond what he expected. Even though he didn't know what the sword of Damocles meant, he still got the deeper point. So Zhi Yuanzhang shot Li Shanchang a meaningful look. Shanchang, look how old we are. Why are you still so hung up on little things right in front of you? In the end, a young man can see it clearer than us. Honestly, that's sad. You're absolutely right, sir. Right, Li Shanchang forced a smile and agreed. As soon as Zhi Yuanzhang said that, Li Shanchang knew Hu Weiyong's days were numbered in the emperor's mind. Now, the priority was to find a way out of this mess. Qin Chuan, hearing them talk, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Even used that chance to brag about himself. Didn't expect this noble customer to have such bootlicking talent. If I really suggested a new government system, they'd totally worship me. Forget it. Not gonna argue with these old-timers. He is my very first customer, after all. Gotta show at least a little respect. No need to call him out. Not at all. It's just a small, immature idea, that's all. Please don't go spreading this around, okay? Qin Chuan reminded them just in case. Right now this kind of news is super sensitive. If it leaks, who knows what trouble it might bring. Most importantly, he still didn't fully understand his system's powers. It's safer to lay low and play safe. There's still one more jar left. Would you like to open it? Qin Chuan quickly changed the topic. Yes, since I was lucky enough to get exactly what I wanted with the sweet potato seeds, maybe I'll even get a miracle elixir next. But before opening it, he still had a few important questions for Qin Chuan. Sir, may I ask, what's the best way to plant these sweet potato seeds? Will our Ming land support them? And after planting, how long before the harvest comes? Hearing Qin Chuan's answer, Zhi Yuanzhang finally relaxed a bit. At first, he thought, a miraculous crop like this would be super tricky to grow. But turns out it's really easy. Second question. Qin Chuan continued. You can plant sweet potatoes in Ming's land. They're not picky at all. They'll even grow in lousy soil. So there's nothing to worry about. Qin Chuan's words put Zhi Yuanzhang totally at ease. Turns out sweet potatoes aren't as delicate as he thought. That's perfect. As for how long till they ripen? About 3 months or so. After hearing this, Zhi Yuanzhang was totally shocked. His face changed wildly. He really had no idea they matured that fast. Right then, Zhi Yuanzhang's eyes got misty. He seemed to see the poor all over the country, never going hungry again. Alright, let's open the last jar. Zhi Yuanzhang collected himself and looked at the final jar on the counter. Click. This time, Zhi Yuanzhang didn't smash the jar. He clenched his fist tightly. As an emperor who survived endless battles, Zhi Yuanzhang is no weakling himself. Usually, even 4 or 5 people couldn't get near him. With one punch, he smashed the jar on the spot. Brilliant gold light burst from inside the jar. Qin Chuan was speechless. Is this guy just born lucky or what? I admit defeat. I'm genuinely impressed. Seriously impressed. This time, the item in the jar wasn't a card, but a glowing golden pill. It floated quietly in Zhi Yuanzhang's palm. Strange symbols swirled over the pill. It gave off a wonderful scent. It gently floated in front of him. Zhi Yuanzhang sniffed the scent in the air and seemed to realize something. It's an elixir that extends your life by 10 years. A basic immortal pill. Hearing the system's explanation, Qin Chuan told Zhi Yuanzhang. After he finished speaking, Zhi Yuanzhang suddenly breathed faster. 10 more years of life. Ha! My empress can finally be saved. Her hands were shaking slightly. She carefully took the fragrant pill and tucked it into her clothes. Staring at all those jars behind Qin Chuan, Zhi Yuanzhang paused for a moment, then said, Young man, you still have lots of jars behind you. How about you sell me all of them at once? I'll send someone right now to get the money. Sorry, sir, I'm afraid that's not possible. Like I said before, my shop only sells 3 jars a day. There's no more. Please understand. Qin Chuan just spread his hands and shrugged helplessly. He wishes he could just do one-off deals. But the system only wants steady, sustainable growth. It only lets him sell 3 a day. He can't do anything about it. When Zhi Yuanzhang heard what Qin Chuan said, he couldn't help but wonder if he should come clean. That he's actually the emperor. If he reveals himself, he could just buy all those jars from him. Just thinking of getting endless treasures from the jars, he couldn't hide that excitement in his eyes. Just as Zhi Yuanzhang made up his mind, ready to come clean with Qin Chuan, he heard Qin Chuan speak again. It's really not that I don't want to sell more. That's just the rule here. If you want to open more jars, come back tomorrow. Zhi Yuanzhang couldn't understand. Opening a shop is for making money. You won't get rich doing this. Qin Chuan let out a sigh. Rules are rules. It's not just you. Even if the emperor stood right here, I'd still give the same answer. Li Shancheng's eyebrows jumped like crazy on the side. He held his breath and focused. He went totally still. Are you nuts? Do you know who you just refused? It's the emperor. Do you know what you just turned down? It's endless glory and riches. After a solid 10 beats of silence and deep breaths, Zhi Yuanzhang finally said, If that's how it is, then I won't force you. See you tomorrow. Come back anytime. He stepped outside the shop. Sitting in the carriage, Zhi Yuanzhang got ready to head back to the palace. He felt really good now. A faint smile appeared on his face. He really hadn't expected that just coming out for a walk, he'd end up with such a big reward. Zhi Yuanzhang turned to Li Shancheng beside him and said, The top priority right now is to plant all the sweet potato seeds in Huangzhuang. Get the most experienced farmers to manage them. Zhi Yuanzhang thought again, then added, Also, put enough people to keep watch on that shop. From now on, don't let anyone but me enter the place. Understood, Your Majesty. Li Shancheng had hoped to find some time to open a few jars himself, but after hearing Zhi Yuanzhang's order, he had to give up on the idea. It's getting late. You don't need to follow me into the palace. I'll take my leave, then. Right now, Li Shancheng just wanted to get as far away from Zhu Yuanzhang as possible. Once he finishes His Majesty's orders, he'll pretend to be sick and stay home. That way, he could avoid the coming storm in the court. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. Li Shancheng quickly walked to the carriage door. As he stepped out, he suddenly heard someone call, "Wait." Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly called out to stop him. Li Shancheng's whole body jolted. He tried hard to keep a calm face. He turned and asked, "Your Majesty, is there anything else?" "Remember to keep today's secret." "Understood, Your Majesty." Li Shancheng quickly bowed and answered. "Father, you're back from accompanying His Majesty undercover?" Li Shancheng had just gotten off Zhu Yuanzhang's carriage when he saw his eldest son Li Qi walk over. Li Shancheng stroked his beard, looking conflicted. "Looks like His Majesty still favors you, Dad. Even though Hu Weiyong's in charge now, His Majesty hasn't forgotten about you." Li Qi was really happy about this. "His Majesty trusts my father, so our family will benefit too. As long as you understand, son. His Majesty has blessed the Li family greatly. We must remember it all the time. We should give our all to His Majesty." Li Shancheng calmly reminded him. "Don't worry, Dad. I know." Li Qi quickly replied. "His Majesty told your father some important things. Guard the study door for me. Don't let anyone in." After saying this, Li Shancheng folded his hands. He walked steadily to the study. Once he entered and shut the door, Li Shancheng finally looked scared and worried. The Emperor's words in the store today were really shocking. Turns out His Majesty wanted to deal with Hu Weiyong all along. And I was clueless about it. No, it's not clueless. I was blinded by greed. If Hu Weiyong falls, what happens to me, his old boss who promoted him? Nothing good for me. Thinking of this, Li Shancheng hurried to the box on the bookshelf, opened it up. Inside was the imperial pardon token Zhu Yuanzhang gave his old ministers. "Unless it's treason, it will save you from death." Li Shancheng played with the token, silent. After a while, he suddenly tossed it on the floor. Heh. If Zhu Yuanzhang let a token keep him from using the blade, he wouldn't be Zhu Yuanzhang. Now in this crisis, the best move is to stay away from court. A flash of determination appeared in Li Shancheng's eyes. He made up his mind right then. Then he suddenly called out, "Hey, son." Li Qi had been waiting outside all along. He heard Li Shancheng's call and hurried in. Looking at him, Li Shancheng said, "Pass the word. Your father is sick. Decline all visiting cards from today. Also, I'll write a memorial. You deliver it to the palace for me." After hearing this, Li Qi's face changed right away. His father was fine just now, but suddenly claims illness after coming back from seeing the emperor. Maybe something big is about to happen at court. "Father, you have to be careful how you speak." Li Shancheng raised his head and looked at Li Qi coldly. "Yes." Li Qi paused, then quickly answered. He was secretly shocked inside. He'd never seen his father like this. This time, many might lose their lives. "Don't tell anyone about today's talk. Not a word to outsiders. From today on, keep the household in check. Don't act recklessly." "Got it, Dad." Li Qi answered instantly. "Go now." Li Shancheng waved his hand. Wait, as Li Qi was about to close the door, Li Shancheng suddenly remembered something. "Dad, is there anything else?" "No, that's all. You can leave now." "All right." After Li Qi left, Li Shancheng let out a long sigh. It's true, it's hard to see clearly from inside. Knowing His Majesty, he'll definitely go to that shop and ask the manager for advice. If I quit suddenly now, I might mess things up. Li Shancheng stared at the token on the floor and suddenly had an idea. Then he got called to go meet His Majesty. Back in the palace, Zhu Yuanzhang strode briskly, headed for Empress Ma's quarters. All the maids he passed bent low to show respect. There aren't many eunuchs in the harem, no chief eunuch, just a few junior ones. Eunuchs serve the emperor, maids serve the empress and consorts. It's become a rule. At the palace entrance, the maid at the door saw Zhu Yuanzhang and went to report his arrival. Empress Ma came out to greet him. No need to notify the empress for a welcome. All of you can leave. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanzhang quickly waved off the maid who was about to report, stepped inside. Empress Ma's palace. The main hall has 9 rooms. 3 rooms deep. Enter and there's a large hall. About 15 meters deep. With carved chairs everywhere. A tea table between the seats. Furthest inside is a golden, phoenix-themed throne. This is where Empress Ma meets noble ladies and officials' wives. Go past the west door. It's really spacious inside. There are several weaving looms. Kitchen in the back. Throughout history, an empress who cooks and weaves herself is pretty rare. Even as empress, her plain yellow dress looked worn. Apart from a tortoiseshell hairpin, her hair was tied up, with no other jewelry. Chongba, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Empress Ma saw Zhu Yuanzhang put down her work and asked with concern. Have you eaten? If you haven't, I'll make your favorite jade soup. They met when both were nobodies, always stuck together, even after becoming the most honored people, still not bothered by rigid formalities. They used their old nicknames. Sis, don't worry about food right now. Take this medicine first. Zhu Yuanzhang carefully took it out from his clothes and handed it to Empress Ma. Empress Ma smelled its fragrance and felt her illness lighten up. Even if she didn't know what it was for, she knew it was no ordinary thing. Chongba's medicine. A Taoist from Mount Long who gave it to us. I've had people try it, and it worked pretty well. Zhu Yuanzhang casually made up a story. Empress Ma took the medicine, looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, and swallowed it in one go. After taking the elixir, her weak body felt completely renewed. She looked much younger. Even her gray hair was now black. She felt lively again. Feeling all these changes, she didn't even know where to start with her questions. It's really a magic pill. That shopkeeper told the truth. Seeing her change, Zhu Yuanzhang was overjoyed. Empress Ma got curious. Seems there's more to this story. Chongba, what's going on? Zhu Yuanzhang smiled, and then shared everything that happened. Just like pouring beans, said it all. Chongba, you shouldn't have let me take this medicine. Empress Ma got anxious after hearing. The world could lose this empress. But it can't lose you, the emperor. Chongba, that was careless. Zhu Yuanzhang, full of love, looked at the restless Empress Ma, soft inside. Back then, fighting Chen Yuliang, he was wounded while being chased. If sis hadn't carried him away despite his injuries, how could I be who I am today? Hey girl, don't worry. He's got plenty of jars over there. I'm the emperor. I've got luck on my side. We'll definitely get some more elixirs. Zhu Yuanzhang gently held Empress Ma's hand to comfort her. If you weren't here with me, these vast lands wouldn't mean as much to me. I'd lose so much joy. Oh, you stubborn mule. Empress Ma sighed helplessly. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the sleeping Empress Ma. He gave her a solid future. Then he left the cunning palace and headed to the imperial study. A pile of memorials is waiting for him there. Inside the palace's imperial study, Zhu Yuanzhang was reading the memorials. Hurried footsteps echoed closer and closer. Your Majesty, Duke Xian is waiting outside the hall. Let him in. Zhu Yuanzhang paused a moment, thinking about why Li Shanchang had come so late. Shanchang, it's late. Is something urgent you need to report? At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang was focused on his desk and didn't even look up at him. Li Shanchang knelt down, holding the imperial pardon token in both hands. Please, Your Majesty, take back the token you granted me. Zhu Yuanzhang put down his memorials and asked in confusion, Shanchang, what are you doing? If word gets out, people might think I want to target you. And old ministers who fought beside me. They'll think I'm plotting against you. You're making me look bad. Li Shanchang heard this and quickly explained, Your Majesty, I truly meant nothing of the sort. I honestly have no choice. I hope Your Majesty understands. Oh, really? Then tell me. Your Majesty, the past few years, my sons have been reckless, relying on your trust in me. They're only getting worse. I've told them over and over, don't break the rules. But they just won't listen. I've tried everything, but honestly, my sons are hopeless cases. I just want them to wake up, so they won't shame the court or Your Majesty. This is the only thing I can do. After he finished speaking, Zhu Yuanzhang laughed loudly. That's what this is about? You came into the palace late at night for this? Your Majesty, this is a big deal. The law can't be ignored. Li Shanchong looked dead serious, refusing to tolerate wrongdoing. Zhu Yuanzhang grinned at Li Shanchong. His face showed a mysterious smile. Whatever else, Li Shanchong, in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, at least knows when to advance or step back. Hopefully Hu Weiyong will be as sensible when the time comes. If not. Thinking all this, Zhu Yuanzhang's smile grew wider, even showing a hint of fierceness. Li Shanchong trembled with fear. Your Majesty, say something. That smile scares me. All right then. I'll hold on to it for you. If you ever want it back, just come to me. Zhu Yuanzhang took the token, and calmly said. Thank you, Your Majesty. I won't trouble you any further. I'll take my leave. It's late, no need to go home. Stay in the palace tonight. Tomorrow morning, come with me to the shop. Zhu Yuanzhang played with the token in his hand, and said calmly. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Li Shanchong quickly thanked him. Letting an outsider sleep inside the palace. That's the highest honor. Only trusted aides get this privilege. Looks like I made the right bet. Another day at the shop, relaxing and carefree. Qin Chuan found a sunny spot, and brought over a grand chair. He poured himself a glass of alcohol-free 1982 Lafite, and grabbed a bag of chips. He lounged comfortably on the grand chair. Because I sold 3 jars yesterday, his system is finally usable. But he still needs to wait for the upgrade. These modern foods are all gifts from the system. Without these things, forget 3 years. He'd go crazy in 3 days. Now that he knows the system works, he has nothing else to worry about. Drinking and eating at the same time, he couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. This life is just so good. When Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shanchong arrived at the shop, they saw Qin Chuan sleeping with his eyes squinted. So relaxed. Honestly, kinda makes us jealous. Stunned for a moment. Only then did Zhu Yuanzhang force out these words. That's because Your Majesty stands before all the common people, bearing every pressure. Li Shanchong quickly chimed in. I gotta say, your mouth's been like honey these days. Zhu Yuanzhang stroked his beard proudly. I'm just speaking the truth. Without Your Majesty, there would be no Ming dynasty today. Li Shanchong finished and went up to wake Qin Chuan. Shopkeeper, wake up. Qin Chuan was startled awake by Li Shanchong's call. His eyes looked confused for a moment. Then he got up and happily greeted. You guys are early today. Zhu Yuanzhang's lip twitched. He looked up at the sun overhead. We've already attended court. Reviewed hundreds of memorials. Feeling a bit sour inside. We're buying all the jars today. Zhu Yuanzhang sat down grandly and said. Oh right, shopkeeper. We still don't know your name. Oh, just call me Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan cupped his hands. How should I address you too? I'm Zhu Weiyong. Zhu Yuanzhang spoke first. Then pointed to Li Shanchong. He's Li Zhua. So, my steward Weiyong here. Come inside, no rush on opening the coffin. Zhu Yuanzhang interrupted Qin Chuan. About what you said yesterday, brother. I pondered it for a while after returning. Even asked some folks in the palace. Turns out it's not exactly as you said. Huh. Apparently His Majesty still plans to marry the princess to Hu Weiyong's son. Dang, Qin Chuan really wanted to slap himself right then. Was I asking for it? Damn, I was being dumb. Just trick these ancients into opening jars. Why bring up history with them? Upgrading the system by opening jars is way better. Now I gotta waste breath explaining. Why do I even bother running my mouth? Sigh, sigh. Qin Chuan cleared his throat. Met Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze. For today's 3 jars. Had to start bluffing. Ruler tactics aren't something merchants can understand. Man, so now I'm clueless again. Right, Qin Chuan gathered his thoughts. So, Hu Weiyong is basically one step below the emperor now. No exaggeration to say he's above tens of thousands. If you were the emperor, what would you think? Qin Chuan pointed at Zhu Yuanzhang and asked. Before Zhu Yuanzhang could answer, Qin Chuan continued. You'd definitely think. Luckily, I fought for this nation myself. I can still keep him in check. But then you might wonder. Now I'm getting old. If something unexpected happens, can my descendants control him like I do? Will he mess them around? Just check the history books. Plenty of powerful ministers overthrowing emperors. What do you say? Do you think Hu Weiyong can survive this? To destroy someone. First, make them go crazy. Qin Chuan finished and patted Zhu Yuanzhang's shoulder. He said earnestly. Our emperor now is thinking beyond himself. Why is he making plans? Zhu Yuanzhang asked curiously. That's wild. You're that smart. Of course, I'm thinking for future generations. Qin Chuan blurted out, His Majesty is really strict this era. These ministers can still be kept in check. Afraid to speak or act recklessly. But can His Majesty's descendants be that bold? If the emperor's descendants, and the group of elders he left behind, grow apart, the consequences are serious. A merchant wouldn't get it. The emperor started as a beggar, now rules the entire land. How could he give away the country he fought for? No way he'd hand it off. Plus, Hu Weiyong's actions already gave the emperor a perfect reason. His fate is death, plain and simple. Of course. And the old Huaishi ministers who followed the emperor. If they're smart, fine. But if they can't retreat timely, their ending is just death, too. Brother Qin Chuan. That's not right. Li Shanchong heard the last line. His face turned purple instantly. He sneaked a glance at Zhu Yuanzhang. Saw Zhu Yuanzhang was uncharacteristically silent. And his hands and feet went cold. Did I hit the nail on the head? Can't let him keep talking. Qin Chuan frowned. Why? Li Shanchong twitched his sleeve. As Grand Tutor of Ming, once the left chancellor, he already had a response planned. First, those old ministers followed His Majesty through thick and thin. Helped him unify the land. They've fought for years. As long as they don't break court law, don't challenge the emperor's authority. What's wrong with them enjoying life? If His Majesty goes too far, how would that look to others? Back when they fought together, His Majesty called them brothers, all friendly. Said not to forget those who rose up together. Now the kingdom's secure. Peace everywhere. And suddenly it's all about eliminating old allies. I believe His Majesty's wise. He knows the value of rewarding loyalty. Second, if killing Hu Weiyong, or a few old ministers beside His Majesty, could guarantee Ming's rule forever, those guys would gladly die for it. But is that realistic? Makes sense. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. A kingdom this big can't be held by the emperor alone. If you use people, there'll be powerful ministers. The problems you mentioned, His Majesty's already considered carefully, and come up with solutions. Otherwise he wouldn't go after Hu Weiyong. Qin Chuan said with meaning. Wait, when did I think that far ahead? When did I come up with solutions? How would I know? Li Shanchong looked shocked. Sweat broke out on his forehead. Is His Majesty really thinking so far ahead? Oh man, I want to retire. Heh, can you guess His Majesty's plan? Zhu Yuanzhang coughed awkwardly, pretending not to be embarrassed and asked. Gotta keep some dignity. Really think about it. Qin Chuan pointed to his head. Think about it. Why does His Majesty let Hu Weiyong act up? Only now deals with him. Why? Li Shanchong's acting like a model student now. If you don't get it, just ask. Of course, it's to prepare for getting rid of the Chancellor. Li Shanchong was almost in tears. Honestly, if it weren't for saving face, he would have kneeled and begged Qin Chuan to shut up. People really love drama these days. No way, that's impossible. Li Shanchong shook his head like a rattledrum. Since the Qin dynasty, the Chancellor's role has lasted 1,000 years. Sure, there were powerful chancellors. But the Chancellor's position has always benefited the court more than harmed it. It's still more helpful than harmful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have lasted this long. Even if we take a huge step back, if His Majesty really removes the Chancellor, then every memorial will go straight to the Emperor. How could His Majesty handle them all? If they can't be dealt with in time, the mess could be huge. Even worse than having a powerful Chancellor. For a ruler aiming to help the people, that can't be accepted. Li Shanchong said righteously. Oh, good point. Zhu Yuanzhang thought for a moment, and had to admit Li was right. Abolishing the Chancellor touches too many things. If messed up, it could cause real trouble. Hearing the Emperor agree, Li Shanchong secretly breathed a big sigh of relief. Saying this was risky, could easily make Zhu Yuanzhang think Li still wants the position. But he had to speak up anyway. Sure, I'll never be Chancellor again, but my son might have a shot. Old Zhu plans for his kids, so does old Li. So basically, that's why you guys can't be emperor. Qin Chuan said with disdain. As soon as he said that, Li Shancheng shot up like a startled cat. He jumped up nervously. He watched Zhu Yuanzhang closely out the corner of his eye. If Zhu showed any sign of anger, he'd deal with Qin Chuan immediately. Seriously, ignorance makes you fearless. You really want to die this way? Zhu Yuanzhang stared at Qin Chuan with a weird look. After a long pause, he spoke. If I were emperor, could we even sit together like this? Yeah, Qin Chuan thought about it, and figured it made sense. Wait, why does that sound odd? Alright, go ahead. Let's hear what clever plan His Majesty has to handle things after getting rid of the Chancellor. Easy, the Chancellor has too much power. Just split up those powers. Qin Chuan said it relaxedly. No way, that's not gonna work. Zhu Yuanzhang heard that, and shook his head right away. He sounded disappointed. Dividing power sounds good. But it would make the court too complicated. It'd slow everything down. If an emergency comes up, they'd miss the best chance to respond. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed to himself. He rubbed his forehead and gave a wry smile. What's wrong with me? Can't believe I'm hoping someone else knows what to do. If word got out, everyone would be shocked. End of the day, Qin Chuan's still just a kid. He's got sharp eyes, but hasn't been through enough storms. All talk, no action. You really thought it through, sir? Li Shancheng breathed easier. Exactly, the system has been stuck like this for 1,000 years. How could some youngster fix it? It's a joke. So, sir, should we crack open a jar now? If His Majesty says all this, it means he hasn't figured out what to do yet. All we need is just to distract him, and shut up that annoying kid. Well, even though Zhu Yuanzhang was unhappy, he could only give up. Wait a second. Qin Chuan wasn't having it. I'm kindly giving you both a history lesson. Explaining things. Not only are you ungrateful, you actually complain about how I explain it. I can't let that slide. Time to show you how powerful a keyboard warrior can be. When I say separation of power, I don't mean the Tang and Song setup. I'm talking about a revolutionary system. That's the cabinet. Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shancheng were totally confused about the cabinet. These two were very well educated. They understood the term, but just didn't get it. So what exactly is the cabinet? Exactly. Why have prime ministers always been feared by emperors? Because they can call the shots in court, basically holding the power to make decisions. That always gives the emperor the feeling that someone's out to get him. Always thinks someone's plotting against him. If the prime minister didn't have that power, wouldn't the emperor feel more secure? That's the essence of the cabinet system. The emperor can pick experienced or talented officials to form the cabinet, helping handle big issues. Cabinet scholars write their suggestions on paper, attach it to petitions, and whether it's accepted or not depends totally on the emperor. Basically, the cabinet fills the gap left by the prime minister, but the emperor has nothing to worry about. Since the cabinet lost decision-making power, it becomes just an advisory group, so it'll never threaten the throne. This way, the emperor doesn't have to deal with piles of petitions every day, and doesn't have to worry about his power being threatened. Qin Chuan explained calmly. The cabinet system is truly a genius design. Basically, it solved the struggle between imperial and ministerial powers. Even in later Ming, if the emperor didn't attend court, the government still ran smoothly with regular officials and a whole system of procedures. Even when big shots like Yan Song and Zhang Jujing had tons of power, they couldn't threaten the emperor at all. In fact, one imperial order could get them executed. It's because the cabinet has no legal status, so no real power. Everything is at the emperor's command. The cabinet drafts suggestions. The emperor gives final approval. Before Wang Jin showed up on the Ming stage, the ceremonial supervisor was still just a tiny office. Qin Chuan didn't even bother talking about imperial approval rights. Honestly, if it wasn't for his keyboard warrior addiction, Qin Chuan wouldn't mention the cabinet at all. He's used to running his shop. Even if the court was a battlefield, had nothing to do with him. Why should he care? Wait, what's up with those two? Qin Chuan noticed something weird. Right after he finished talking, they looked off. Can their jaws drop any farther? Can their expressions get any more dramatic? Is it really that big a deal? You guys act like you've never seen anything. Honestly, it's kind of sad. Qin Chuan found it pretty funny. But he had no idea. Right now Zhu Yuanzhang's heart was in turmoil like a tsunami. With his sharp political sense, he instantly saw the cabinet system could totally work. It really seemed like it had stood the test of time, so mature and flawless. The only thing he needed to do now was remove Hu Weiyong from his post as prime minister. That's it, heaven's helping me. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes lit up. This idea is brilliant. Why didn't I ever think of that? Qin Chuan really nailed it. Why can a prime minister threaten imperial power? Because he holds decision-making power. So, just take that power away. Right. The more Zhu Yuanzhang thought about it, the more hyped he got. He was secretly amazed that he finally understood Qin Chuan's idea. It's not that they couldn't figure it out. They just got stuck in a mental rut and couldn't break free. Even the scheming Zhu Yuanzhang jumped up suddenly, clenched his fists, and looked excitedly at Qin Chuan. A true genius. With this, our Ming dynasty has hope. The boss was right. It really is a blessing for Ming. Li Shanchang sighed deeply inside. Now they could arrange Hu Weiyong's funeral. If the emperor hesitated before, not anymore. Nothing could change his mind now. He was totally surprised that Qin Chuan could give such an answer. He was the Grand Ming Grand Tutor, a former deputy prime minister, but this young guy saw more. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. Because even if Liu Bowen were here, he'd have to kneel to this kid. It's not that he's incapable. It's just that Qin Chuan is truly amazing. He's on a whole other level. He looked at Qin Chuan with a bit of admiration. Because he knew this young man has a bright future. He probably doesn't realize he's already got the emperor's attention. With the emperor's wild style, this kid will definitely do great things in court someday. Making friends now might help in the future. Zhu Yuanzhang's words puzzled Qin Chuan. Was this Zhu really that excited? He got totally hyped and kept saying Ming dynasty. I was just giving an example. Like if you were emperor. But you actually thought you were emperor. That's crazy. So, you two still opening jars or not? Qin Chuan was speechless. I've been hyping you up forever. Isn't it time for the real deal? Of course we are. Zhu Yuanzhang said happily. Let's open them right here. I'm a bit tired anyway. After Qin Chuan waved his sleeve, 3 jars showed up on the table. Zhu Yuanzhang already knew how to open jars from yesterday, so didn't need a reminder from Qin Chuan. Just grabbed one and smashed it on the floor. The jar broke. Gold light flashed. Qin Chuan wasn't surprised anymore. Actually starting to wonder if these jars only come in gold. Zhu Yuanzhang stared at the picture book in front of him, then looked up at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan stood up, took the book from Zhu Yuanzhang, opened it on the table. With a hint from the system, he already knew this was a Ming dynasty world map. This is the world map. He raised a hand and pointed to the current Ming territory. On the map, this area has a Sun and Moon King flag. This is Ming's territory. That's all there is to Ming's vast land? Zhu Yuanzhang found it hard to accept. He pointed at Africa and South America on the map, saying, those places are actually bigger than Ming? After fighting for so many years, I've only managed to see such a tiny piece of land. But it's already huge. This is a world map. The scale is smaller here. Qin Chuan just looked at the old man speechless. Hey, be careful with your words. Why do you sound so cocky? Even Zhu Chongba wouldn't dare brag like that. This is Africa. There's no real kingdom here yet. Just tribes and wild people. But endless rare treasures. Gold, copper, and silver mines. Oh right. The gold mines here are the biggest and richest in the world. This one's South America. That's where sweet potatoes come from. And potatoes, corn, all those high-yield crops, all originated here. This is the island where the Wokou live. There's a silver mountain on it. The silver here could last Ming for 100 years. Most importantly, it's closest to Ming. If Ming builds a navy, it could take it easily. Qin Chuan explained the advantage of each continent to Zhu Yuanzhang, one by one. A door to a new world slowly opened in front of Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shanchang. At the same time, it made Zhu Yuanzhang's long-dormant ambition burn again from Qin Chuan's explanation. He wanted to plant Ming's sun and moon flag on every corner of this map. Alright, open the next jar. Qinchuan drank some soda. It's exhausting being the tour guide. The second jar was thrown hard on the ground by Zhu Yuanzhang. This time, unlike the earlier jars, no light appeared from inside. No doubt about it. Zhu Yuanzhang got an empty jar this time. There's nothing inside. Qinchuan. What's going on? Asked Zhu Yuanzhang. Qinchuan calmly replied, I mentioned before. What you get depends on your luck. An empty jar? Well, it's not like it can't happen. Zhu Yuanzhang just frowned and said nothing more. Instead, he quickly grabbed the last jar and smashed it on the ground. Crash. The jar shattered into pieces. Still, nothing inside. Another empty jar. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned a bit. He clenched his fist without thinking. Squinted, thinking to himself. I'm the chosen one. Luck is with me. How could I get empty jars twice in a row? Li Shanchang saw how Zhu Yuanzhang looked and knew the emperor was about to get mad. He immediately held his breath, afraid the emperor would take it out on him. Qinchuan could feel it too. No one can handle going from lucky to unlucky just like that. So he said, Old Zhu, no need to stress about it. Try to see it differently. Every time you get nothing, it's just setting up for better luck next time. Empty jars are like warm-ups. Once you build up enough luck, maybe even immortality pills or ascension elixirs will show up. Qinchuan used his gaming experience from before he time-traveled, making stuff up about weapon upgrades to comfort Zhu Yuanzhang. Whether he believes it or not, that's not his concern. If anyone wanted to buy jar draws in this era, he was the only option. If Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to get rough, well, at least he's got a system. Mister, it's time to go eat. Li Shanchang stepped up to remind him. Lunch was just an excuse. He mainly worried Zhu Yuanzhang would fall out with Qinchuan. Why not eat at my place? I'm having hot pot today. Qinchuan said. Hot pot. Zhu Yuanzhang looked unimpressed. What's so great about it? Hot pot used to be called ancient stew. It got its name from the gudong sound the food makes when dropped in boiling water. It's a unique dish from China, and everyone loves it, young or old. By the Song dynasty, hot pot was already popular among the people. In the southern Song, Lin Hong's Mountain Home Delicacies cookbook mentions eating hot pot with friends. In the Yuan dynasty, hot pot spread to Mongolia. It was used for cooking beef and lamb. By the Ming and Qing dynasties, hot pot wasn't just common among ordinary folks. It also became a famous imperial dish. The Qing palace menu even featured wild game hot pot. The ingredients included game meats like mountain deer. Haha. The hot pot I'm talking about isn't your usual kind. It's my exclusive creation. You can only eat it here with me. Qinchuan said with a smile. Oh, Zhu Yuanzhang is here. Since you're interested, I'll gladly join you. Qinchuan waved his sleeve. Everything on the table vanished. A steaming hot dual-flavor pot was placed in the center, with baijiu and beer arranged around it, plus drinks like Coke, Sprite, and coconut juice. As for hot pot ingredients, tomatoes, potatoes, spinach, cilantro, beef slices, lamb slices, beef tripe, fish balls, enoki mushrooms, seafood mushrooms, chicken mushroom and shrimp paste. Pretty much everything you could want. Hold on, wait a sec. After Li Shanchang took his seat, he looked at the glass cup in front of him and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He picked up the cup and examined it closely. Look at that crystal clear body, and those exquisite patterns. It feels like a true treasure. After all, in the Ming era, the best you could get was stained glass with lots of impurities. Finding something this clear just wasn't possible. It was simply impossible. Oh, it's a glass cup. Nothing particularly valuable. If you want it, you can take it. Qinchuan didn't mind at all. Anyway, it's just a system item. He didn't care about it. Besides, a glass cup isn't worth much anyway. Now that Qinchuan owns the system and 6,000 taels of silver, he doesn't see it as a big deal. Just think of it as a little bonus for breaking open a jar. Qinchuan, little bro, are you serious about this? Li Shanchang asked excitedly. Hee hee. Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly coughed twice, sending Li Shanchang a look. Li Shanchang, did this guy forget I'm still here? I'm the emperor, you know. Shouldn't good stuff come my way first? Getting Zhu Yuanzhang's hint, Li Shanchong instantly understood. He hurriedly said, Qin Chuan, little bro. Can you give me 2? You can just grab them when you leave. Qin Chuan replied. He raised his cup and said, come on, let's toast together to our friendship. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, the sugary drinks on the table actually floated up by themselves, filling Li Shanchong's and Zhu Yuanzhang's cups full. Alright, for our bond. The two also raised their cups. Faced with those bubbling, oddly colored drinks, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't doubt anything. He drank it all in one go. Qin Chuan grabbed a thin slice of beef, swished it in the pot, dipped it in sauce, and popped it in his mouth. Whoa, so good. Hot pot is the best. Seeing Qin Chuan enjoy it so much, Zhu Yuanzhang followed suit, putting a beef slice into the pot, cooked it for a few seconds, then took it out, dipped it in sauce, and swallowed it whole. The tender meat mixed with tasty sauce was absolutely delicious. Even though Zhu Yuanzhang is the Ming emperor, this was his first time trying such hot pot. Zhu, old bro. Doesn't it taste better than your usual hot pot? Qin Chuan grabbed a cooked potato slice and ate it, then asked proudly. Now this is real hot pot. Zhu Yuanzhang put down his chopsticks, slowly exhaled, wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a sip of Coke, and said with satisfaction, this hot pot is truly unforgettable. Eating it daily would be living the dream. That's wishful thinking. Qin Chuan shook his head and said this hot pot base is tough to make. Plus these ingredients, some just can't be found in Ming. If you want to eat, only here with me. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he felt his heart break a little. Though you can get this meat in Ming, keeping it fresh is a whole other issue. Qin Chuan grabbed a piece of beef, put it in the pot, and pointed carelessly at the potatoes. These potatoes and corn are basically non-existent in today's Ming. They're rare foods. Unless His Majesty conquers South America, chances of eating them are slim. And as for the sauce, that's even harder to find. Without modern manufacturing, it's impossible to produce. Zhu Yuanzhang watched Qin Chuan feast, and frowned, asking seriously, Qin Chuan, how do you know so much? He thought to himself, wondering how his men's investigation was going. Into Qin Chuan. That's it, can't eat any more. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang put down his chopsticks, Qin Chuan couldn't help but ask. Never mind, let's just eat hot pot. It's getting late. We should head out. Qin Chuan, little bro. See you tomorrow. After Zhu Yuanzhang finished eating and drinking, he finally got up, stretched, and prepared to leave. See you tomorrow, Zhu old bro. But before leaving, Zhu Yuanzhang carefully picked up the world map, handled it with care, then grabbed the glass cup from the table, and took the rest of the sugary drink with him. Is he broke or what? How shameless to take it all. The bandit of Jinling City. On the carriage. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the glass cup in his hand, and checked the intelligence report he just received, quietly recalling everything that happened in the past 2 days. After conquering this vast land, he focused on recovery. Fixing the mess left by the Yuan dynasty. And food problems were a top concern. But at Qin Chuan's place, the first jar he opened gave him sweet potatoes. Then came sweet potato seeds. Years of food issues were solved just like that. So easily. Even though the sweet potatoes aren't harvested yet, he already believes what Qin Chuan says. Funny thing is, his little sister's been seriously ill for years. He called every famous doctor, and no one could cure her. Yet he just got a beginner's elixir. She took it and was immediately healed. Even got younger. What are the odds, right? Whether he admits it or not, Qin Chuan is now his savior. But because of all that, Zhu Yuanzhang's suspicions only grew. The first time he came, Zhu Yuanzhang was worried about a drought, but he opened 2 jars, and got both sweet potatoes and sweet potato seeds. Back then, Zhu Yuanzhang never suspected anything. He always thought this was the aura an emperor should have. But today he got 2 empty jars in a row. That made him realize that his imperial status means nothing to Qin Chuan. It doesn't seem to work here. So the magical treasures in the jars Qin Chuan sells are really just pure luck? If it really is all random, then why is every item from the jar exactly what I need most? Is it just a coincidence? The secret report said, this shop, and the owner Qin Chuan, appeared out of nowhere. Like they just popped into existence. Thinking about all this, a bold idea flashed through Zhu Yuanzhang's mind. Could Qin Chuan really be some immortal deity? Come down to help me out? So I can become the greatest emperor ever? That's the only explanation for how surreal these last 2 days have been. If that's the case, Qin Chuan knows I'm the emperor. And knows I'd come here. The stuff in those jars, he put there just for me. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced over at the world map nearby. It's because of this map that I got 2 empty jars after. So what is this immortal Qin Chuan trying to tell me? With the map? Suddenly, he recalled what Qin Chuan said today when inviting him to Hot Pot. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes lit up. The answer was so clear to him. He must be hinting I should expand my territory. That's the only way to surpass all the ancient emperors. That must be it. Thinking about this, Zhu Yuanzhang was filled with motivation. Just then, he heard Li Shancheng's voice beside him. Zhu Yuanzhang snapped out of it. Then he remembered, Li Shancheng was in the carriage too. After a moment, Zhu Yuanzhang spoke up, Shancheng, what do you think of this Qin Chuan guy? Hearing this, Li Shancheng finally let out a sigh of relief. My emperor, you're finally acting normal again. Since we got in this carriage, you've been mumbling to yourself non-stop. I was worried you'd lost your mind. Your Majesty, that Qin Chuan seems to have powers only immortals would have. Like bottomless sleeves. Otherwise, I really can't figure out how a man's sleeves can hold so much stuff. And thinking of all those magic treasures you got lately, plus his advice to you, every single thing would let Ming leap ahead. No ordinary man could do this. So I boldly guess, he must be a heavenly being sent to help you. Congrats, Your Majesty, on receiving help from heaven. Your achievements will surely surpass all the ancient emperors. Your legend will live on forever. Zhu Yuanzhang stroked his beard, squinted his eyes, and laughed proudly. So you think so too? Haha, I'm truly the chosen one. Geez, say a nice thing about you. And you're already bragging. In the emperor's study inside the palace. Father, why did you call me here in such a rush? Did something big happen? Prince Zhu Biao saw Zhu Yuanzhang walk in, and quickly asked. Even before Zhu Yuanzhang got back, he had someone send the message. Zhu Biao immediately dropped what he was doing, and went straight to the study. When he heard, he knew something serious must have happened. Otherwise, knowing how steady father is, he'd never act like this. So he didn't dare waste time, and hurried over from the Eastern Palace, only to find Zhu Yuanzhang wasn't even there yet. Naturally, Zhu Biao started thinking about it. Lately, nothing super urgent has happened in Ming. There's really nothing that serious. Northern Yuan has already been crushed, barely hanging on. It's unlikely they could invade in force. And inside the Ming Empire, all rebel armies pretty much got wiped out. So there's no way there'll be major upheaval. So what could it be? That's got father in a panic? Is mother's health getting worse? No, if she was critically ill, the palace wouldn't be this calm. So if it's neither of these, what is it? For once, sharp-minded Zhu Biao felt stumped. Ah, Biao, you're here. Sit down, don't worry so much. Stay steady and keep calm. Zhu Yuanzhang saw Zhu Biao looking anxious. He smiled and said, Are you making trouble again, father? Zhu Yuanzhang is very satisfied with his son. Besides being born to him an Empress Ma, Zhu Biao is also incredibly smart. His strategies and wisdom are almost as good as mine. That's why Zhu Yuanzhang has always cultivated him. Ever since Zhu Biao became an adult, every matter in court, big or small, is discussed with him. Especially when it comes to Chancellor Fei, this type of once-in-a-millennium event. Of course I talk things over with him. Naturally, it's also a bit of a test. To see if the son I personally trained can match up to someone like Qin Chuan. Father, what happened? Zhu Biao was full of doubts. He thought something huge had happened, but seeing Zhu Yuanzhang so relaxed, he got even more puzzled. Biao, what do you think about the current situation in court? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. The court nowadays, with Zhu Yuanzhang secretly pulling strings, the civil and military officials are basically in a delicate balance. If you really had to say, the civil officials have more power now than the military. It's mainly because Chancellor Hu Weiyong's influence has gotten too big. Zhu Biao paused. He realized something, and said, Father, do you feel Hu Weiyong is too pushy? Oh? In your eyes, Biao. Just pushy? Zhu Yuanzhang picked up the teacup beside his chair, blew off the tea leaves floating inside, and asked calmly. Looks like my guess was right. As soon as Zhu Yuanzhang spoke, Zhu Biao instantly understood. Hu Weiyong's behavior had finally crossed father's line. Actually, as the crown prince and future ruler, Zhu Biao was already unhappy with Hu Weiyong's actions. He felt this for a long time. Even though Hu Weiyong is chancellor, he's still just a servant to the emperor, using the power father gave him, forming factions however he wants. His followers are everywhere. From the court to the local regions, Hu Weiyong's influence is literally everywhere. But instead of toning it down, he gets even bolder. What is he trying to do? Is he planning a revolt? After thinking for a bit, Biao said, Father, do you want to remove Hu Weiyong? What else, Biao? Go on. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled. His son does have political awareness. But that's not enough. Still far from it. If he could think like Qin Chuan and realize the need to abolish the chancellor's power completely, that would be perfect. As for the cabinet system, even I never thought of that. So I won't push my son too much. Zhu Biao thought again, and said, Father, here's what I think. To bring down Hu Weiyong, we must have solid evidence. Otherwise, people will gossip, saying father is just getting rid of a loyal helper, like a bird whose bow is hidden once it's shot. That's it? Zhu Yuanzhang was a bit disappointed. Comparisons are the toughest. Compared with Qin Chuan's high-level vision, my carefully trained son is really lacking. Zhu Biao paused, then quickly realized. Father seems to have made up his mind, after all. Now he's just testing my abilities. So Zhu Biao thought harder, and continued, after Hu Weiyong steps down, picking a new chancellor is honestly another headache. That's all you thought of? Before Zhu Biao finished, Zhu Yuanzhang cut him off. Zhu Biao lowered his head. After a while, he still shook his head, and said, confused, Father, I think that's enough to handle the situation now, isn't it? Hey. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed a little. Disappointment was written all over his face. His son really can't match Qin Chuan. Father, when you see Zhu Yuanzhang looking like this, Zhu Biao got nervous. His ideas weren't wrong. Even if you had Li Shanchang and the other senior officials, think about it, they'd probably come up with the same thoughts. So why does father look so upset? Is there another way to solve this? Biao, don't worry about it. I'm not blaming you. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed loudly. After all, Qin Chuan is like a legend. My son can't beat him. But that's nothing to be ashamed of. He shook his head, and kindly advised, your plans are pretty good. But, Biao, you forgot. Your Chu army. You're the man who will sit on the throne one day. If you want to rule well, just having good strategies is far from enough. A ruler, most of all, needs vision and a broad mindset. You must have a vision for running the whole country. A big mindset. This made Zhu Biao even more confused. Yes, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. You just thought about removing Hu Weiyong smoothly. But did you consider why he ended up with so much power and ignores the emperor? It's because father trusts him. Wait, father. Zhu Biao stopped halfway. He suddenly got an idea. Father, do you mean the chancellor position itself? Exactly. Zhu Yuanzhang looked pleased. His trained son still has sharp political instincts. He firmly said. It's not just about Hu Weiyong. It's about the chancellor role. I want to abolish the chancellor. From now on, there will be no chancellor in Ming. The emperor will have no limits. Father, that's just chaos. Zhu Biao said, feeling panicked. Since the Qin dynasty created the chancellor role, it's lasted 1,000 years. The emperor rules the country, with help not just from the 6 ministries, but also from the chancellor. If Hu Weiyong is disobedient, we can just swap him for someone loyal. We can't just throw out the whole system. Father. He even wondered, Father, are you just angry at Hu Weiyong? Otherwise, with your usual wisdom, how could you come up with this weird idea to abolish the chancellor? Yeah, the chancellor is powerful. But that's always been the case. Qin Shi Huang, Emperor Taizong, and Emperor Wu. Did any of these great rulers ever abolish the chancellor? The issue is if ministers disobey, you just replace them with obedient ones. If removing the chancellor was so simple, why would it fall to father to do it? You're the founding emperor, after all. Can you be more mature and steady? Don't act like kids playing house. Father, should we maybe reconsider this? After all, this is an unprecedented situation. Zhu Biao tried to keep his tone gentle. He knew his father's personality too well. He could only go along with him. But his meaning was clear. The position of prime minister has existed for over 1,000 years. How can it be abolished just like that? Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang actually listening to him, Zhu Biao paused. Then he continued, Father, I understand what you're worried about. But getting rid of the prime minister is a huge move that affects everything. You can't just make that call on impulse. It could really hurt the whole country. You little brat. When have you ever seen me make decisions for the country? Just because I was emotional? When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he didn't get angry at all. Instead, he laughed. I'm the emperor. I know what it means to be emperor. An emperor can't just do whatever he wants. He's got to stay more clear-headed than most people. He has to weigh bigger pros and cons. It's not just about acting on a whim and ignoring all consequences. If I ran things that way, it'd be over before it even started. Hearing you say that, does that mean you already have a solution? Zhu Biao saw Zhu Yuanzhang looking calm and relaxed. That made him start to doubt a little. With father's personality, he really doesn't act on impulse. Otherwise, how could he have stood out in such a dangerous world and built this mighty empire? Maybe this impossible problem is just a piece of cake for him. But what kind of genius solution could father come up with? Zhu Biao was itching with curiosity. He really wanted to know the answer. Abolish the prime minister and set up the cabinet. Zhu Yuanzhang calmly said 6 words. The word cabinet left Zhu Biao stunned. He just couldn't figure out what exactly the cabinet was, or how it could replace the prime minister, or why father didn't have any doubts about it. Take a close look. Zhu Yuanzhang took out a memorial from his sleeve. Inside was a plan for the cabinet system that Qin Chuan had talked about. It was detailed enough to fit the current Ming dynasty situation. Even if Zhu Biao was slow, he knew right away this memorial had to be father's detailed plan for the cabinet. He quickly took it and flipped through fast. The more he read, the more shocked his face became. His eyes were filled with amazement. When he finally looked up, Zhu Yuanzhang was smiling right at him. So, what do you think? Any thoughts about the cabinet? Zhu Biao took a deep breath. He looked at Zhu Yuanzhang with pure admiration and said, Father, you are truly destined for greatness. You could actually come up with such an earth-shaking plan. Whoa. Ahem. Zhu Yuanzhang cleared his throat. He said, Biao, I'm not the one who came up with the cabinet. It wasn't me. Zhu Biao could hardly believe it. Was it Lord Shangong? Zhu Yuanzhang thought of Li Shanchang. Remembered the look on his face when Qin Chuan brought up the cabinet. How stunned he was. And couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Nope, not him either. Then who was it? I really can't think of anyone. Father, please tell me. A truly unique person. Once I sort out the prime minister issue, I'll take you to meet him. Zhu Yuanzhang patted Zhu Biao on the shoulder. At the founding of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang believed the reason Yuan lost the empire was because during Yuan dynasty court meetings, the emperor and prime minister would discuss, then make decisions for all state matters. He felt that system wasn't right, and it didn't help strengthen imperial power. So Zhu Yuanzhang strongly pushed the Great Court Assembly system. Any official with rank in the capital could join the assembly. This way, imperial authority grew much stronger, and officials were more free to speak their minds. But this system had some obvious flaws. And whenever there were disagreements, the whole meeting turned into a marketplace. Both sides would argue over policies, sometimes so much they'd attack each other personally. Inside Feng Tian Hall. His Majesty arrives. A sharp voice rang out. Zhu Yuanzhang, surrounded by eunuchs, slowly walked out. The ministers below mechanically took their places. Prepare for the grand ritual between ruler and subjects. 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows. They knelt, shouting in unison. Long live the emperor. Long live, long live. After Zhu Yuanzhang sat down, he spoke calmly. Rise. The ministers thanked him and stood up together. Any matters to report? If not, court is dismissed. The officials stood at attention An on-duty eunuch stepped forward. With a flick of the duster, he sharply announced, reporting to His Majesty, your humble servant. Anything to report? Just as he finished, Hu Weiyong, standing at the front of the civil officials, quickly stepped forward. Reporting, Your Majesty. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at him with a smile, and cheerfully said, today's court session. He leaned back slightly. I have something to say today. Yes, Your Majesty. Hu Weiyong froze for a moment, then stepped back immediately. The rest of the ministers also didn't say a word. After all, leaders always like to speak first. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Hu Weiyong with a smile, and said, fellow ministers, how do you think Hu Weiyong is doing as Grand Chancellor? That sentence was like a bolt from the blue. The officials below instantly erupted. What does His Majesty mean by this? Asking how Hu Weiyong is doing as Chancellor? Is His Majesty planning to deal with him? Silence fell over the court. Such a serious place. No whispering, everyone. Don't lose decorum before the throne. The eunuch cracked the whip a few times, sharply reminding them. The ministers quickly fell silent. An eerie silence swept over the court. Everyone's eyes, quietly, turned to Hu Weiyong at the front. Hu Weiyong's usual arrogance was seen by all the officials, but no one dared to call him out in public. Those who dared to be brave before, grass may already be growing tall above their graves. Everyone began to wonder, was it about that tribute matter with Zhang Chengguo recently? Did Hu Weiyong cross the emperor's line? Did this make His Majesty want to kill him? At this moment, hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words, Hu Weiyong was instantly terrified. Catching a glimpse of Zhu Yuanzhang's cold stare at him, his heart felt like a stampede of wild horses. He could never have guessed that today Zhu Yuanzhang would bring this up. Asking about my job as Chancellor? Isn't this telling my enemies? What are you all waiting for? Bring out the proof. Finish me off today. This doesn't make sense. Out of nowhere. Why would His Majesty target me? Wait, is it that Zhang Chengguo incident? Has His Majesty never let that go? Is today just an excuse to warn me? Thinking of this, he immediately knelt down. Loudly said, I have failed Your Majesty's trust. Letting Your Majesty down. I willingly accept punishment. Please grant me punishment, Your Majesty. Fine. Since old Zhu set the stage, ready to play the trick of Zhou Yu hitting Huanggai, I'll just go along with it as Chancellor. So, without hesitation, he directly showed submission. All to put on a show for the court. Even someone right below the emperor, the Grand Chancellor, can't challenge the emperor. Everyone better behave. Zhu Yuanzhang coldly looked at Hu Weiyong, finding it funny. Still dreaming, is he? You really think I won't deal with you? He glanced over the court again, and saw everyone seem to think that His Majesty was just giving a warning. His killing intent grew stronger. All right, I'll show you with action. This isn't a drill. So tell me, where have you failed my trust? Go ahead and say it. Let me see how I'll punish you. Zhu Yuanzhang's words struck like lightning, hitting Hu Weiyong right in the head, leaving him open-mouthed. His whole body went weak. He couldn't move. Hu Weiyong was a mess inside at that moment. Zhu Yuanzhang's words made it clear he wanted the truth. Hu Weiyong bowed to the ground, thoughts racing. What's going on? How come there hasn't been any word from the palace? Is His Majesty bluffing? Or does he already have real evidence of my crimes? But the urgent thing now is to answer Zhu Yuanzhang. This is a trap. Picking out my own faults, that's tough. If I'm too harsh, I'll be jumping into the fire myself. But if I say something minor, the emperor will think I'm just dodging. Reporting to Your Majesty, I failed to properly teach my son. My unfilial son recently dared to harass respectable women on the street, run out on bills, and defy the law. I failed in discipline, and let down Your Majesty's trust. At this point, Hu Weiyong's face was red with shame, feeling wronged inside. But he couldn't bring up court affairs. With His Majesty's attitude now, he might dig deeper, until everyone gets caught. I can only throw my son under the bus. After hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang just coldly stared at Hu Weiyong on the ground. Then he asked coldly, Is that all? Hearing this, Hu Weiyong was dumbfounded. What do you mean, is that all? I'm trying to play along, but you just ignore it. Right, my dear emperor? What do you want from me? Just don't ask anymore. Hurry up, I'm waiting for your answer. Zhi Yuanzhang stared at Hu Weiyong, urging with a harsh tone. Hu Weiyong broke into a cold sweat. A bad feeling crept over him. Is His Majesty really serious this time? But why? Why is the Emperor pressing so hard? Yeah, why? Hu Weiyong kept asking himself. Did I miss something important? Did I overlook a key issue? Humph. As Hu Weiyong remained silent, Zhi Yuanzhang coldly said, since you don't want to talk, then I'll show you myself. Zhi Yuanzhang pulled out a memorial from his sleeve, threw it before Hu Weiyong, and said, take a good look. Read it yourself. Hu Weiyong carefully picked up the memorial, and saw it was full of accusations against him. And the one who wrote it was Shang Yang. Shang Yang. Didn't he just get demoted from censor to secretary? How can he still submit reports? Hu Weiyong stifled his doubts. And read it through. And the more he read, the more frightened he became. Everything in the report was airtight. Every matter involved was listed out. The whole story was perfectly clear. Especially when he sent Lin Xian, the Mingzhou Guard commander, to lure the Japanese pirates by sea. Even the plan to meet them was described in detail. It was all written out, clear as day. A Ministry of Central Secretariat clerk, just a low-ranking official, could actually know so much about the whole thing. This just isn't normal. Even if the other side had superpowers, there's no way they could know this much detail. The more Hu Weiyong thought about it, the more terrified he became. His back was drenched in cold sweat. When he got to the end of the report, and saw Zhi Yuanzhang's handwritten order to investigate, that cinnabar red script was as red as fresh blood, stinging Hu Weiyong's eyes. He understood, completely understood. Ha. Hu Weiyong looked up at the calm and steady Zhi Yuanzhang. It took him a while to slowly take off his black hat. He bowed his head to the ground, crying out, Your Majesty! I deserve 1,000 deaths. I deserve to die. Just then, 2 eunuchs brought in a basket from outside the hall, and gently set it down before him. Hu Weiyong was trembling all over, his face pale and ashen. He looked up to the throne above, where Zhi Yuanzhang glared down, face hard as steel. Your Majesty, are you really going to wipe me out? Hu Weiyong was drenched in sweat, his hands shaking, randomly grabbing one of the reports from the basket. Just as he expected, it was another charge against him, with solid evidence, clear as day. If the Emperor handled this impartially, by Ming law, just this one report alone would be enough to have him beheaded 12 times. Just then, Zhi Yuanzhang finally gave a cold laugh. With a harsh voice he said, Hu Weiyong, I trusted you completely, and this is how you repay me? Forming cliques, corruption, accepting bribes, secret appointments, dealing with pirates and treasonous generals. Are you trying to rebel? Zhi Yuanzhang pointed at him in fury. Hey. Hu Weiyong. Hearing Zhi Yuanzhang list his crimes one by one, Hu Weiyong wasn't even panicked anymore. He was just dead inside. Hu Weiyong, do you have anything left to say? Zhi Yuanzhang asked him even more coldly. Your Majesty, I have nothing to say. I've betrayed your Majesty's trust. Hu Weiyong said bitterly. So you admit your guilt? I confess. Guards, take Hu Weiyong away. Await further orders. Several big strong guards entered the hall, ready to drag Hu Weiyong out. I'll walk myself. Facing the guards approaching him, Hu Weiyong shook out his sleeves and fixed his clothes. Everyone thought he'd leave quietly, but after straightening his robe, he suddenly pushed off with his feet and rushed right at the steps under Zhi Yuanzhang's throne. Look out, Your Majesty! The guards quickly drew their swords, ready to kill him on the spot, but he suddenly dropped his head low and slammed into the steps. The steps beneath the throne were made of solid gold, tough as could be. A deep, dull thud rang out. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Hu Weiyong's beard and hair sprang up, but there was a relieved smile on his face. Eyes wide open, he collapsed at the foot of the steps. At this point, Zhi Yuanzhang couldn't stay seated anymore. He jumped up at once and rushed to Hu Weiyong's side, staring at him in shock. I kill myself out of guilt, for Your Majesty to see. Hu Weiyong mumbled a few unclear words, and never spoke again. Zhi Yuanzhang took a deep breath. He truly hadn't expected things would end up like this. He just stared at Hu Weiyong's body, coldly ordered his body to be dragged away. and his family thrown in prison, awaiting punishment. Anyone associated with Hu Weiyong, into prison as well. As soon as those words were spoken, the ministers in the hall immediately looked extremely distressed. Hu Weiyong is the current prime minister. Everyone sitting here has been connected with him in some way. If we really start investigating, how many will be left in court? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the terrified ministers and said calmly, "From today on, I have decided to abolish the prime minister position." As soon as those words were spoken, the court erupted in chaos. "No more prime minister? Your Majesty, are you still angry? You know, not all officials can meet the emperor directly. So who will handle court affairs? What if something goes wrong? Who will take the blame? Even if everything is reported in memorials to His Majesty, can His Majesty handle it all by himself? Your Majesty, please reconsider. You can't abolish the prime minister position." "Exactly, Your Majesty, don't be overly cautious. Without a prime minister to lead the officials, daily governance can't run smoothly. The whole country will fall apart. The world can't take more turmoil now." Yes, on the court, ministers all spoke up at once. Everyone pleaded with Zhu Yuanzhang, hoping His Majesty would retract the order. "Listen to me." Zhu Yuanzhang looked coldly at these ministers pretending to care about the country. How could he not see their little schemes? They talk all about morals and virtue, but in reality, they just want to protect their own interests. They want the scholars and emperor to rule together. No way, not a chance. How could I not know your worries? If I can't handle these problems, how could I dare to abolish the prime minister? The ministers exchanged anxious glances. Judging from His Majesty's words, he seems to have a solution to replace the prime minister and guarantee no chaos in the court. How could that be possible? But they had to believe it. His Majesty always acts with careful planning. He never acts without a solid backup. Wouldn't make a move unless he's confident. But what is the solution then? Zhu Yuanzhang slowly said, seeing the situation now, "I have decided to set up the cabinet from today." When everyone heard cabinet, they looked at each other, full of confusion. Zhu Yuanzhang had already expected their doubts. So he continued, "The so-called cabinet system means that I will personally pick ministers with strong abilities for the cabinet and promote them to Grand Academician. These Grand Academicians will handle matters near the Hall of Heavenly Justice. They'll help me manage state affairs, like making recommendations on memorials or discussing administrative choices. If I'm not satisfied with their work, they'll need to revise it until I'm pleased." As Zhu Yuanzhang explained the cabinet system, step by step, the ministers gradually fell into utter shock. Those standing in the court are old foxes with years of experience. Of course they saw the genius behind the cabinet. This system replaces the prime minister's duties, but doesn't threaten imperial power. Because cabinet members can only advise. They can't make final decisions. More importantly, there is only one prime minister, but there can be several Grand Academicians. This spreads power out further, giving more people room to rise. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It's just genius. Your Majesty, I'm willing to help share your burden. Many ministers recovered and stepped forward, volunteering themselves. Though the cabinet is just an advisory group now, but Grand Academicians will always be close to His Majesty. They'll be true confidants. This position's weight is far above others. Besides, no one can be sure if someday the cabinet won't become the real center of power over the 6 ministries. I will choose cabinet members myself. All you need to do for now is handle your own duties." Zhu Yuanzhang said firmly. "Your Majesty is wise." Everyone shouted together. The panic and chaos in the court instantly turned to respect. After the meeting, Zhu Yuanzhang strolled toward the Imperial Library. Walking, he said to Zhu Biao, "From now on, our Ming dynasty will never fear overpowered officials again." "Congrats, Father Emperor." Zhu Biao was full of smiles. The previous generations plant the tree, the next enjoy the shade. When Zhu Yuanzhang passes on, I'll inherit the throne. That's a fact that can't be changed, unless I die prematurely. Father Emperor is paving the way for me. Of course that's a good thing. All thanks to Qingchuan. for coming up with this brilliant plan. Zhu Yuanzhang said with emotion. If I think about it now, without Qin Chuan, I probably wouldn't escape this endless cycle. Now I just need to handle the remaining Yuan forces in the north. Then our Ming dynasty could last for 1,000 years. By then, the history books would have to call me a timeless emperor. If I could conquer all the lands on the world map, then surpassing the 3 sovereigns and topping the 5 emperors wouldn't be hard. A surge of ambition rose in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. But I still need Qin Chuan's help. No idea what he's doing right now. Father, you've been talking about Qin Chuan all day. My ears are getting numb. Zhu Biao saw Zhu Yuanzhang mentioning Qin Chuan non-stop and became insanely curious about him. Father, how about you take me to meet this genius? Zhu Yuanzhang thought, that's true. I still have 3 jars left unopened. So let's go. Come, I'll take you to meet him. Outside Nanjing City. Qin Chuan set up a grill, put charcoal on, placed the lamb from the system on the grill, and sprinkled seasonings all over. Hey, Qin Chuan bro. What delicious stuff are you making now? Qin Chuan, who was just about to eat, frowned. Zhu Wuyong. Why'd he come now? Man, is he a dog or what? He smelled it and just showed up. Zhu, you're here so early. Nothing going on at home today. After sitting down comfortably, Zhu Yuanzhang said to Zhu Biao. Son, come meet your Uncle Qin. Qin Chuan was stunned by Zhu Yuanzhang's move. Zhu Biao looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, a bit speechless. Uncle Qin, father. You're shamelessly tricking your son. Alright, Uncle Qin it is. Nephew greets Uncle Qin. Zhu Biao said, feeling awkward. Alright, have a seat. Food's almost ready. Qin Chuan turned the grill with a twitching smile. Uncle Qin, what is this? Zhu Biao is now the crown prince. He's tasted every delicacy you can imagine. But this barbecue smell, it's his first time experiencing it. The aroma is even more tempting than any feast he's ever had. It just makes you crave food even more. This is barbecue. It's a way to prepare food. Qin Chuan took a sip of his happy fatty water and said. How about we pop a can first? Alright, but today let's not open it ourselves. Let our son do it. Zhu Yuanzhang pulled out a stack of Ming treasure notes from his sleeve. Handed it to Qin Chuan. Zhu bro, this isn't a silver note anymore. Qin Chuan was a bit stunned. It looked like Zhu Yuanzhang was in quite a rush. Zhu Yuanzhang awkwardly said. But these treasure notes can be used as silver. I won't take treasure notes. Just send me those silver notes instead. Qin Chuan shook his head and rejected him outright. The way Qin Chuan acted made Zhu Yuanzhang confused. My treasure notes are rare commodities these days. Why do you act like it's poison to you? Is it really that bad? These treasure notes are issued by the court. They're used everywhere in Ming right now. Brother Qin Chuan, why act like this? The treasure note idea is pretty good, honestly. Qin Chuan sighed. But Zhu bro, you gotta understand. Even a great system fails if the wrong people run it. And that ends in disaster. The fate of these treasure notes was already set when they were issued. They won't last long. Take my advice. You won't be able to control the treasure notes. Hurry up and turn your treasure notes into real gold and silver. A few years later, all you'll have is worthless paper. My proudest achievement turns out to be trash to you. Zhu Yuanzhang suppressed his anger and asked. So, Brother Qin Chuan, tell me, why do you think these treasure notes, guaranteed by the court, will end up as useless paper? These treasure notes, it's like, you see them build a tall tower, and then see it collapse. Even if the intentions were good, but the court doesn't have enough gold and silver backing them. It's just relying on court credit. If it stopped there, it wouldn't be so bad. But the real problem is the court keeps printing them with no limit. Now it's time to launch a northern campaign. There's no money for food and supplies, what to do? Just print more treasure notes. Tomorrow there's a drought somewhere. No relief funds, what now? Print more treasure notes. Whenever the court faces a problem, it just prints more treasure notes. See for yourself. Since year 8 of Hongwu, one treasure note was equal to one tael of silver. But now, It takes over 10 treasure notes for one tael of silver. That's some crazy depreciation. Once people realize in Ming that the treasure notes in their hands can't actually be exchanged for real gold and silver, these treasure notes are done for. At the same time, the court's credit will collapse as well. The treasure note idea was just way ahead of its time. You expect people, most of whom are illiterate in this feudal society, to get it. Financial knowledge. The crash was inevitable. Qin Chuan's words left Zhu Yuanzhang speechless. He'd never considered all these details. But what if the court orders only treasure notes can be used among the people? All other coins and silver are banned? Zhu Yuanzhang thought treasure notes could still be saved. That won't help either. At the edge of the land, in a society where everyone serves the king, you expect the emperor to suppress his own desires and not print more banknotes on a large scale? Honestly, compared to that, a pig climbing a tree seems more likely. Qin Chuan heard this and just laughed right out. But what if the court had enough gold and silver to back it? Zhu Yuanzhang caught on quickly. He immediately remembered what Qin Chuan had said. He asked back, just having enough silver isn't enough. Qin Chuan thought for a second, then shook his head. A currency system? Put that in a feudal society where even transport is tough. It's like putting a Ferrari engine into a tractor. If it doesn't fall apart, that's just crazy. So, what's missing? Zhu Yuanzhang asked impatiently. There's a lot missing. I could talk for days and not be done. Qin Chuan replied, losing patience. So, what do you think the court should do now? It's pretty simple. Just stop issuing more banknotes. Next, tally up how many have been printed in all. See if Ming has enough gold and silver to back up those notes. The court can't lose its credibility. If the people stop trusting it, then force is all that's left. And that means the dynasty's days are numbered. Though Zhu Yuanzhang felt reluctant, since Qin Chuan put it that way, he had no choice but to follow. Wait a second. Qin Chuan said there's a silver mountain where the pirates live. Now I get it. Alright, that's really not our problem. Let the emperor worry about it himself. Qin Chuan quickly cut off the topic and warned himself silently to learn from past lessons. In front of this old bro, have to control that urge to be a keyboard warrior. Alright, let's open the jars. Qin Chuan shouted loudly, and 3 jars appeared, shining instantly. Son, just smash them open directly. Zhu Yuanzhang told Zhu Biao. Hearing that, Zhu Biao did so. As soon as the jars broke, a burst of golden light flashed inside, and a light orb floated out, landing perfectly in Zhu Biao's hand. Before the golden one came out, back on the carriage, Zhu Yuanzhang had already explained the jar opening thing. Zhu Biao took a deep breath and reached out to touch the orb. The orb instantly shattered, turning into a sheet of paper, floating softly into Zhu Biao's hand. What's this? Zhu Biao asked, puzzled. You have pretty good luck. It's an advanced refining technique. When Qin Chuan heard the system's explanation, he was secretly surprised. This kid really hit the jackpot. After hearing that, Zhu Biao looked disappointed. You can refine salt in this era anyway. How does that deserve to be gold quality? This isn't your basic coarse salt. It's pure fine salt, snowy white. Qin Chuan took out a plate of salt and pinched some of it. If you give this technique to the court, you and your descendants will never worry about food and drink. If the court uses it well, it could also solve the banknote issue. What? Hearing Qin Chuan, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao were both stunned. Just now, he said it'd take days to explain the banknote problem. Now he pulls out a salt refining skill. And that alone could make later generations rich. And even fix Ming's banknote mess? I don't buy it. Seeing their skeptical faces, Qin Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Let me ask you this. Are Ming's people short on salt now? They both nodded together. In a feudal dynasty, salt is in short supply. Because mining tech is lagging, and production takes too long, plus losses during storage and shipping are huge, that makes salt supply super tight. So most salt goes to the upper class, almost none trickles down to the people. This paper in your hand can make sure Ming's people never run out of salt. Every household can have salt at every meal. Wait, the people shouldn't eat salt that much. Qin Chuan barely finished speaking when Zhu Yuanzhang immediately objected. Why do you say that, brother Zhu? Now Qin Chuan was confused. If everyone has salt on their table, it might bring all kinds of trouble. What the hell? That's nonsense. Wait, Qinchuan instantly realized what's going on, and couldn't help shaking his head with a grin. You've got it all wrong, Brother Zhu. You're thinking too small. From the emperor's view, your point makes sense. It helps the court control the people. But in the long run, that's just short-sighted, and digging your own grave. A dynasty, if it just relies on its army to keep invaders out, that's wishful thinking. Haven't the lessons since the 5 dynasties been enough? If every commoner in the Central Plains is strong as an ox, one call and you've got 1,000,000 soldiers ready to go. People only revolt when they're starving. As long as there's food, they'll never choose that path. Plus, the dynasty today promotes recovery, passing lots of policies to help the people. So why would they revolt? Hearing Qinchuan say this, Zhu Yuanzhang was instantly speechless. Honestly, he had been worrying for nothing. A bit of refined salt isn't that dangerous. Zhu Yuanzhang quickly changed the topic. So how should the court use this refining technique? To solve the banknote problem? Business, Qinchuan said. You want the court to go into business? Zhu Yuanzhang sounded shocked. But business is risky. You win some, you lose some. It's just too risky. That's what you don't get. How could the court lose money in business? Zhu Yuanzhang froze, then realized something. You mean the court orders everyone to buy it? That can't work. It would cause all kinds of chaos. No, not like you think. Let people buy it out of real need, voluntarily. Put simply, the court specializes in certain things people really need in daily life. Qinchuan explained patiently. Specialized business. That's right, Qinchuan nodded. Like, say this fine salt, if output increases several times, we sell it to the people. That's a ton of silver right there. And the court orders that you have to use the banknotes to buy this fine salt. This way, people will start trusting the notes again. And the court can then destroy some of those notes each year based on what's actually needed, gradually matching the total circulation to the country's overall wealth. Wouldn't that kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Hearing that, Zhu Yuanzhang's face lit up. That actually makes sense. Then, out of nowhere, Zhu Biao said, but with everything a mess right now, where's the court going to get all that silver to manage such a big operation? Have the court set up a joint stock company. A joint stock company. When Qinchuan said that, Zhu Yuanzhang felt like he was hearing gibberish. The hell? We know you're a god sent to earth. But can you speak in words we understand? Zhu Biao had read all the Confucian classics. He quickly responded, public means for giving others wealth. Private means self-interest at play. But what exactly is of share? I just don't get it. Not bad, old Zhu. Looks like your son really studied. Even Qinchuan was surprised. He praised him without thinking. To make it simple, shares are just profit splits. Qinchuan explained, say for example, you and the court form a company. The court and you each own half the shares. If you make 10 million taels profit one year, you split 5 million each. Once you have this foundation, the court can call in all those old ministers who fought with the emperor and gather them together. Let them buy shares with their money. If the court makes money later, they earn money too. And when those old ministers die, their shares can go to their sons. If the sons die, they go to the grandsons. And it goes on and on forever. As long as the court exists, their descendants live off the dividends. Don't you think they'd be happy? That makes sense. Zhu Yuanzhang thought about it. But he still saw some problems. But what if they're worried? The court might change the profit share policy later on. Or one day, force those shares to someone else? So before anyone joins in, you need a company law to keep the company running right. Like, if the court keeps making profits, it has to share dividends. If the court wants to buy back shares, it must pay at market price. As he kept listening, the light in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes got brighter. He gripped his fists with excitement and felt even more pumped up inside. A government-run joint stock company. 2 strategies came to him right then. Plus that passionate speech from Qinchuan just now. Every word left him in awe. Zhu Yuanzhang had no doubt these strategies would work. Just listening to it, he could tell the plan was tight and detailed. Flawless. Perfect. Uncle Qin, I think there's something wrong here. Zhu Biao looked at the overexcited Zhu Yuanzhang. He really didn't want to spoil the mood. Sure, this lets the court start the company. But while the court makes money, it's also helping those guys get richer. And those old ministers who fought with you, Your Majesty, are mostly lords or marquises. They already hold a ton of power. Now they'd have a pile of cash too. If that happens, things could get out of control. Hu Weiyong is dead. You all know that, right? Qin Chuan didn't answer Zhu Biao's question. Instead, he brought up something else. Zhu Biao thought, of course I know. We watched him die with our own eyes. But he just replied, I heard a bit about it. Next, it's time for those Huaishi brothers who fought with His Majesty. Qin Chuan said with some regret. Uncle Qin, don't say such rebellious things. Zhu Biao was shocked. He glanced nervously at Zhu Yuanzhang. Seeing nothing was wrong, he finally relaxed. Do you know who you're talking to right now? How dare you say something like that? Zhu Biao tried his best to talk sense into Qin Shua. How can you just say whatever's on your mind? If the wrong person hears this, you're the one who's going to suffer. Qin Chuan curled his lips, acting like he didn't care at all. But what Zhu Biao didn't know was, Zhu Yuanzhang was already used to hearing Qin Chuan's reckless talk. This is nothing. He felt mad and wronged, but still had to act like he was a tough guy. Bro, why are you so sure? His Majesty would betray his loyal subjects? Zhu Yuanzhang felt exhausted. Am I really that kind of person? Qin Chuan thought to himself. Because I'm a product of 9 years of compulsory education. But out loud he said. These ministers did everything for the Ming dynasty. Pretty much devoted their lives. Loyal even to death. But now that the Ming is founded, most of them only think about protecting their own interests. They get stuck in their ways. The people who helped build the empire, now, have become obstacles to its growth. They form cliques, keeping their grip on power in the Ming dynasty's elite circle. So that they and their descendants can always be part of the ruling class, enjoying privilege and wealth. Honestly, those people deserve what they get. There's not much to feel sorry about. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang felt delighted inside. That's exactly what I was thinking. They're not royalty, so why should their kids get top jobs just because they did? Letting their descendants hold power after them, living rich forever. I know human nature better than anyone. His eyes watered a bit. A wave of warmth filled his heart. There really are people who get me. The real pity is the ones who always stayed loyal to His Majesty, and the true cause of their deaths is actually because of the Emperor. No matter what, His Majesty can't escape the blame. Guess I got ahead of myself. Thought I'd found a kindred spirit. Turns out you're just another critic. Zhu Biao couldn't figure it out. The problem lies in the hereditary system. Qin Chuan explained. His Majesty is worried that after he's gone, these guys will team up to protect their own interests and bully the new emperor. New emperor, new officials. The new ruler needs his own team. So His Majesty had to be ruthless, not giving those old ministers a chance to defend themselves, just getting rid of them all at once. Zhu Yuanzhang went silent. That's true. That's exactly what I was worried about. I won't let anyone, or any group, control Ming's future. This empire belongs to me. The Zhu family name should endure under my descendants, in peace and prosperity, for generations to come. So, Uncle Qin, what do you think His Majesty should do now? Come on, tell your father what to do. Qin Chuan looked at Zhu Biao and blurted out. Zhu Biao was shocked. Oh crap. He slipped up. Haven't you read the classics? It's all written in the books. Qin Chuan stared at Zhu Biao in disbelief. He couldn't help but urge him. Never mind, forget it. Just another bookworm. Zhu Biao felt wronged inside. I know astronomy and geography. I'm good at everything. Smart about everything. Even good looking. So how am I a bookworm in your eyes? I'm so mad. So wronged. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at Zhu Biao, thinking to himself, son, now you get how your dad feels, huh? Forget it. As long as he's happy. The two looked at each other in silence, thinking different things, faces showing all kinds of emotions. You ever heard of the 24 heroes of Lingyan Pavilion? Qin Chuan said, isn't that like pre-written homework? Just waiting for His Majesty to copy? Ming can have something like a hall of meritorious ministers, not just for the founding heroes, but for anyone who contributes to the country later on. They can pay respect to the royal family, sharing honor with the nation. Then declare the Hu Weiyong case to the public, and at the same time forgive his innocent family. Lenient punishment for less guilty followers. Severe punishment for the worst offenders. Take both approaches at once. Who would dare say His Majesty betrays his people after that? His Majesty would look amazing after this move. And his reputation would definitely go through the roof. Make a huge comeback. Too bad His Majesty is so blinded by killing now. He probably can't even think that far ahead. Zhu Yuanzhang's mind was shaken hearing this. Why didn't I think of that? Actually, these days his urge to kill his ministers isn't as strong as before. After he saw the world map, Zhu Yuanzhang's vision had already turned beyond China's borders. If he wants to take over new lands, he still needs his old allies. He wants to sweep across the world, conquer the globe, let the Ming dynasty's power cover all under the sun and moon. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Qin Chuan, his eyes full of confidence. Ancestor, you gotta help me even more now. Our future depends on you. Qin Shou, are you saying get rid of hereditary titles? Zhu Biao asked hesitantly. But if we do that, people will think His Majesty keeps changing his mind. Of course we have to end it, but not right away. There needs to be some time to adjust. Qin Chuan said. Like, unless you achieve something big, your title only gets passed down 3 generations. Maybe set aside some company shares, let them buy in advance. When they lose their hereditary rights, those shares can go to their descendants. Just pay the difference then. That way, their families will still have enough to live on. I don't think anyone would object. His Majesty has already done more than enough for them. If they miss the chance, they can't blame the emperor. Qin Chuan, my friend, have you ever thought about becoming an official? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Qin Chuan with excitement. You're an immortal. You shouldn't just hide here doing nothing. I can't officially reward you otherwise. Lao Zhu, why are you like this? Qin Chuan sighed. He thought to himself, are you nuts or what? Working under Zhu Yuanzhang is a good way to lose your head at any time. What's with that look? Feeling Qin Chuan's strange expression, Zhu Yuanzhang got annoyed again, too angry to speak. Always looking down on me, always complaining, but there's nothing I can do about him. Isn't that just infuriating? Trying hard to ignore Qin Chuan's weird look, Zhu Yuanzhang spoke up again. Hey bro, look. I've got sweet potatoes, maps, and the immortal's method of refining salt. Plus years of business experience, with contacts to see His Majesty. He said with a grin. I've got resources, and you've got the brains. Success is right in front of us. When Qin Chuan heard that, he didn't even smile. Still looking at me with suspicion, he sized up the old guy in front of him. No way, people are eager to die these days? What's with that look? Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't keep his composure under the stare. Man, life's too hard. The immortal is great, but I can never keep up with his thoughts. Like right now. That makes sense, though. The immortal thought of something else. Damn, I've never been weak in my whole life. Oh, you're the immortal. Okay, then that's chill. Qin Chuan flat out refused. Am I crazy or what? Hey, I got a system, you know. No need to squeeze onto the same path as them. Just lying flat and enjoying life. Marry 8 or 10 wives later on, easy. No need to worry about getting judged. Isn't that awesome? Oh right, speaking of the system. Almost forgot about it. Why the hell hasn't that damn system upgraded yet? Zhu Yuanzhang is way too savage. Maybe when he dies, Zhu Biao just spit out his cola. What? He felt totally shocked. Qin Hui and Zhu Biao's faces turned pale. Quickly cut him off, watch your words. What the hell kind of talking is that? The emperor is too cruel. Gotta wait for him to die. How could you even say that? Zhu Biao seriously worried his dad would get pissed and order him killed. Saying that, even if not to the emperor, an ordinary person would freak out. But Zhu Yuanzhang didn't get angry after hearing it. He just asked with a weird look, are you worried? The emperor would kill loyal subjects? Not really. Mostly I just haven't figured it out yet. I'll decide later. Qin Chuan answered half-heartedly. So that's how it is? Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. He figured it's not time for the immortal to step in yet. But first, I need to ease his doubts. Alright, let's open another can. Zhu Biao took a deep breath. He smashed open the second can. A stack of books popped into his hands. Qin Chuan couldn't hold back after hearing the system prompt. He burst out laughing. Zhu Biao stared at the colorful books in his hands, totally confused. Couldn't understand a thing written on them. Zhi Yuanzhang picked up one and flipped through it, only to see weird symbols on the paper. Could these be books about immortal magic? Uncle Qin, stop laughing. What did I just get out of that thing? Zhu Biao shot Qin Chuan an annoyed look, and asked. Dude, this is a treasure. It's the 9-year compulsory education, the complete set of elementary math textbooks. Zhu Yuanzhang was baffled. He recognized every character, but together it made no sense. His face turned red. He was not having it. But to be fair, he wasn't the only one clueless. Zhu Biao was just as lost. The book sounds awesome, but seems pretty complicated. Uncle Qin, can you explain elementary math to me? Zhu Biao didn't know Arabic numerals, or simplified Chinese characters, but with his sharp eye, he could instantly tell. These symbols made calculations so simple. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Didn't expect Zhu Biao to react like that. How do I even explain this? Qin Chuan scratched his head. His eyes showed a hint of confusion. Yeah, like, how do I even explain this? How come you guys have so many questions? Qin Chuan was on the verge of a breakdown. Let me give a simple example. Watch closely. Qin Chuan casually picked up a stick. He drew a tic-tac-toe grid on the ground. He pointed and said, this grid is 3 by 3. 3 times 3 is 9. So there are 9 squares. If it's 4 by 3, 3 times 4 is 12. Then there are 12 squares. Brother Qin Chuan, but your multiplication table only works for full grids. What if a square is missing in the grid? How do you count it then? Zhu Yuanzhang had a sharp eye. He instantly spotted the key issue. Are you being silly? Use your head. Qin Chuan looked so frustrated. If it's not equal, make it equal. Hey. Oh right, why didn't we think of that? Uncle Qin, how do we make it equal? And after balancing it, how do we count? If one square is missing, just add 1. Then subtract 1 from the total. Like if this grid only has 8 squares, add 1 to make it 3 times 3, which is 9. Then subtract 1, so it's 8. That's pretty amazing. Zhu Yuanzhang was stunned. Because with so few squares, you can count them at a glance? But suddenly he realized. Just the other day, Lan Yu talked to him about counting wounded soldiers and logistics. With this method, couldn't you finish counting in one day? But what does 3 mean? 3 means 9, 3 4 is 2, huh? Uncle Qin, is this mathematics? Zhu Biao asked the question for his father. He was shocked too. This is just basic math. Qin Chuan explained. It's called the multiplication table. According to the table, you can get the answer right away. Zhu Biao stared wide-eyed. Like, I don't believe it. A multiplication table can actually cover all math problems? Qin Chuan said seriously. Math covers analysis, and also calculation, statistics, and more. If it really advances, maybe it's not useful right now, but it'll help countless generations. Math truly could stand alongside the teachings of Chengzhu. Zhu Biao murmured to himself. What Chengzhu theory? Qin Chuan replied with a look of annoyance. You scholars worship Chengzhu's teachings, but compared to math, they're worthless. Zhu Biao was amazed by this. You know, since the Song dynasty, Chengzhu theory started, and gradually became official doctrine. He hadn't heard anything this shocking in a long time. What's that look on your faces? About to ask another question? Am I Doraemon to you, or Li Yuanfang? No way, no way. If you keep asking, you'll even strip me of my secrets. How am I supposed to save face after this? That's enough for this question. Let's open the jar now. You can also try my roasted lamb. Qin Chuan quickly changed the subject. Zhu Biao wanted to keep asking, but Zhu Yuanzhang nudged him with his foot. So he had to stop. He picked up the jar and silently prayed, hoping for something good for Ming Dynasty. Finished praying, Zhu Biao smashed the last jar on the ground. It broke instantly, but nothing lit up. Seeing that, Zhu Yuanzhang knew it was empty. Don't be sad. You'll get something next time. Qin Chuan comforted him. It's getting late. You guys must be hungry, right? Come try this roasted lamb. Qin Chuan sprinkled cumin over it, plus some pepper and seasonings. The smell got even stronger. Their Adam's apples bobbed. If not for their status, they'd be fighting for it by now. Qin Chuan sliced the roasted lamb and filled their glasses with liquor. Barbecue goes best with alcohol. The more you drink, the better it tastes. Come have a bite. Before he even finished, they started eating right away. Wow, that's hot. So tasty. This is heavenly. Zhu Yuanzhang grabbed the first piece of lamb. It was still steaming, and shoved it in his mouth. It was so hot he blew air out, but still looked like he was enjoying it. Tender and flavorful. Better than bear paw. It's addictive, can't stop. After Zhu Biao tried it, he nodded nonstop. He just kept praising it. Don't just eat, have a drink. Qin Chuan couldn't even complain anymore. I really didn't know I had chef skills. Right. Good food needs good wine. Oh, this wine is nice. Zhu Yuanzhang lifted his cup. He smelled the rich aroma and praised it, then quickly took a sip. He thought about finishing it in one go, but didn't expect the liquor to be so strong. It burned his throat right away. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's shocked face, Qin Chuan knew what he was thinking. Even though Ming Dynasty had distilled liquor, it was never this strong. This wine is 52%. Drink slowly. Hey, isn't that a captain from the Qing army? Does that mean the emperor's in that cart? Li Jinglong was bored today, so he went out for a walk. He ran right into the emperor under cover. Early birds really do get the worm. Halt! He hadn't gone far, when a guard stopped him. I'm the son of Duke Chao, Li Jinglong. Is His Majesty in that cart? Seeing the situation, Li Jinglong was sure the emperor was inside. Sorry, young Master Li, I can't answer that. The order I got is, no one's allowed in here. The guard replied, calm but firm. Kid, you won't last long in government like this. I'm the Duke's heir. What could I do to the emperor? I'd just flatter him. Fine, no entry, huh? When the emperor comes, I'll get you transferred to be my underling, and I'll make your life hell. Can't drink anymore. I'm feeling dizzy. Zhu Yuanzhang stood up, swaying. Got stuff to do this afternoon. I can't get drunk. Or people will laugh at me. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang all tipsy, Qin Chuan burst out laughing. You're not drunk yet? You're about to fall over. Son, get up, Zhu. Yuanzhang nudged Zhu Biao, who was slumped over the table. Ah! Zhu Biao jerked awake. He shook his head to snap out of it, waving his hands and feet. Can't drink anymore. One more and I'll be wasted. These two really are father and son. Let's go, let's go. I'll walk you to the carriage. Hey, that's not necessary. Zhu Biao struggled to sit up, swaying as he reached out his hand. Uncle Qin, how could I let you see us off? Why? Just help my dad get home, that's all. Wait up. Wow, Qin Chuan could only roll his eyes. You know, I'm afraid you might toss your dad into the Qinhuai River. Fine, I'll walk you guys back. Qin Chuan picked up each of them with one arm after saying that, and headed straight out of the yard. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Highness. Li Jinglong. From a distance, they saw Qin Chuan carrying Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao out. They all gasped. Ever since His Majesty became emperor, has he ever gotten drunk? Never, right? I don't think the Crown Prince ever gets drunk either, right? Man, how happy do you have to be to get that wasted? And who is this kid, anyway? He actually drank with both His Majesty and the Crown Prince. Right now, Li Jinglong's mind was full of questions. Haha, chatting with Uncle Qin today. I learned a lot. Zhu Biao said to Qin Chuan. That's right. Meeting you is the best thing ever. Zhu Yuanzhang agreed. Too bad we can only be brothers. If you were my son, that'd be amazing. Wow, I treat you like a VIP client. And you want to be my dad? Talk about taking advantage. Qin Chuan rolled his eyes again. He thought, next time you guys want to drink, I'll be the pig. Let's hurry, get in the carriage, and go rest. Well, then, let's head out now. See you tomorrow. Zhu Yuanzhang hugged Qin Chuan, patting him on the shoulder and saying, all right, see you tomorrow. Qin Chuan answered reluctantly. Damn, these grown men. Get drunk and start acting all chatty like women. Uncle, see you tomorrow. Finally shook off Zhu Yuanzhang's hug, only to get hugged tight by Zhu Biao. Qin Chuan felt exhausted. What did I do to deserve this? To run into this father and son duo. Hurry up and go. Li Jinglong leaned over sideways, trying to eavesdrop on their conversation. But he was too far away, so only caught bits and pieces, like my son. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his scalp. Wait. This is enough to shake all of Nanjing. His Majesty has a secret child outside the palace. And even brought the crown prince to meet him. They seem to get along really well. No wonder both His Majesty and the crown prince were drunk. Now it all makes sense. Wait, did I just stumble on a huge royal secret? Doesn't that put me in danger? Li Jinglong looked at the officer in front of him, buttering him up. He grinned and said, "Can you just pretend I was never here today?" Nope. The officer pulled out a ledger and said sternly, "Anyone who comes here gets recorded in this registry." Damn, I thought I was the early bird, but turns out I'm the worm. This is just ridiculous. Inside the carriage, Biao, are you drunk? Zhu Yuanzhang asked playfully. Nope. Zhu Biao was back to normal. Uncle Qin's wine is strong, but he doesn't know how much we can drink. Haha. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed proudly. Biao, the Ming Empire is finally stable now. In a few years, I'll hand you the throne. I'll go to Fengyang with your mom for our golden years. I'm thinking of having Qin Chuan help you out. Getting Uncle Qin to become an official is like killing him. Will he really do it? Zhu Biao remembered Qin Chuan's resistance, and couldn't help but laugh. Did you forget what he said about Zhu's learning today? Zhu Yuanzhang said slyly. If word of that gets out, the scholars of the world would be lining up to see him. Father, this doesn't seem right. Zhu Biao looked a bit worried. What's wrong with it? Zhu Yuanzhang replied calmly. Since Qin Chuan knows so much about court affairs, it means he's ambitious. So, in that case, let's push him a bit. The stone lions by the gate at the Li residence in Jinling stand about 5 feet tall. The glazed roof tiles shine gold under the sun. The big red iron gate, over 10 feet wide, makes it look even more majestic. In the study, Li Qi looked at Li Shanchang, who'd been silent for a while, and quietly asked, Dad, do you still need to report illness to His Majesty? Hu Weiyong is dead. Really dead? Li Shanchang didn't answer. He just kept repeating that sentence. Dad, Hu Weiyong brought this on himself. He colluded with foreign pirates. You can't blame His Majesty for being upset. Li Qi said dismissively. Ha ha ha. When Li Shanchang heard that, he suddenly burst out laughing. He wiped away tears from laughing so hard, glanced at Li Qi, and sighed. When the emperor wants you dead, you have no choice but to die. Li Qi's face changed instantly. He hurriedly said, Dad, that's a dangerous thing to say. First Lu Bowen, then Hu Weiyong. Son, who do you think is next? Li Shanchang asked, looking odd. Hearing this, Li Qi instantly went pale, stunned. Dad, that can't be. His Majesty already decreed. The princess would marry me. Why not? Li Shanchang said, totally hopeless. Did you expect Hu Weiyong, who was so powerful yesterday, would be dead today? This? Li Qi opened his mouth several times, but couldn't say a word to refute. He just muttered, Why? Your Majesty, didn't you already take Dad's royal immunity? It's simple, Li Shanchang said bluntly. We, the brothers who helped His Majesty seize the throne, hold too much power. If we joined forces, even the emperor would have to worry. After hearing this, Li Qi fell silent. Li Shanchang didn't say more. He used to think just like his son, the exact same way. Since Zhu Yuanzhang accepted his immunity token, he thought it meant he'd pledged himself. As long as he kept a low profile, he'd live out his days safely. But today, Hu Weiyong killed himself in court, like a blow to the head, suddenly waking him up. Turns out, he was never out of this death trap. Dad, how about we retire and go back home? That was the best Li Qi could think of. Hearing this, Li Shanchang almost coughed up blood. He thought to himself, how did I end up with such a clueless son? If only you were like Qin Chuan. If Qin Chuan were my son, I'm sure right now, he'd have a way out of this mess. Who the heck is Qin Chuan? Never heard of him. Dad, seriously, how can you joke at a time like this? Li Shanchang glared at him, waving his hand in frustration. Use your brain for once. Are you dumb or what? Are you dumb or what? How many times do I have to tell you? Why don't you ever listen? What do you even do all day? Dad, please calm down. Watching his dad go off like a machine gun, looking furious, Li Qi quickly begged for mercy. Honestly, he was pretty scared of Dad getting angry. Hu Weiyong just died. And you, the imperial tutor, want to retire immediately? Are you in a hurry to die or what? Li Shanchong was terribly frustrated. Hu Weiyong's case was already decided by His Majesty. And now you're making His Majesty lose face. That's like telling the whole world. Hu Weiyong was wrongly killed by the Emperor. That the Emperor is after me next. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Li Qi said, finally realizing. I'm so bitter. No, from today on, I'm putting in overtime, and starting all over. Next time, I hope for a son half as smart as Qin Chuan. Wait, Li Shanchong suddenly had an idea. Yeah, even if he's not my son, I could still go to him for advice. Ask him for help. Dad, where are you going? Watching his dad jump out of bed and rush out the door, Li Qi looked totally lost. Dad, you forgot your shoes. One day. Wow, this place is really bustling. Qin Chuan looked around Jinling City. Stalls everywhere. Shadow plays, candied hawthorns, snacks, you name it. The place looked super lively. Hey kid, selling that cup in your hand? Just as Qin Chuan was looking around, a voice came from behind. It was a middle-aged man, with some big, strong servants behind him. Wow. I just got here, and I'm already in a TV drama scene. Qin Chuan scoffed to himself, and coldly said, not for sale. My master is Lord Xian, Li Shanchong, Grand Tutor of the Empire. The current Grand Tutor, Li Shanchong. If you sell me that cup, I'll put in a good word for you with my master. I guarantee you'll live in luxury. The steward saw Qin Chuan's attitude, and got really angry. If the young master hadn't told them to behave lately, he would have just grabbed it. No reason to waste words on this riffraff. Luxury? Qin Chuan smiled and said. I think you all better run while you can. Your master is like a grasshopper after autumn. He's not gonna last much longer. Haha. That's my first good laugh this year. When the steward heard that, he looked at his men, and cracked up. Hit him. How dare you slander our master? Everyone knows. The Grand Tutor's eldest son is about to marry the Ming princess. He's in the Emperor's good graces. And this punk has the nerve to say the master's days are numbered. If I don't teach him a lesson, where's the master's dignity? Qin Chuan looked at them coldly. Having a bad teammate is dangerous. Especially now, in such sensitive times, and you still can't keep your people in line. All Zhu Yuanzhang needs is an excuse, and heads will roll. Seriously, just asking for trouble. Stop. Just then, Li Shanchong squeezed through the crowd, looking thrilled to see Qin Chuan, and called out. It really is Brother Qin Chuan. Brother Li, what are you doing here? Master sent me out to buy a few things. Seeing the puzzled look on Qin Chuan's face, Li Shanchong explained. Oh, I see, Qin Chuan nodded. Then, Li Shanchong pointed at the rowdy servants across the street, and curiously asked. Just a bunch of mad dogs. Qin Chuan said casually. Let me handle this, brother. Seeing this, Li Shanchong quickly interjected. That's Li Shanchong's steward. Qin Chuan reminded him just in case. Bro, you forgot. Your buddy Zhu can pull strings to meet the Emperor. Li Shanchong patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder, telling him to relax. After that, he went over and whispered a few words to the steward. You could see a struggle on the steward's face. Then he just snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Didn't expect that. Old Zhu does have some connections. Qin Chuan teased. Without solid connections, no one would dare come work under the Emperor's nose. Li Shanchong chuckled. Qin Chuan thought about it and agreed. But bro, here in the capital, a single brick could kill several sixth-rank officials. So don't get too fired up. Li Shanchong quickly changed the subject, and reminded, especially with these powerful types. Avoid them if you can. No fear, no worries. I have the Emperor backing me. Is His Majesty showing his hand now? Wait, then why didn't he recognize me? Oh, my dear Qin. You gotta watch your mouth, seriously. Li Shancheng hurriedly said. Remember what I told you before? All those old officials who helped the emperor rise up end up getting killed by him. Especially Li Shancheng here. He'd be the first to go. Li Shancheng almost cried when he heard that. He nearly burst into tears. What did I do wrong? Do I really deserve to die like this? But why does Li Shancheng have to die? Because no matter how close he is to the emperor, the moment his achievements outshine the ruler, and there's nothing left to reward him, it's his head on the chopping block. Li Shancheng is clever enough to know this well. Qin Chuan said calmly. I get the logic. But what should he do? So what do you think Li Shancheng should do right now? Li Shancheng tried to hide his urgency and asked calmly. Given the current situation, Shancheng has only one way out. Become a solitary minister. That means tons of power, but no one close to you, and no real power base. Usually, only the emperor's most trusted can try this. Wouldn't risk it otherwise. But most of them end up dying when the next emperor takes over. You're saying? Li Shancheng guessed what Qin Chuan was really getting at, but was extremely hesitant, and didn't dare say it out loud. When it comes to being a solitary minister in Ming right now, he's the only one truly qualified. Qin Chuan came right out and said it for him. As long as the emperor supports you, you won't fall anytime soon. And besides, Li Shancheng is already pretty old. By the time the crown prince is on the throne, who knows where his ashes will be? He wouldn't even have to worry about payback. So it's worth being the emperor's loyal right-hand man. Even if there's a risk of being the scapegoat, it's a risk he can live with. Li Shancheng looked at Qin Chuan with a complex gaze. There was some admiration, mixed with a little bitterness. I'm so jealous, really. Why can't I have a brilliant son like that? So unfair. Qin Chuan, my brother. With all your talent, didn't you ever want to become an official? Nope. Qin Chuan rejected it without any hesitation. Why? Just used to being carefree. Li Shancheng was stunned. He asked, testing the waters. What if one day, the emperor himself ordered you to be an official? As for Zhu Yuanzhang, Li Shancheng felt he knew him pretty well. With Zhu Yuanzhang's personality, there's no way he'd let a genius run free. He'd have to keep him close. If you can't be his ally, you'll end up dead. Is the emperor an idiot? He'd never make a total nobody an official. What, am I the emperor's long-lost son or something? Qin Chuan laughed out loud at that. Man, old Li, you've got an imagination. Didn't know you could come up with something like that. Looks like he's got officials on his mind. When Li Shancheng heard what Qin Chuan said, he twitched his lips. In the whole country, only this guy dares to speak to his majesty like that. If it were anyone else, Zhu Yuanzhang would have skinned them alive by now. Forget it, let's drop this topic. Li Shancheng stopped this subject. Let his majesty worry about it himself. Qin Chuan, my friend. Anything special brings you into the city? I want to buy a house to live in here. Qin Chuan replied. Perfect timing, brotherly. I actually have an empty house right now. And I was just wondering what to do with it. How about this? I'll give it to you. Hearing this, Li Shancheng quickly offered with a smile. Wow. Even the stewards are so rich these days? You can just give away a house in the capital like it's nothing. No need for that. I'll buy it at market price. Qin Chuan didn't want to take advantage. He's got a fortune of 9,000 taels of silver, after all. You treat me like an outsider now? Li Shancheng pretended to be offended. It's just a house. Not something really valuable. With that tone and attitude, I admit I'm jealous. I'd be a fool to pass up a bargain. Well, in that case, I'll gladly accept it. That's how brothers should be. After hearing this, Li Shancheng's face lit up. He smiled and said, let's go. I'll show you the place. Imperial Study, Royal Palace. Zhu Yuanzhang was handling official business at his desk. It hasn't even been a day, but petitions are already piling up on the desk. Zhu Yuanzhang was used to it. He'd spent half his life fighting. He's full of energy. Not using it for work would be a waste. If he works a bit harder, brings Qin Chuan into the court, he can hide his merits forever and live a fairy tale life with his wife. Your Majesty, urgent intel from the Imperial Guard. Just then, a young eunuch rushed in. Zhu Yuanzhang immediately opened the report. Qin Chuan has actually left the shop. Li Shanchong staged a drama all by himself. And even gave Qin Chuan a house. They're cleaning it up now. Zhi Yuanzhang thought for a moment and said, tell them to keep watching and report back. No matter the time from now on. No matter what I'm doing. Anything related to Qin Chuan. Report it to me immediately. Understood, Your Majesty. The young eunuch replied right away. And backed out. Zhi Yuanzhang put the report down. And scoffed, that Li Shanchong really has a strong survival instinct. But that's fine. Saves me a lot of trouble. While he was thinking, Empress Ma's voice came from outside the hall. Chongba, it's getting late. Eat first, then get back to work. As she said this, Empress Ma entered with a few maids. She sniffed the air. And looked at Zhi Yuanzhang. And complained, how much did you drink today? Zhi Yuanzhang heard this. Sniffed himself left and right. And gave an awkward smile. Yeah, had a bit too much today. Hearing this, Empress Ma smiled and asked. Did you fix all your worries? Seeing Zhi Yuanzhang's look, she knew the long-standing troubles had finally faded away. Chongba, whatever you want to do, I'll always support you. But as the emperor now, every word and deed is recorded in history. Don't punish the innocent too harshly. Empress Ma was still a bit worried inside. The news about Hu Weiyong is already everywhere. She's always been kind-hearted, and also knows Zhi Yuanzhang can't tolerate any mistakes. Afraid he'll use this to make things worse. That wouldn't be good. Hearing this, Zhi Yuanzhang paused. Then walked over and took her hand. He sighed, sis. You don't need to worry. Zhi Yuanzhang sighed. My sister has become even kinder since her illness. Way too soft-hearted now. Can't stand the sight of blood. If it weren't for Qin Chuan, she would have ended up disappointed. Even though he knows she won't blame him, he still feels guilty. Chongba, so you've thought it through. Sensing Zhi Yuanzhang's lighter mood, Empress Ma was happy too. Killing the innocent just goes against heaven's will. It's all thanks to Qin Chuan. Zhi Yuanzhang nodded. Can you tell me more? Empress Ma's curiosity was piqued. Sure, let's sit and talk. He's really that capable? Empress Ma was surprised after listening. So this young man isn't much different from an old official like Li Shanchong. Not much at all. Li Shanchong. Better not brag. You're still trying to learn from him. Better not bring it up. Speaking of which, Zhi Yuanzhang got a bit frustrated. From the rebellion till now, Zhi Yuanzhang felt his team was full of rare talents. But when it comes to Qin Chuan, he feels there's a whole new level. It's honestly frustrating. What annoys him more is that this kid doesn't want to become an official at all. And he can't force him. Sometimes, Zhi Yuanzhang really wants to grab Qin Chuan and ask, is it me or the Ming dynasty that makes you so unhappy? Why act like this? Come on, am I really so unpopular? Where's the proof of my tyranny everyone talks about? He just felt a wave of frustration rise inside. Zhi Yuanzhang's eyes grew gloomy. What's wrong? Sensing the change, Empress Ma was confused. This Qin Chuan actually affects King Ba's mood. Now I'm even more curious about this Qin Chuan. You should let me meet him sometime. So, you really want to see him? At that moment, Zhi Yuanzhang remembered the report that just came. What a perfect opportunity. Since you want to meet him, after court tomorrow morning, I'll take you to see him. And try his cooking while we're at it. It's just barely dawn outside. The early court session has started in the Ming Palace. The Hall of Supreme Harmony is already full of ministers. The current situation is very clear. Li Shanchong leads the civil officials. Suda leads the military officers. Standing separately, you can feel the order and respect. Soon enough, Zhi Yuanzhang entered the hall from the palace. And took his throne. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor forever. Everyone bowed respectfully. And shouted. As always, Zhi Yuanzhang spoke with authority. Today, I have two things to announce. Could it be the emperor has chosen his cabinet already? The ministers' hearts started to race. They stared intently at Zhi Yuanzhang. We await your majesty's instructions. The officials instantly bowed and spoke respectfully. Zhi Yuanzhang nodded. He continued in a serious tone, I want to build a hall of honor. It will house statues of honored officials. Who counts as an honored official? I am an honored official myself. Those who helped overthrow the Yuan dynasty and unified the empire are also honored officials. They can all have statues made to be placed inside and receive royal offerings. Their fates tied to the nation. From now on, anyone who contributes greatly to the country, those who achieve great things, can enter the Hall of Honor. Then Zhu Yuanzhang spoke loudly. I want those with merit to be known by everyone today and remembered for generations. I'm not testing if any of you have ambitions, nor am I afraid of your achievements overshadowing mine. You don't need to worry that one day I might get rid of you. Zhu Yuanzhang stood up with authority, speaking passionately about what he saw these days. He said it broadened his horizons and made him realize just how vast the world is. It's far greater than only this land called Ming. There are places remote and far away that are not all barren. I want to work with you all, united in trust. Let's govern Ming together. Let's build the most prosperous Ming ever. Let's make our territory endless. Zhu Yuanzhang was full of confidence. He looked like a true ruler overlooking the world. At that moment, all officials in the palace paused and felt chills on their scalps. They gasped in awe. Everyone was stunned by Zhu Yuanzhang's words, but at the same time, they felt fired up. Which loyal official doesn't want to be remembered in history? Hearing His Majesty say this, doesn't it mean working hard gives us a chance? This Hall of Honor. What a Hall of Honor! This Hall of Honor can truly unite the hearts of the people and tie them firmly to Ming. A smile appeared on Zhu Yuanzhang's lips. He was in a great mood. After Qin Chuan's words that day, Zhu Yuanzhang had thought it over carefully upon returning. He had finally understood what Qin Chuan meant. It's like when a company first announces it's going bankrupt. So to get through tough times, they announce layoffs, and even lay off some longtime employees. When everyone at the company is anxious, the boss all of a sudden says he's with the employees all the way, and there will be no more layoffs. People who would be angry about layoffs, even those strongly dissatisfied, instead of complaining now, start to feel grateful. Zhu Yuanzhang sat proudly on the throne, receiving the officials' bows and cheers. He paused for a moment, looked at Li Shanchang nearby, and suddenly came up with an idea. Ahem. He cleared his throat. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand and spoke up. He said sternly, this idea isn't all mine. Li Shanchang quickly looked at Zhu Yuanzhang. Is he about to lead a new campaign now? Li Longjing also glanced at Zhu Biao with a strange look. Now I get it, His Majesty has gone through all this trouble just to credit the inner guard. Looks like the Crown Prince's position will bring more political struggle. Actually, it was Li Shanchang's idea from a few days staying in the palace. I just built on his idea to come up with all these thoughts. This truly deserves a great merit for Xiangua. As soon as he said this, all the officials in the palace looked toward Li Shanchang. No wonder you're the Duke Xian. That was a great idea. It actually inspired His Majesty to come up with such a brilliant plan. Yeah, Duke Xian really is impressive. No wonder it was you, my lord. You woke up His Majesty with just one remark. Right now, Emperor Li Longji. What kind of antics are you pulling? I don't get it. I swear I didn't do anything. Would you believe me? Even though Zhu Yuanzhang gave me all the credit, and all the other officials are jealous of me, giving me those envious looks. Your own people know the truth, right? Who really came up with this plan? Like he wouldn't know. Li Shanchang looks totally confused. Your Majesty, this has absolutely nothing to do with me. It was all Qin Chuan's idea. Li Shanchang is totally lost right now. Also, I've selected the cabinet members. I've decided on one chief counselor, one deputy chief, and 3 associate counselors. That makes 5 total. The whole hall erupted in excitement. As soon as Zhu Yuanzhang said this, all the civil and military officials in the hall suddenly started breathing faster. Their eyes lit up. A seat in the cabinet like this, who wouldn't want it? Chief Counselor Li Shanchang, Deputy Chief Li Wenzhong. The rest are dismissed. Zhu Yuanzhang announced his picks. After thinking about it, he had nothing else to say, just waved his hand with authority, and dismissed everyone. Then he left straight away. Now, all eyes were on Li Shanchang. When did His Majesty ever value someone this much? Ugh, so many ministers are all tearing up out of frustration. We all fought by His Majesty's side. So why him? Hold it in, don't be jealous. I'm not envious. I'm not bitter about him. Ugh, can't help it anymore. Guess I'll just go home and have a good cry by myself. All the ministers left angrily. Jealousy was flying everywhere. Didn't expect the guy to be so favored by His Majesty. Suda walked alongside Li Shanchong. He teased him. Li Shanchong sighed, "Su, come on man. Stop making fun of me. You don't even know my situation right now. His Majesty is just using me as an example. And I'm pretty much up against everyone else." Suda also sighed when he heard that. After a while, he finally said, "Still, it's a good start." Li Shanchong stayed silent for a long time. He looked back at the palace. He said nothing. But Qin Chuan's words echoed in his mind again. "Seems like His Majesty knew I was acting. With an emperor this sharp, he probably realized it was Qin Chuan showing me the way. He's just giving me a nudge." Meanwhile, Li Wenzhong was showing off in front of his son. "See, your dad is still the emperor's favorite." Li Jinglong just rolled his eyes. "Dad, you should thank me for this one. Without me, you wouldn't have gotten this position." Li Wenzhong got mad right away. "Are you asking for a beating, kid?" "Dad, fighting is forbidden inside the palace." "Yeah, but they never said dads can't hit their sons." Li Wenzhong took off his shoe and threatened him fiercely. Li Jinglong took off running in front, thinking about how to get closer to Qin Chuan. Meanwhile, word from today's morning court spread all over Nanjing. Building a temple of meritorious officials. His Majesty is really broad-minded. The emperor isn't even worried about officials outshining the throne. So narrow-minded. That's too small-minded. And about the Hu Weiyong case? Didn't His Majesty only execute a few people? All verified corrupt officials. Without implicating anyone else. I'm going home to send my kid off to private school now. At the same time, at the Qin residence, Qin Chuan was lying in a chair in the courtyard, enjoying the sun in total comfort, sipping on coke with his left hand, and nibbling on chicken wings with his right. Living a chill, comfy life. Life's so good, I envy neither lovebirds nor immortals. It's this laid-back life I love. How come I never realized this before? Young master, have you heard? Just then, a maid came back with groceries, looked at Qin Chuan lying in the courtyard, and asked him gossiping. Heard what? Qin Chuan asked casually, eyes still closed. So the maid repeated everything she'd heard in town today, word for word, without missing anything. Huh? Qin Chuan opened his eyes, a flash of confusion in his eyes. Why does this plan sound so familiar? Wait a minute. Isn't that the idea I bragged to old Zhu about the other day? Look at the result. Perfect. Too bad though. I'm above all these petty interests. I'm a true recluse. I don't care for fame or fortune. If I actually claimed credit for all this, I'd be unstoppable. Oh, now I get it. No wonder old Li asked me that day. If the emperor asked me to be an official, would I accept? All makes sense now. I never imagined those two could actually win over the emperor. It's unreal. How could anyone just meet the emperor so easily in the old days? Imperial study, palace. Haha. Great. Fantastic. Zhu Yuanzhang put down the memorial papers and let out a hearty laugh. On the desk before him were piles of praise from all over the country about the Hu Weiyong case and the temple of meritorious officials. The number of people signing up for exams everywhere has suddenly jumped. Very good, very good. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Keep it up. And soon, everyone in the country will be loyal to Ming. And then, how could Ming not thrive? You're grinning from ear to ear. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang smile, Empress Ma was happy too. Her face bloomed with a radiant smile. Ming is lucky to have an emperor like you. It's a blessing for the people and the country. When did you get so good at flattery, girl? With a smile on his lips, Zhu Yuanzhang smiled bitterly. Can't help it. Much as I like your praise, I still know the truth. Ming being where it is today isn't all thanks to me. But it's a shame. I can't give Qin Chuan the credit for this. So, instead, I'll just spend more time with you. Of course, it's not that I just want to enjoy your company for free. I honestly want to make it up to you this way. Since you have nothing to do at court, why don't I take you to meet Qin Chuan? Zhu Yuanzhang turned to the eunuch Wang Lin waiting nearby and gave the order. I'm leaving the palace now, Your Majesty. If it weren't for you and the Empress going out today, as often as you've been leaving lately, I'd start to wonder. If your majesty was hiding some mistress outside. Girl, there's something I gotta tell you first. Sitting in the carriage, Zhi Yuanzhang looked at Empress Ma, a bit embarrassed. In front of that kid, I'm pretending to be a traveling merchant. Empress Ma heard this. She shot Zhi Yuanzhang an annoyed look. If he finds out later, wouldn't it be awkward between you two? It's just a quick fix. Right at this moment, suddenly, a loud shout came from the roadside. Give back my father's life, you dog emperor. Assassin. Protect his majesty. An angry shout rang out. The Qing officers hidden around the carriage were shocked. They all rushed out and surrounded the carriage. The sound of fast hooves came from far away. A fiery red dragon horse burst out. It was Li Jinglong. Li Jinglong yelled boldly. He was secretly pleased. Finally, I'm not a coward, right? Die, you pests. Broad daylight. In open skies. And you dare attack the emperor. After shouting, give me your life, he turned to the carriage and said, Your Majesty, stay right here. I'll be right back. Zhi Yuanzhang poked his head out of the carriage, looking at Li Jinglong. You silly kid. Still talking big. Why did you come out, Your Majesty? Aren't you just offering yourself up to these rebels? Your Majesty, don't come out. There might be archers out there. Li Jinglong's face looked super bitter. Even though we don't see archers yet, that doesn't mean they're not here. What if they've been waiting for this moment? Then I'd be a bug again. Ugh, ugh, ugh. So frustrating. This was clearly a perfect team fight for a big KDA, Zhu. Zhi Yuanzhang shoved Li Jinglong aside dismissively. He sounded cocky. On the battlefield. When we charged enemy camps on horseback, it was way more dangerous than now. It's just these little thugs. You think you can kill me? That's a joke. I am the Emperor of Ming. I rule this land. He grabbed the guard's spear, pointed at the rebels and said, This is my world now. Let's wipe out these traitors. Protect His Majesty. Li Jinglong watched Zhi Yuanzhang charge ahead, so mad he wanted to curse. He quickly called his men to follow. Whoosh. Zhi Yuanzhang threw his spear. He hit an assassin straight on. Right through, total chill. Zhi Yuanzhang took back the spear, stood with the spear in hand. He yelled proudly, I'm standing right here. If you want to kill me, come on. You clowns think you can change the world? His Majesty is mighty. His Majesty is so bold. Li Jinglong was stunned by Zhi Yuanzhang's moves. But he felt a bit close to him. This is the real emperor. Even Northern Yuan are like weak chickens in front of him. Let alone these assassins. They don't even know how to be grateful. His Majesty was born to save the world. He ended the century-long humiliation of the Han. Instead of being grateful, you try to assassinate him. Li Jinglong got pumped up by all this. He shouted at his men, Kill them all. Though the fight was fierce, it didn't last long. Compared to Zhu Yuanzhang's guards, they clearly weren't strong enough. Majesty, all assassins are dead. But to stay safe, Your Majesty should head back to palace. Li Jinglong, covered in blood, returned to Zhu Yuanzhang and said. But Zhu Yuanzhang waved it off. Didn't care at all. Hey, get me some clothes. I've got business to do. Wow, Li Jinglong was really surprised. That person is so important to His Majesty. Your Majesty shoulders the safety of the whole nation alone. All of Ming's fate rests on you. You're the lifeblood of the Ming dynasty. Li Jinglong saw this. He quickly knelt down on one knee. He clasped his hands and said, If anything happens to Your Majesty, I'll be remembered as a criminal for all time. If there's anything Your Majesty needs done, let me do it for you. This can't be handled by anyone else. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't even hesitate. He shook his head right away. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang was firm, Li Jinglong instantly changed his tune. Then please, let me accompany you, Your Majesty. To keep you safe. Zhu Yuanzhang thought for a moment. Such a big incident happened. If I don't let this kid come along, that's probably not possible. Let's go. Zhi Yuanzhang walked toward the carriage. With a wide gesture. Li Jinglong was thrilled. He hurried after him. Finally, he got his big chance. Oh right, you need to change into plain clothes too. After saying this, Zhu Yuanzhang got into the carriage. Yes, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, inside the Qin mansion. Snoring. Qin Chuan was lying on a chair. Snoring away. Sleeping comfortably. Talk about chilling. The three who came closer stared at this scene. And were a bit stunned. Wow, Li Jinglong, call this expert-level relaxation. Do you know something big happened in Jinling? Do you even realize? You nearly lost your majesty. You almost ended up an orphan. So laid back. Zhu Yuanzhang stepping through Qin's gate wasn't feeling great either. His face darkened. How could the Emperor of Ming ever get this treatment? He even gave you a gift and has to come check on you. But you don't seem to care much about me. Brother Qin, you're in a good mood. After all that's happened, you can still sleep? Qin Chuan was startled by Zhu Yuanzhang raising his voice. He jumped up, scared. Suddenly woke up. Looked around and asked, is there a fire? The three were dumbfounded by that question. Hey, Brother Zhu. You're here. Fully awake, Qin Chuan smiled. Why do you look kinda unhappy? If your dad saw you acting so carefree, he'd be anything but happy. Li Jinglong couldn't help but complain silently. Your Majesty got attacked by assassins in town today. Speaking of that, Zhu Yuanzhang was still furious. Such a dangerous spot. Right under the Emperor's nose. Someone dared to try assassinating me openly. That takes some nerve. Qin Chuan heard this. Looked at Zhu Yuanzhang's reaction again. Stunned. No way. Seriously? The Hongwu Emperor got taken down by some random killers? That's impossible. It's only year 12 of Hongwu. That's a sloppy way to die. Brother Zhu, if His Majesty is already dead, maybe stop working on your official post for now. Wait till the new emperor takes the throne. Qin Chuan was feeling heavy. This timeline's all messed up. How am I supposed to show off later? Boom, Li Jinglong really couldn't take it anymore. He collapsed. Your reading skills are off the charts. We only said it was an imperial gift. Imperial gift, who said that? His Majesty died. That was your own dad, okay? You can't even wish him well for once? Your Majesty's kid seems a bit slow. Your Majesty was destined to rule. He's not that easy to kill. Just got a scare. Zhu Yuanzhang pushed down his anger. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. If I didn't think I might lose, Zhu Yuanzhang would love to beat Qin Chuan up right now. This guy is definitely not normal. Who else would think like this? Anyone else, hearing the emperor got attacked, would first ask if he's okay. Who were the assassins? But this guy, he wants to bury the emperor right away. So he can inherit the throne. Yang, man, scared me to death. I knew the emperor wouldn't die so soon. Qin Chuan looked at Zhu Yuanzhang with a bit of blame. Brother, don't talk so dramatically next time. You'll just get roasted. How is this my fault anyway? It's clearly you who didn't get it. Fine, maybe I didn't explain it well. Have a little dignity. Forget it, let's switch topics. Brother Qin Chuan, what do you think about all this? Faced with Zhu Yuanzhang's question, Qin Chuan was confused. Why? Does this guy always ask pointless stuff? How would I know? I'm just an onlooker watching. Qin Chuan settled in the chair, wiggled a bit, found the most comfy position. He's the emperor, they're assassins. If they don't kill him, are they coming for me? Anyway, the emperor getting attacked might actually be a good thing. Li Jinglong's brain completely crashed. This counts as good news? You've gotta be nuts. Getting assassinated. How is that good? By that logic, if I get bored one day and put a knife to your dad's neck, based on your theory, you'd award me a promotion, right? Zhu Yuanzhang heard that, and his face turned instantly dark. His mouth twitched. This is some genius. A genius to help me out. Hold it together, stay calm. Keep perspective. Have a big heart. After this assassination attempt, the emperor will finally realize that holding 1,000,000 troops is far from enough. Qin Chuan watched the expressions of the three, thinking, maybe someday I'll tell you about Ming's history. The emperor will have to look at all of Ming and build a scary intelligence network. Jinui. What's that? Zhu Yuanzhang frowned. Didn't get it. Qin Chuan kept going. This Jinui is an agency handling spying, arrests, and interrogations all together. If there's no war, they're scattered across Ming, getting intel for the emperor everywhere, stopping local officials from faking loyalty. So even if the emperor never leaves the palace, he knows everything happening. If war breaks out, they change roles, becoming Ming spies within enemy armies. handling betrayal missions, and gathering intelligence. Li Jinglong's eyes flipped between Zhu Yuanzhang and Qin Chuan. Honestly, if I didn't know you guys, I'd think you're putting on a comedy show. Feeling Li Jinglong's suspicious look, Zhu Yuanzhang's face went bright red. I really didn't expect this. But with things going this way, I can't admit I wasn't prepared. So it's not my fault. I'm innocent. Even I wonder, are you like a worm inside the emperor's belly? Zhu Yuanzhang smiled casually. Why else would you know him so well? Hey, Qin Chuan suddenly remembered something. He stared at Zhu Yuanzhang and asked. Old Zhu, did you meet His Majesty? What do you mean by that? The new policies His Majesty just announced. Aren't they exactly what I told you guys? Qin Chuan was speechless. Still pretending, huh? Logically speaking, His Majesty would never come up with this. At the very least, the cabinet idea wouldn't appear until Zhu Laoxi's time. That's when it first took shape. If it's not what you said, then I might as well pack up and leave. If you're not a time traveler, you'd never think of this. As the saying goes, two tigers can't share one mountain. Unless one's male and one's female. Ahem, ahem. Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly started coughing. Damn, I messed up. Yeah, I suggested it to His Majesty. Zhu Yuanzhang met Qin Chuan's eyes. He spoke with feeling. But I never took credit from you, my brother. I only claim credit for offering the elixir. Qin Chuan was totally confused. Giant question marks all over his face. I planned to tell you directly once the time was right. Looks like that's not gonna work now. Before he could say anything, Zhu Yuanzhang thought for a moment, then continued. His Majesty accepted all your policy ideas. He praised you as the lucky star of Ming. After he's less busy, he'll come to you himself, give you the Duke title, and name you the Imperial Teacher of Ming. See this confused look on my face? I helped you out. And you stabbed me in the back? Qin Chuan panicked. He jumped up right away, ran straight into the house. Soon, Zhu Yuanzhang saw him with a bundle, muttering to himself. No idea what Qin Chuan was saying. He stood there, dumbfounded for a while before snapping out of it. He awkwardly asked, Hey, bro, what are you doing? I'm running away, isn't it obvious? Zhu Yuanzhang was dumbfounded by that reply again. Bro, His Majesty wants to promote you. That's a good thing. Why does it feel like you're about to be executed? What's so good about it? Qin Chuan's face was dark and gloomy. He stared angrily at Zhu Yuanzhang. I'd rather die, even get beaten to death outside, than ever work for Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang's mouth kept twitching. Now he just shut down. He's doing this on purpose, definitely on purpose. Granted the Duke title, named as Imperial Teacher. Do you know how much glory that is? Do you have to act like this? No way, no way. This punk is a god come down to earth. I can't hit him. Control myself, I have to control myself. Looking at his own shaking hand, Zhu Yuanzhang kept cursing in his head. Qin Chuan looked at old Zhu, confused. Why are your body and hands shaking like that? Is it epilepsy? You should get it checked out. That illness isn't something to take lightly. Whatever, as long as you're happy. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, feeling exhausted. He really didn't want to say anything more. All right, sir. Stop teasing him. Empress Ma covered her mouth, laughing. So you were all teasing me. I know you don't like being an official. So we would never do anything to make you sad, bro. Zhu Yuanzhang lowered his head and sighed. I'm so tired, let it all end. Whatever happens, happens. The result will be the same anyway. I'm not picky with food. Thinking about eating, Zhu Yuanzhang looked a bit embarrassed. He gulped, Hey bro. What are we eating today? Your Majesty, don't chicken out. A dad beating his son is an easy victory, right? Looking at Zhu Yuanzhang, who had his arm around Qin Chuan's shoulder. His face was pure foodie delight. My mood is super complicated. It's just crazy, seriously crazy. Old Zhu, are you part dog or something? Your nose is so sharp. Qin Chuan felt a wave of helplessness. Last time we had hot pot, he came. Had barbecue, he showed up. This time, I wanted some chicken legs. Sure enough, he's here again. Ha ha ha. Bro, I can smell it already. Zhu Yuanzhang secretly swallowed. Man, it smells so good. Bet it's another tasty dish. waiting for Qin Chuan to walk into the house. Soon he came out with a plate. Zhu Yuanzhang stared right at it. Couldn't help licking his lips. Bro, what delicious stuff is in that plate? When Zhu Yuanzhang said that, he seemed to suck in some drool. Old Zhu, this is called pistol leg. Qin Chuan explained with a smile. Pistol leg, huh? Made from chicken legs. Chicken legs really smell this good? Since that's the case, then I won't hold back. Zhu Yuanzhang grabbed one and handed it to Empress Ma. Here, try it. Empress Ma took the golden fried pistol leg. Honestly, first time seeing a pistol leg this color. So I guess the taste should be pretty good. Yeah, Empress Ma had a bite. She looked really surprised. How is it? How did you make the chicken this juicy, tender, and crispy? Want to learn? I'll show you. Qin Chuan said, eating as he spoke. In this world, for me, only good food can't be let down. So for eating, I'd even quit being an official. Empress Ma followed up. But that's not the whole reason. Qin Chuan thought for a moment, shook his head. Why then? Because since Qin dynasty, rise and fall of every dynasty, mostly depended on the emperor. Qin Chuan spoke seriously. People now are wealthy and healthy. But rewind 20 years. End of Yuan, folks were homeless. That's from two different ruling styles, causing totally different results. Even the same emperor can change completely over time. Take Tang's Longji for example. He worked hard at first, picked talented people. His Kaiyuan era was the peak of Tang. But after, spoiled Yang Guifei, ignored state affairs, trusted bad ministers, ended up with the Enlushan rebellion. That pretty much wrecked the Tang dynasty. Isn't that normal? Zhu Yuanzhang didn't get it. In old dynasties, that happened all the time. Normal, seriously? Qin Chuan was honestly mad about this. He started to sound pretty fired up. No, that's not okay. Why should regular folks have to pay for emperor's mistakes? Is that fair? Putting all hope on just one person? Is that right? Every dynasty's fall mostly started inside, all ruined by bad emperors. Even mighty Qin crashed after two rulers. Both Han dynasties did, too. Don't even mention Zhao Song. The emperor was so clueless, even got captured abroad. Sure, this emperor is brilliant now. Definitely a great ruler. But what's next? Who guarantees all Zhu's kids can be as awesome as him? They don't realize. But me, a time traveler, I totally know what's coming for Ming. No matter the dynasty, can't escape being wiped out. All because of the family rule mindset. It's not the people's country, it's just one person's. If I become an official, I'd want to change things. That's telling the emperor to rebel against himself. Which emperor would do that? As soon as he said this, Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly shuddered, almost coughed up blood from anger. I worked so hard for this empire. Just for you to go against me? I treat you as my lucky charm. And you want my life? Isn't this too much? Even more importantly, this guy's skills and strategies are proven. Plus the stuff in those jars. Bro, stop talking. I'm getting dizzy. Qin Chuan was fired up. But Zhu Yuanzhang was even more fired up now. You better cut it off. See? Even you, a merchant, can't accept it, let alone an emperor. Qin Chuan looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, whose face suddenly darkened, and spoke playfully. That's why being a carefree guy suits me. Otherwise, the emperor's rewards for me would just be trouble. As soon as he finished, Li Jinglong quietly gave Qin Chuan a thumbs up. That move, retreat to advance, is sharp. Super sharp. He's pushing His Majesty to pick between him and the crown prince. He glanced sideways at Zhu Yuanzhang, who was back to normal. Wow, with that attitude, thought His Majesty would be mad, but he stayed calm. He must really value him. Me, Li Jinglong, not worried about future planning yet. But right now, showing some goodwill, sucking up a bit won't hurt. For high position and wealth, nothing to be ashamed of. Sir, why say such harsh things? His Majesty spots true talent. You should feel proud. Li Jinglong made up his mind and quickly stepped forward, bowed toward Zhu Yuanzhang and Qin Chuan, with a big friendly smile. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang didn't interrupt him, he knew that was a sign of approval. My master often talks about you. Says you're just a young guy, but your talent shines above all. Qin Chuan, wow. I didn't know I was this awesome. Feeling embarrassed by all the praise, Qin Chuan was about to speak. But Li Jinglong kept talking. Bet you're stunned. When it comes to sucking up, I, Li Jinglong, never lose. Watch me, I'll flatter you dizzy. Since you're a big deal in Ming, you should give your best for Ming and His Majesty. Work with His Majesty to build a great Ming. About what you said? I feel like it's super complex and can slowly work it out with His Majesty. It can't be done all at once. His words were really passionate. Zhu Yuanzhang saw Qin Chuan all stunned by it, almost moved to tears. So touched, really touched. Finally someone understands me. I've been so wronged lately. Trying non-stop to boost Qin Chuan really took all my cleverness. Honestly, even his own dad isn't as invested as I am. Keep talking, don't stop. Go on, keep going. Let him see how hard we're trying. Now you know you messed up, kid. Once you realize it, you'll probably break down crying right away. Can't believe I made such a huge mistake. I've let His Majesty down. No, I have to go confess to His Majesty myself. When we get there, I'll reveal who I really am first. Then I'll just ignore him for a bit. And in the end, I'll graciously forgive him. If we do that, we'll have the perfect picture of harmony. I can already picture us together in the Forbidden City, eating hot pot on a snowy day. Come on, just admit your mistake. I can't wait any longer. Don't worry, I'll forgive you. Wait, Lao Zhu. Who is this guy? Get up, I'm not mad at you. What did you just say? Say it to me again if you dare. Can you just follow the script? See, this is my personal guard. Zhu Yuanzhang said darkly. Then be a good guard dog. I mean, just do your own job well. Hearing that, the smile on Li Jinglong's face slowly faded, until it disappeared. Zhu Yuanzhang took a deep breath. Fine, you just don't get me. I feel so wronged. But I don't blame you. It's not your fault you have the jars. Thinking about that, Zhu Yuanzhang turned to Qin Chuan and said, let's open a jar. I'll let my sister open all 3 jars today. She's opening them all. Then he handed Qin Chuan 3 silver notes. Last time, Zhu Biao opened a jar, and I opened an empty one myself. I learned something from that. You don't have to open them yourself. All these jars here belong to Qin Chuan. Even someone with destiny on their side can't be lucky every time. Qin Chuan just sells the jars. He doesn't care how you open them. With a wave of his sleeve, 3 jars appeared on the table. Li Jinglong looked a little stunned. Didn't expect that. He's also a master of acrobatics. Empress Ma was a bit worried. Since Zhu Yuanzhang had told her everything about Qin Chuan, she thought if she opened an empty jar, she'd let everyone down. Sis, don't worry so much. Just open whichever. There are plenty of jars. What Zhu Yuanzhang wants now are something extraordinary. Like an elixir, potatoes, or corn. As for the other stuff, he's not interested right now. Empress Ma gave Zhu Yuanzhang a long look, then stopped hesitating. She smashed the jar on the ground. Boom! A pillar of golden light shot down. The wind whipped up wildly, and the sound of a dragon's roar echoed in the air. All 3 of them were stunned. With an entrance like that, it must be heavenly soldiers descending. The 3 of them glanced at each other, all swallowing nervously. When the golden light faded, a golden card appeared before Empress Ma. Bro, what's this? Looking at the beautiful card in her hand, Zhu Yuanzhang was totally puzzled. Doesn't it usually turn into something else at this point? Why is it a card? Your wife just hit the jackpot. She drew a whole army of Iron Tortoise warriors. Whoever commands those Iron Tortoise soldiers will have their total loyalty. They'll never betray you. And they're incredibly strong in battle. 10,000 can defeat 100,000. When City Yuanzhang heard that, he took a sharp breath. 10,000 beating 100,000, but even more. They'll never turn against you. You can count on them as your own men. If you give this to His Majesty, then the Ming cavalry can wipe out the northern Yuan tribes. If that happens, Ming will have a lot less trouble in the future. If anything was Ming's biggest disgrace, it was definitely the Tumu crisis. The emperor was captured, and all the nobles died with him. A rising empire crashed overnight. If Ming hadn't had some backbone left, It would have ended up just like the Song dynasty. What does future Ming mean? Qin Chuan seems to know about some things that will happen in the future. Zhu Yuanzhang keenly noticed the regretful tone in Qin Chuan's words. He remembered what Qin Chuan said earlier. Could it be that my Zhu family descendants will let northern Yuan occupy the Central Plains again? Heavy topics like Ming's future make Zhu Yuanzhang uneasy. Since that's the case, let's take advantage while I can still ride and fight. So those bastards will never have a comeback. Bro, how do you use this? Zhu Yuanzhang played with the card and asked. I don't have enough space here. Go back and find a bigger place. Throw it in the air and shout, come out. Just say Pikachu. Qin Chuan tried hard to keep a straight face. He held back his laughter. All right, madam. Go ahead and open the second jar. Empress Ma saw that her first jar opening got a magical treasure that helped Ming so much, and her eyes immediately lit up. She put her hands together and silently prayed in her heart. She didn't dare hope for other treasures. Just wanted another one like this. Just like the armored troops. If Qin Chuan knew what Empress Ma was thinking, he'd probably be petrified on the spot. It's one thing to look pretty, but your thoughts are way too pretty. Do you really think legendary gold prizes are everywhere? Crack. The second jar broke instantly. Golden light flashed again in front of Qin Chuan. Many question marks slowly appeared above Qin Chuan's head. Did you spend money on this or something? I'm so jealous. I'm dissolving from jealousy here. So, no one in your family is an African chief, huh? The golden light faded away and turned into a book. A golden book appeared in Empress Ma's hands. Bro, what's that book my sister is holding? Zhu Yuanzhang hurriedly asked about the treasure. The Book of Serenity. You're not really explaining anything. The book is for watching things. It not only briefly boosts your wisdom, but also lets the user enter a serene state. While in that state, you can make the calmest judgments. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's confused expression, Qin Chuan had to explain. Better try it yourself for the real experience. A single book can have such magical effects? Zhu Yuanzhang quickly opened the Golden Book of Serenity. In an instant, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a current run from head to toe. All his doubts and anxiety seemed to vanish completely at that moment. His mind felt elevated. He remembered details he'd missed before. Right now, he was totally calm. Nothing he did would be disturbed by outside factors. This book is incredible. After feeling the benefits of the Book of Serenity, Zhu Yuanzhang was pleasantly surprised. This thing is basically a cheat device. When I deal with mountains of paperwork, having this book will make everything easier. I'll handle everything much more smoothly. This book can only be used 3 times a day. Each use lasts about 15 minutes. Qin Chuan couldn't help but dampen the mood. And there's a side effect to using the book. What's the side effect? Just a minor issue. On the day you use it, you won't be interested in any women. If you keep using it, you know what will happen. Damn, Zhu Yuanzhang's face turned dark. You almost scared me to death, you know? I thought it was a big deal. Turns out it's just this. Being calm to handle state affairs is way more important. Compared to that, not touching women isn't a big problem. Besides, I've got plenty of kids. I don't really care. And if I ever want to, I just won't use the book that day. Alright, let's open another jar. Qin Chuan stared at Empress Ma. I don't believe this. That this mud can get another gold prize. Crack. Again, golden light appeared. Qin Chuan was shocked. He clutched his chest and stepped back. If I didn't know this crazy system, I'd think you were the system's favorite daughter. This is just nuts. The light faded away, leaving only a golden pill. It had complicated patterns carved on it. It floated before Empress Ma. The scent from the pill suddenly filled the whole courtyard. Zhu Yuanzhang said, smelling the pill's fragrance in the courtyard. Because he's fought in wars for years, his badly damaged body felt a lot lighter. Even if he doesn't know what this elixir is, he definitely knows it's no ordinary thing. Vitality pill, simply put, lets a person stay at their peak of youth. After Qin Chuan explained, Zhu Yuanzhang started breathing heavily. Isn't this exactly what I need right now? The thing I've been dreaming of just appeared right in front of me. All I have to do is reach out and grab it. Of course, it's just one vitality pill. It only keeps you energetic, but won't extend your life. That's enough, more than enough. Zhu Yuanzhang's hand trembled slightly. He stared obsessively at the vitality pill. Staying at my peak forever. Even if I can't live forever, I can still make the Ming Empire strong and unbreakable. No one will get a chance to rebel. Sis, I'm not holding back with you this time, Zhu Yuanzhang said to Empress Ma. No need for all that between us. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't say anything else, and swallowed the pill right away, after taking the vitality pill. His cells got energized again. His old, frail body became young and revived. His old, frail body became young and revived. Rapidly he became upright and strong. The white hair turned black. His youthful glory returned. Zhu Yuanzhang felt the change in his body. He forced himself to take a deep breath and calm down. Thanks, brother. Qin Chuan just shook his head nonchalantly. Said it wasn't necessary. You just got lucky with the jar. I didn't actually help at all. Whatever comes out of the system jars. What kind of stuff comes out? I can't influence it right now. What comes out and when is all up to fate. But old Zhu, your wife's luck is just insane. Old Zhu, why didn't you give this pill to the emperor? Qin Chuan sounded regretful. This pill really belongs to Zhu Yuanzhang. Giving it to a merchant like you feels like a waste. If Zhu Yuanzhang got it, with his warlord personality, he'd wipe out all Ming's future enemies in one go. But he's alright too. No need to force it. After all, it's not mine. Wait, are you saying it's a waste to give it to me? Zhu Yuanzhang isn't angry. He smiles and looks at Qin Chuan. From what he just said, it seems like he thinks highly of me. That's true. Qin Chuan nodded. The current emperor, you know, to be honest, he's a once-in-a-millennium emperor. Can't argue with that. Those 4 words, once-in-a-millennium emperor, hit Zhu Yuanzhang's heart like a hammer. Honestly, he never expected Qin Chuan would see him this way. He can't believe Qin Chuan thinks so highly of him. Zhu Yuanzhang is suddenly in a great mood. Is the current emperor really that great? He finished speaking. He looks at Qin Chuan expectantly. Go on, praise me more. Don't hold back your compliments. Only true talent can stand the test, right? But wait, that's not right. He's heard way too many fake compliments. He's basically immune to that stuff now. No matter how exaggerated those compliments are, they don't stir him at all. But right now, Qin Chuan just simply said once-in-a-millennium emperor, and it made Zhu Yuanzhang overjoyed. Because it's truly heartfelt. It's genuine respect from deep inside. I've worked day and night, all just to earn true recognition from everyone. Especially coming from this person. He's not some ordinary guy. He's Qin Chuan, an immortal among mortals. That makes Zhu Yuanzhang even happier. This isn't just flattery. Just look at the proof from Germany, it's enough to stand above all emperors. You know, ever since the 5 dynasties, the Han and Tang golden ages were trampled by foreign invaders over and over. After over 300 years, the Yuan finally unified the Central Plains. Now, His Majesty raises the banner of the sun and moon, shouts, drive out the invaders, leads the Han people across the Yellow River, a place they hadn't reached in 300 years, and reaches the Great Wall, unseen for 500 years. He restored the Han dynasty's land. What an epic achievement! Compared to the first emperor of Qin, he's every bit as great. Well said. Zhu Yuanzhang looks super proud, hands on his hips, head held high, restoring the Han dynasty's lands, and making the northern tribes afraid to invade south, is his proudest accomplishment. Now that Qin Chuan said it, he wants to shout to the sky. But then suddenly, Zhu Yuanzhang gets a bit angry. You say I'm a once-in-a-millennium emperor, and really acknowledge my achievements, so why aren't you working for me? But it's not like he's refusing to serve. It's more like he wants me to join him in his rebellion. I'm pretty sure he's doing this on purpose. Zhu Yuanzhang is steaming mad, and gives Qin Chuan a hard glare, just to let out some anger. Qin Chuan just blinks innocently, looking kinda frustrated. Seriously? Are you really trying to compete with Zhu Yuanzhang? Are you nuts? But sadly, even such a wise and powerful man still can't escape the limits of his era. Qin Chuan sighed. He looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, face complicated. You handed over your math textbooks and world map to His Majesty? Wow, you really changed topics fast. Yeah, I already gave them. His Majesty even rewarded me with a bunch of gold and silver. You didn't keep a backup? This stuff is useless to me. Why keep it around? Zhu Yuanzhang asked, a bit confused. The Emperor is definitely better than me at making these two things useful. You're so wrong about that. With the Emperor, these two things would just collect dust. But in your hands, as businessmen, maybe for money, you could actually make use of them. That's double the impact. Damn. You really look down on me, huh? I won't believe that this time. Bro, Your Majesty, you can absolutely put them to good use. Qin Chuan shot Zhu Yuanzhang a look. So naive. If these things really spread out, it'd mean the people would stop being ignorant. But if that happens, it threatens the Emperor's rule. Just think about it. The Ming Emperor would definitely choose to keep them hidden. So these things just end up forgotten and useless. That's the system of the times I told you about. Back when people thought the world only consisted of Ming's land, the Ming Palace already had a world map. When people still walked everywhere on foot, Emperor Kangxi already owned his own steam car. If they'd shared these things with the world, wouldn't their empire have grown way stronger? But they didn't. Because in feudal times, commoners aren't supposed to know anything, let alone understand. They're supposed to stay ignorant and obedient. So it's understandable why the emperor chose like that. It was his hard-won world, after all. Zhu Yuanzhang protested, unwilling to accept it. Forget it. Let me tell you more about the world we live in today. Zhu Yuanzhang and the others widened their eyes, staring at what Qin Chuan just pulled out. He exclaimed, Bro! What is that thing? It looked completely blue, but had all sorts of other colors mixed in. Really strange shape. No clue what material it was made from. It felt super cold to the touch. This is a globe, basically a small version of the land under our feet. Wait, our land is round? No way, that's impossible. Li Jinglong clearly couldn't accept it. Everyone knows the sky is round and the earth is flat. How could it possibly be round? Sky round, earth flat. You messing with me? You believe it or not, there's a guy named Worship the Moon who'll beat you so bad your mom can't recognize you. It's not your fault for being clueless, but scaring people is on you. Qin Chuan watched Li Jinglong rant speechlessly. Kid, you really think I can't out-argue you online? Keyboard warrior general, huh? Look here, Qin Chuan drew circles on the globe. These places will become powerful countries in the future. They're going to rob this land of ours. Clean. Are you kidding me? Ming is a mighty empire. How could we get stolen from by some tiny tribes? No way. Right then, Zhu Yuanzhang was stunned. Damn it, all our hard-won land ended up in foreign hands? Unbelievable. Total disgrace. What's even crazier is, when they showed up with ships and cannons, the locals thought they were monsters. And when the cannons fired, they thought it was witchcraft. Back when we wore silk and satin, they had barely any clothes. While we feasted on delicacies, they were gnawing on black bread. Talk about a total reversal. Thinking you'll be an emperor for all ages. In the end, it's all for nothing. Now Zhu Yuanzhang felt not just anger, but a hint of sadness too. The Ming he risked everything for, even with a bad reputation, just to protect it, was only a dream in the end. Sir, it's getting late. Should we head back? Empress Ma saw Zhu Yuanzhang looking lost, and tried to comfort him. Yeah, it's getting late. Zhu Yuanzhang snapped out of it. You really showed me something amazing today, bro. Listening to you is better than years of reading. I should get going. All this stuff can't be said in public. Take care, bro. Zhu Yuanzhang only walked a few steps, then turned and looked at the globe, asking, Bro, can you let your old bro buy this globe? If you like it, just take it. It's not worth much. Qin Chuan leaned on the sofa, glanced at him, and said casually, Thanks, bro. Zhu Yuanzhang carefully carried off the globe, while Qin Chuan watched Zhu Yuanzhang's lonely back. He couldn't help but grin sneakily. Kid, enjoying your roleplay? Damn, if the system hadn't upgraded, you would still have me fooled. Zhu Yuanzhang got in the carriage, still worried. Inside the carriage, he kept spinning the globe in his hands. The cold touch made his heart sink even more. What do you think about what Qin Chuan said? Zhu Yuanzhang asked hoarsely. Empress Ma looked at him with concern. He poured his heart out for Ming, hoping it would last forever. But then someone tells him, your descendants lost everything you bled for. Anyone would break under that blow. Today felt like a dream. Qinchuan really seems immortal. Empress Ma looked at a young Zhu Yuanzhang again, and still felt disappointed. Only an immortal could turn back time like that. Yeah, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. If Qinchuan really is an immortal, then most of what he said must be true. Empress Ma paused for a moment, glanced at Zhu Yuanzhang, and saw he took it to heart. She continued. So, does he know you're the emperor now? I think he does. Zhu Yuanzhang thought it over, and answered seriously. If he didn't, why would he say all that? Zhu Yuanzhang sighed. He's forcing me to make a choice. He took out the iron foota card from his chest, and said with meaning, hey hey hey. With 10,000, you could beat 100,000. He's testing me. Empress Ma laughed at that. Zhongba, you're too close to see clearly. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Empress Ma, still confused. Since he didn't call you out, just play along. From how he talks, he regrets what's coming for Ming. That must be why he came down here. So, he'll definitely reveal even more about the future. She pointed at the card. And you'll get more things that could change Ming. That being said, I'm worried we might be doing all this for someone else's benefit. Zhu Yuanzhang said anxiously. This guy doesn't want emperors around, you know. Immortals have powers like controlling the wind and rain or moving mountains. If he really wants to do that, what could we possibly do? Why not find a way that lets our family enjoy peace and riches for generations? Empress Ma's words hit like a bolt of lightning, which suddenly reminded Zhu Yuanzhang of what Qinchuan said a while back about a joint stock company. Whoa, so he was setting me up all along. She was right. But before that, I want to test his abilities. Seeing Empress Ma's anxious face, he comforted her, saying, don't worry. I've got this. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, the dam system finally started working. After Qinchuan and the others left, he greeted it excitedly. Host has sold a total of 12 jars, earned 12,000 points, deducted 10,000 points for system upgrade, with 2,000 points left. Mom, as a middleman, you're really making way too much profit here. This system is always honest. Host can use points to trade for jars. 1,000 points for one jar. Would you like to trade? Qinchuan said through gritted teeth. Ding, 2,000 luck points deducted. Points left, 0. Congrats, host received 2 jars. 2 jars. Lined up neatly in front of Qinchuan. Alright, time for another lucky draw. Will I be stuck working on a construction site? Or living it up in a club? It all depends on these 2 jars. Crack. Forget everything else. Qinchuan smashed the first jar in front of him. Suddenly, golden light shined from inside. I know that light too well. That's the same color Empress Ma got when she opened a vitality pill. Exactly the same shade. This one must be a good prize. The golden light slowly faded. A teal-colored book floated in front of Qinchuan. 5 Elements Energy Cultivation Technique Effect. After using it, you can practice refining essence into energy, refining energy into spirit, and refining spirit into emptiness, 3 main realms. When mastered, you'll have a 1,000-year lifespan, and superpowers like moving mountains and seas. Looks like I'm seriously lucky. Looking at the book in front of him, Qinchuan couldn't help but smile. Even though the system marked him as an immortal, in Zhu Yuanzhang's mind, Qinchuan himself wasn't so sure. He's really just an ordinary guy. If the system hadn't fooled Zhu Yuanzhang, he probably would have been locked up by him. And with this system, everyday support skills are maxed out. But fighting ability is a sad 5 points. But now with the 5 elements energy cultivation, he finally has the power to protect himself. And he's no longer just an average person. Without hesitation, Qinchuan opened the cultivation technique book. The book instantly turned into a ray of light, and merged into his body. He suddenly knew how to cultivate, and his body was filled with immortal energy, helping him open his meridians. His once skinny build started getting stronger. Even his lazy belly turned to abs. Now a six-pack. His muscles got more defined. Even his nearsighted eyes became sharp and clear. He could see far, spotting bugs on distant walls easily, even counting the spots on their backs. This is the stage of refining essence into energy. What a trustworthy seller. He just helped me reach the first stage instantly. This stage can add 100 years to your life. And in a short time, you can unleash strength of thousands of pounds. Let me take advantage of this luck to open the last jar. Crack, the last jar was broken by Qin Chuan. In that instant, a golden light flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. Soul pill effect. After taking it, you can jump directly to the next realm of spirit refinement. Qin Chuan stared at the pill in his hand, tears in his eyes. Such a considerate seller. Everything's included, seriously? Having a shortcut is definitely a good thing. He really doesn't have much patience anyway. Just meditate, cultivate, and enjoy life every day. Isn't that awesome? Without any hesitation, Qin Chuan swallowed the soul pill right away. The next moment, his body was flooded with immense power. This let him break through without any obstacles, and reach the spirit refinement level instantly. At this stage, you can literally destroy a small mountain with your bare hands. And living 500 years is totally easy now. Phew. He let out a deep breath. Qin Chuan felt totally invincible right now. In one day, going from mortal to skipping 2 realms, he has now stepped into the world of immortals. Gotta admit, I'm really a 1 in a million genius. Too bad there's no 3-year bet. Father. As Zhu Yuanzhang stepped off the carriage, Zhu Biao, who'd been waiting after getting the decree, spoke in a trembling voice. Is it really you? Dad. Biao. It's me, your father. Empress Ma also got off the carriage and looked at Zhu Biao, totally shocked. She smiled and said, Congratulations, father. Congrats on being young again. Zhu Biao's eyes even teared up a little. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang looking young again, it was like seeing a king in his prime from the heavens. So majestic. He thought he'd never see that again. Never expected. Fate would let his father return to his peak. That means Ming is going to be unstoppable now. Come on, Biao. Let's go to the Imperial training grounds. I've got something cool to show you. Zhu Yuanzhang happily pulled Zhu Biao, hurrying over to the training grounds. He said as they walked, This time, thanks to your mom, our Zhu family just got an army of 10,000 iron cavalry. Zhu Biao was totally in shock. Is that even possible? You mean you can even get armies from those letter jars? Wait until you see the drills. Biao, son. But the place is totally empty, Dad. Look again carefully, Biao. The Ming dynasty's strongest troops are right in front of you. Zhu Yuanzhang said with bold confidence. Then he pulled a card from his chest and threw it to the sky. Right after, the empty field was suddenly filled with 10,000 soldiers. The iron cavalry wore silver helmets and silver armor, with blue armor at key spots. Each carried a longbow, and on their saddles, a 4-meter-long spear. Besides that, everyone had 4 short spears on their backs, about 3 feet long, for throwing. The horses also wore silver armor, with the joints specially protected. There were 2 quivers of arrows on each side of the saddle. This kind of army standing still in the open, even without moving, just looking at them, is enough to scare anyone stiff. There's a total of 10,000 iron cavalry soldiers, saluting the emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live, long live. Their voices thundered like a storm, echoing throughout the palace. Even the clouds above got blown away by their roar. Zhu Biao was dumbfounded. Holy crap, these really are heavenly troops. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was on top of the world. With troops like this, there's no way Ming can't sweep the world. In Zhu Yuanzhang's plan, this army should appear suddenly on the battlefield, deal the enemy a devastating blow. But Zhu Yuanzhang worried that the card might be like that book of spirits, with a time limit. If that's true, it'd be a problem. Now, as the empire just stabilized, the Ming army is still pretty strong, but it lacks a force that can end a war instantly. But now, with this iron cavalry, as long as he uses them well, the fighting strength of Ming could easily double. More importantly, they're completely loyal to him. He can use them with total confidence. They have 0 doubts. Congrats, Father, you've got the best troops. Even Zhu Biao couldn't help but praise. He could tell from their presence that this army was truly born for war. No other Ming unit could compare. The next day, in the Hall of Heavenly Mandate. Your Majesty. All the officials looked at Zhu Yuanzhang on the throne, like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. If not for all these ministers, who had fought with Zhu Yuanzhang for the empire, and had seen what he looked like when young, they would have called for guards to seize this impostor. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Li Shanchong was the first to react. Could it be that Your Majesty got an immortality elixir from Qin Chuan? A bunch of feelings welled up in his heart. He didn't know if he should be happy or feel sorry. Happy because, since His Majesty is immortal, he, as an old retiree, might escape getting killed off. But what a pity. Knowing those jars at Qin Chuan's could give such treasures, but you just have to stand by and watch. What if he could open one himself? He might get something too. Who wouldn't want that applause? This is a blessing from the heavens for defeating the barbarians. Plus, I got a heavenly master as a gift. From now on, my Ming dynasty will last for ages, ruling the land forever. The ministers were stunned by Zhu Yuanzhang's boldness. Heaven blesses Your Majesty. Heaven protects our empire. All the ministers dropped to their knees and cheered. Where is this heavenly master? Li Shanchong stepped forward and asked. We beg Your Majesty to introduce him. I second that. Me too. In the court, nobody runs out of ways to second a proposal. As long as it makes sense, everyone chimes in. All right, Zhu Yuanzhang stood up. He looked sternly around the hall. Everyone stopped echoing and fell silent. They all looked up at Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at Li Shanchong, totally pleased. The heavenly master is waiting to pick a lucky date to appear. We'll let you know when it's set. Then, we'll welcome him together with all our officials. But before that, there's one more thing we need to do. To make sure the heavenly master doesn't resent us. Seeing he got the result he wanted, Zhu Yuanzhang stopped beating around the bush. He looked at the officials with determination. I'm going to create a new guard unit. A brand new unit that'll play a huge role. I've decided to call it the Jinui. Stepping down the stairs, Zhu Yuanzhang walked out to the palace gate with swagger. His gaze was deep, like he could overlook all of Ming from the capital. Jinui. I'll have them spread to every corner of Ming. They're my pawns. And also my eyes. They'll watch every move across Ming. Nothing will escape my eyes. I can't watch all of Ming by myself. But thousands of eyes can. I don't want lies and cover-ups in Ming. Officials bullying the people. That'd upset the Celestial Master. If the Celestial Master is upset, that's disaster for Ming. Zhu Yuanzhang swung his sleeves. A chilling look flashed in his eyes. With icy tone, he said, anyone who crosses the line, I'll crush them to dust. They'll never reincarnate. His words echoed in the hall. You could hear a pin drop inside. The silent ministers all had their mouths open. So exhausting. Why is it so hard to be an official now? We will remember Your Majesty's teachings. The officials bowed respectfully. Of course they wouldn't mess up now. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's expression. Oh right, Shanchong. Announced to Ming that we have the Celestial Master. Zhu Yuanzhang gave a little smile. He walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. Yes, Your Majesty. It's a sunny day today. A good day for Nanjing. Qin Chuan is lounging in a chair. A table sits beside him, stacked with all kinds of snacks. Qin Chuan poured himself a glass of red wine and ate some cake. Looking totally relaxed. This is the life. This is what living is about. Young master, you know what? Something big happened in Nanjing again. Looking at the maid who bounced up, Qin Chuan played around, pinching his fingers like a fortune teller. Let me take a guess. Must be about the emperor's gift. Am I right? No, young master. This one's even bigger. Oh, then the emperor must have turned young again. The maid covered her mouth, laughing hard. Looking at Qin Chuan, teasing him. Young master, you really shouldn't do fortune-telling outside anymore. I'm afraid you'll get beaten up. That's not it either. Now Ming has the Celestial Master. And he'll be coming here soon. Qin Chuan spit his cake out in shock. He was dumbfounded. Damn. Did gossip finally come to me? Celestial Master Zhu Yuanzhang. Man, you really are a genius. You actually came up with this. Young master, are you okay? Drink some water. Qin Chuan just spit out a mouthful of cake. The maid hurried over, patting his back. And caring for him. Cough cough, I'm fine. Qin Chuan coughed a few times. Waved his hand. Letting them know he's alright. Just then. Hey, bro. Doing fortune telling. Zhu Yuanzhang entered with Zhu Biao. From outside the mansion. How about you read my fortune too? Zhu Yuanzhang came to Qin Chuan's side. Like he was returning home. No need for Qin Chuan to host him. He just lounged in another chair. Enjoying wine and snacks. Wow, now you're not just a dog. You gotta add thief to your list. You're almost buried already. No point in fortune telling for you. Qin Chuan looked at Zhu Biao standing nearby. Suddenly got an idea. You're hooked on this, huh? Wait till I handle you. How about I read my nephew's fortune instead? Come here, dear nephew. Tell me your birthday and zodiac. Zhu Biao glanced at Zhu Yuanzhang. He saw Zhu Yuanzhang stay silent. So he smiled and said, I'll leave it to Uncle Qin, then. After Qin Chuan listened, he started calculating with one hand. He tapped his right thumb against the joints of his index and middle fingers. Meanwhile, he murmured, 1 times 1 is 1. 1 times 2 is 2. Women's Day, March 8th. May Day, Golden Week, Zhu Biao. Are you really fortune telling? Or just making stuff up? Not bad, my family's zodiac screams wealth. Purple energy rises to the heavens. Too bad you were born to a merchant family. So at best, you'll end up as a king or general. But if you'd been born in an emperor's family, maybe you could have been a real emperor. Qin Chuan looked at Zhu Yuanzhang. And said with some envy. Never expected a merchant like you to have such a son. Oh, really? Right now Zhu Yuanzhang felt relaxed all over. So satisfying. This kid just knows how to talk. My son? He really has outstanding character and ability. He's been tempered by war. The old ministers who fought with me all respect him. As long as I take care of everything, he can inherit the throne. Qin Chuan's words made me believe it even more. Feeling good, right? Huh? Qin Chuan suddenly exclaimed. And his brows tightened. After a long while, he shook his head. What a pity. Zhu Yuanzhang and his son were left confused by Qin Chuan's sudden move. They were stunned. What's going on? Brother. Zhu Yuanzhang saw Qin Chuan struggling to speak. And quickly asked. His heart suddenly jumped. Since they met, he'd never seen this serious expression. My nephew's fate is to die young. Pfft. As soon as he said that, Zhu Yuanzhang spit out his wine. Zhu Biao's eyes widened. With a stunned look. You. Zhu Yuanzhang pointed at Qin Chuan. And couldn't even curse. I praised your talking skills. Turns out I was wrong to brag about you. After a moment, he asked suspiciously. Brother, is that true? I have reason to think you're deliberately targeting me. Uncle Qin, is there any way to fix it? Zhu Biao also nervously asked. Ordinary people. Who would dare say you'll die young right to your face? Do they want you to die sooner? But who is Qin Chuan? Now he's my cheap uncle. The future Grand Priest of Ming. And also a celestial who can return to the immortal realm. After what Qin Chuan said, he didn't know how to react. These things aren't up to me. Qin Chuan shrugged. That's my nephew we're talking about. How could I wish for him to die young? As for a solution? Old Zhu, seriously. He saw Zhu Yuanzhang take out the ethereal book and open it. Man, you react so fast. Brother, since I can get so many unbelievable treasures from your jar, maybe I can get a life-saving elixir too. He finished and put 3 silver notes on the table. And said firmly, I want to open the jar. Qin Chuan waved his big sleeves. As soon as the jar appeared, Zhu Yuanzhang smashed it in a flash. Almost faster than the eye could see. So quick, like ringing a bell while covering your ears. He cracked them all open. 3 white lights appeared. Zhu Yuanzhang's face looked pretty bad. Well, white's still better than an empty jar. Qin Chuan comforted him. Brother, can you calculate for me how long my son will live? Zhu Yuanzhang looked bitter. He never thought. One day, he'd have to ask this weird question aloud. When he finished, Zhu Biao looked at him hopefully. He just wanted his death to come later, so he could show more filial piety. And teach his own kids. Probably about 10 more years. Qin Chuan looked up at the sky and said, 10 years, 3 times a day. That's over 1,000 times a year. So over 10,000 in 10 years. I'll definitely get a revive elixir. If not, I'll trade the whole empire with Qin Chuan. Thinking this, it made his wounded heart feel a bit better. So, brother, what did I get this time? 1 lighter, 1 bar of soap, 1 flashlight. All pretty useful stuff. I don't know if you win, but I definitely won. Damn. By the way, brother, can you help me calculate, after my eldest son dies, what changes will happen to our family? Look, Zhu Yuanzhang took out the ethereal book again. Qin Chuan felt numb. What am I supposed to predict? Me? What changes your family will face? Man, why are you after me again? Trying to mooch off me again, huh? At least wish me peace then. I'm begging you, Chongba. Can you ask fewer questions? Don't you know villains die from talking too much? Brother. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang said in a raspy voice, calmly. Brother, I won't let you do it for free. He put several silver notes on the table. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Zhu, what do you think I am? Qin Chuan instantly looked serious, and muttered angrily. You think I'm some greedy guy? Really? Zhu Yuanzhang heard that, and immediately looked disappointed. But just then, Qin Chuan suddenly said sternly. Fortune-telling is a trick on heaven. It costs extra. Where's your pride? Where's your dignity? With mixed feelings, Zhu Yuanzhang's mouth twisted in anger. Wasn't it you speaking so confidently a moment ago? You're an immortal, for crying out loud. Have some shame. Zhu Yuanzhang's face turned dark. He pulled out another stack of silver notes from his sleeve. I get you, brother. I know your line is risky. Qin Chuan happily pocketed the silver notes. Then his look towards Zhu Yuanzhang became a bit strange. Man. What's with that look? Is that pity? Zhu Yuanzhang felt that strange expression. A faint sadness. Feels bad, makes me want to cry. I just want to know, after my son Zhu Biao dies, what will happen to Ming? Though this kid talks about overthrowing me. Just a few days together, and he's already given me amazing treasures, plus genius advice. He says he wants to overthrow Ming. But deep down, he wants Ming to last forever. Oh wait, he's an immortal. So it's all real, huh? Ha ha ha. Seriously, I've seen it all now. Qin Chuan looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, who seemed world-weary, and felt some sympathy. He sent off Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao, both deep in thought. Qin Chuan happily had the maid close the main gate. He sneaked off to the study alone. Looking at the items he'd just redeemed from the system, 3 jars sat in front of him. Qin Chuan thought to himself. With Zhu Yuanzhang setting the bar today, there's no way I could outdo him at being ruthless, right? Crack. The jars were smashed open one by one. Suddenly, golden lights flashed out non-stop. The entire study was lit up like an ocean of gold. Task card X3. 3 golden task cards floated before Qin Chuan. Wait, these jars can even give out task cards? That's insane. Qin Chuan eyed the golden cards in front of him, the corner of his mouth twitching. Really hope these aren't some ridiculous tasks. Task card effect, after using it, someone will be randomly summoned to the user. Complete their request, and depending on the difficulty, you'll earn a variable amount of points. Staring at the 3 event task cards in his hand, Qin Chuan rubbed his chin. This is another thing all about luck, huh? If it's a low-level task, or just impossible to finish, then it's basically pointless. System, can you take these back? This system does not recycle any items. Well, if that's the case, guess I'll just have to use them. If it's too much effort for nothing, I'll just walk away. After making up his mind, Qin Chuan grabbed an event task card, and used it right away. Ding! Event task card has been used. 2 remaining, a requester has been selected. The requester is being transported. The requester will appear in front of the user. Because this requester is unique. If the host completes the task, double bonus points will be awarded. With a chance for a hidden reward. Take advantage of this opportunity. Suddenly, he found himself transported into an ancient palace. Beyond it, endless stars filled the night sky. Whoa, system, what are you up to now? The Kirin Hall, Xianying Palace, Great Qin Empire. Nowadays, Qin just unified the six kingdoms not long ago. Uprisings still often break out all over Qin. The people are unsettled. The northern Xiongnu are also getting restless. If it weren't for General Meng Tian with 300,000 troops stationed in the north, the Xiongnu wouldn't stay quiet. Or else, the imperial capital Xianying wouldn't be so peaceful. My ministers, General Meng just sent an urgent military report yesterday. The Xiongnu are showing signs of invading from the south again. I'm planning to send another 100,000 troops north, and I want every one of the invaders to stay inside our Qin borders. Ing Zhang's gaze was deep, his voice ice cold as he spoke. Just then, boom, suddenly loud thunder rolled in the sky. Next instant, golden clouds appeared out of nowhere high above. Celestial music echoed all around, and a faint mist of spiritual energy spread out. What's happening outside? Ing Zhang frowned and asked. Report. A soldier rushed into the hall to inform His Majesty. A sign of great fortune has appeared. What? Ing Zhang shot to his feet, lifting his dragon robe and running outside. The ministers all hurried after him out of the hall. This really is an auspicious sign. It must be because His Majesty unified the six kingdoms, ending 100 years of war, and moved heaven with his deeds. So heaven sent down this blessing. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Hail to Your Majesty. The ministers' faces were all lit with excitement. To live in such a dramatic era, everyone feels lucky and proud. Ing Zhang was also smiling proudly. I, Ing Zhang, hope to meet the honored immortal here. Just once. As soon as the words left his mouth, whoosh, a golden beam of light shot down from the clouds, shining over Ing Zhang, and in front of everyone's eyes, he just vanished like that. Gone. Qin Shi Huang, Ing Zhang, who crossed time and space, is now standing right in front of Qin Chuan. System, are you serious? Qin Shi Huang himself? He spent his whole life chasing immortality. How am I supposed to grant that? This is where immortals live. Is this what an immortal looks like? What kind of young man was he? Handsome features, tall and straight posture, moves so naturally, like he was born for this. That made Ing Zhang, seeing Qin Chuan for the first time, instantly feel fond of him. I, Ing Zhang, greet the immortal. Qin Chuan tries hard not to let his expression slip. He answers calmly. No need for so much courtesy. Since you got here, you must be someone fate brought. So, what do you wish for? I want the immortal to grant me the elixir of immortality. No hesitation at all. Just pure instinct. Ing Zhang looks at Qin Chuan, super excited. He trusted the alchemist Su Fu to make him immortal pills. All to live forever, really. Now, what he's been craving is right in front of him. Even with his tough personality, he can't stay calm. Damn. Immortality elixir. Qin Chuan glances at Ing Zhang. Your achievements now aren't enough for me to grant you that kind of immortal medicine. Pick something else. Even unifying the six kingdoms isn't enough? Ing Zhang asks, kind of shocked. Qin Chuan gently shakes his head. Seriously, what else am I supposed to wish for then? Right now, the Xiongnu, taking advantage of winter, want to invade Great Qin from the south. Can the immortal help my Great Qin defeat the Xiongnu without bloodshed? Since that's the case, Ing Zhang settles for the next best thing. Most of Qin's army is stuck fighting in Baiyue, so they can't pull out. Even with Meng Qing's 300,000 troops, plus the 100,000 reinforcements I sent, maybe we can win this war. But it'd be like, kill 1,000, and lose 800. But under Ing Zhang's hopeful stare, Qin Chuan slowly nods. Ding. Mission signed. User earns 5,000 reward points for completing the task, and can enter the Qin dynasty freely. Alright then. Come back to Great Qin with me. Wait, we're leaving already? Not gonna let me sit down first? Ing Zhang, still a bit dizzy, feels confused, and follows Qin Chuan back to the Qin era. Your Majesty. The shocked voices make Ing Zhang turn and look. Why are these people shrinking? Wait, why does it feel cold under me? Ing Zhang finally inspects his surroundings carefully. Now he realizes, he and Qin Chuan are floating up in the sky. To be precise, Qin Chuan is holding his hand, so he's floating above. No need to panic, gentlemen. I brought the immortal back with me. Ing Zhang shouts loudly to the people below. then turns to Qin Chuan and says, "Immortal, can we go down now?" "Ugh. I'm scared of heights." Qin Chuan nods. The next moment, they appear in front of the officials. "We greet the immortal. And greet your majesty." Era of Great Qin. The northern grasslands. Countless points of light cover the endless plains. Those lights are piles of bonfires, with tents packed tight around them. This is the Xiongnu invasion army heading south. Right now, they're less than 100 miles from Qin's northern district. If they want, they could ride south anytime. "Have we got any word from our guest yet?" In the middle of the night, a burly man walks out from a giant tent and calls out loudly, "No, Shanyu, no message yet." The guard outside the tent kneels on one knee and looks at the Xiongnu king. Two-man answers. Two-man snorts coldly. He angrily turns back into the tent. Inside the tent, 5 or 6 naked women are entertaining 3 Xiongnu men. "When things are done, I'm going to kill him." Tumen's eyes burn with hatred. At this crucial moment, Monk, that guy, didn't follow the plan as agreed. That guy doesn't realize that blocking those 300,000 Meng family troops is vital. Doesn't he know how important this is? "I specifically said he must arrive on time and hold them off, so I could lead my troops south." Qin Shi Huang actually sent most of the Qin army off to Baiwei, aiming way too high. But that's good for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't stand a chance. "Shanyu, I think his messenger is probably on the way." A man stands up and says, "That guy barely survived Meng Tian last time. And now he gets a shot at revenge. How could he hold back?" Two-man Shanyu stays silent, so he kind of agrees. "Doesn't matter if news comes tomorrow, we'll still march south. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Miss it now, it's gone forever." Everyone gazes toward the south, lands they haven't set foot on in 10 years, and haven't touched in a decade, full of things they want to take. Qilin Palace in Xining City. "Your Majesty, why did you call me here so urgently?" Wang Jian rushes in and asks, "Is there trouble from the Xiongnu up north?" Wang Jian looks at the people standing in the hall and remembers the recent rumors in Qin's leadership. "Yeah, I didn't expect they'd make the first move." Yingzheng rubs his brow, feeling pretty stressed. "Here, take a look." Li Si grabs the report first, quickly opens it, and his face twists instantly, like he's been triggered. Unbelievable. Those damn Xiongnu actually dared to slaughter a city. Wang Jian takes the report, and his face fills with rage. "Your Majesty, I request to go to war. I'll make them pay in blood." Wang Jian wishes he was on the front lines right now, leading the Qin army, paying them back with their own methods, slaughtering their herders. About 120,000 Xiongnu cavalry have blocked Meng Tian's main army and stopped them from sending troops. Elsewhere, about 200,000 Xiongnu troops have already taken 3 cities. Clearly, the Xiongnu planned ahead. Feng Qiji comments. "But the cavalry's 3-piece set just got ordered, so we can only get less than 1,000 sets right now." Li Si is also really stressed. "I suggest ordering all regions to fortify and clear the fields, hold tight to the cities, and drag it out for half a month, so we can prep everything." The Xiongnu surprise attack completely messed up Great Qin's plans. Originally, once the cavalry got their new gear, Qin's heavy cavalry and 300,000 troops pulled out from Baiwei could take control in the Xiongnu war and dominate for sure. Now we're forced to fight unprepared. Even if we win, it'll be a costly victory. What's even more important, we can't fight the Xiongnu for at least a year or 2. That's the real issue. Prime Minister, we can't wait any longer. If we wait, the Xiongnu will be at Xining soon. Wang Jian said angrily. "Xiongnu invasion. How can we just defend passively?" At that moment, Wang Jian gave off a chilling vibe. Li Si felt a surge of fear. Wang Jian stepped forward and spoke. "I'm willing to gear up and ride out. Let the Xiongnu see just how sharp Qin's blades are." Yingzheng tapped the wooden table in front of him, like he was weighing the options. "No more waiting. If the Xiongnu want war, then let's fight." Qin Chuan suddenly appeared in the hall, looked at Yingzheng and said, "I've met an immortal." "Met an immortal? So you want war, huh? Let's do it." Wang Jian clenched his fist, fired up. "All right then. Let's fight." Yingzheng stood up and said, "Everyone, listen to my orders. Wait, let me speak first. Qin Chuan interrupted. Heaven cherishes life. Even a second late, Qin's people will be slaughtered. Which general wants to follow me to the battlefield first? I'll follow. Wang Jian stepped forward right away. All right, come with me. You want to go alone? Yingzheng asked uncertainly. Or go with the army? I've fought solo across 3,000 miles. With one sword, I faced 1,000,000 men. Just some tens of thousands of Xiongnu. Qin Chuan swung his wide sleeves. And took him along. Wang Jian vanished inside the Qilin Hall, leaving a cool silhouette behind. Boom! Galloping hooves pounded the earth like countless drums, creating a deafening rumble. The commander of Northland County looked up, saw clouds of dust rolling outside the city, 30,000 Xiongnu cavalry shouting, charging crazily toward Northland County. The defenders on the wall were getting nervous. How did the Xiongnu get here so fast? Yeah, we can't hold out much longer. Even if we can't hold, we have to stand firm. If they break through, they'll sleep with our women and kill our kids. Thousands of Xiongnu cavalry in their main camp raced toward the city. Hooves kicked up clouds of dust. They threw some black object up onto the city wall, then quickly ran back to their camp. They're soldiers from Yongqing. A defender caught one of those things. Looked closely. Saw it was a human head. No need to check the rest. Everyone knew it was their brothers left behind at the last city. Even though everyone knew they'd met a bad end, actually seeing their heads, it made them furious. Surrender and you won't be killed. Xiongnu Vanguard Commander Bata drew his sword. His men followed him and drew theirs. The bright flash of blades sparkled in the morning sun. Right then. Who's there? Qin Chuan and Wang Jian appeared on the city wall. Seeing the Xiongnu had just finished forming up, they were relieved. Glad we made it in time. Wu Chengho. Some of them had followed Wang Jian before. Unbelievable. Isn't Wu Chengho supposed to be old? He can't fight in armor anymore, right? I am Wu Chengho. Wang Jian declared seriously. Come with me to kill the enemy. Kill. 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 Their shouts echoed across the city wall. They recalled their younger days. Back then, Qin, following the Black Xianniao banner, and led by Wang Jian, captured city after city, made Qin's reputation spread everywhere. This time, we'll do it again. General, you'd better stay here. Let me handle it. So this is the battlefield? Qin Chuan had only seen this in books and on TV before. Just a passerby. He never felt much before. But now, seeing it in person, his heart is racing. After all, in his past life, he was just an ordinary guy. And lived in one of the most peaceful countries. He never faced a scene like this before. Wang Jie looks hesitant. If something happens to the immortal, he can't take responsibility. Hey, I haven't stretched in a while. Wucheng Marquis, please warm a cup of wine for me. I'll be right back. Don't bring Wang Jian. As soon as he finished, Qin Chuan vanished from the city wall. Qin Chuan's figure appeared in front of these 30,000 Xiongnu riders. Batu, the Xiongnu Vanguard General, frowned, staring at Qin Chuan as he stepped up. Qin Guy, are you thinking of blocking 30,000 riders by yourself? Ha! The Xiongnu soldiers behind him burst into laughter. On the battlefield, personal strength doesn't matter much. So seeing Qin Chuan walk out from the city, no one took him seriously. There are over 30,000 of them. They could drown him with spit. Congrats, you guessed it. Qin Chuan smiled and said. As a reward, let me send you to meet your eternal sky. Haha, I like your guts. If you surrender and join us now, I'll make you a centurion. Once I get you, I'll take my time torturing you. Look at that tender skin. Qin Chuan sneered coldly. Centurion? That's nothing. Even the Ming Dynasty Celestial Master couldn't sway me, got it? Enough nonsense. Get off your horse and surrender. Or die. Qin Chuan's calm words were full of killing intent, echoing clearly in every Xiongnu rider's ears. All of you here, every single one of you, are just trash. After breaking through to the spirit refining stage, Qin Chuan's power skyrocketed. He could control the energy of the world with his will, showing nature's might. Saying he's a living legend is no exaggeration. He really wanted to know how strong he is now. Arrogant, just one guy. daring to talk big like this. Don't overestimate yourself. You really think you can fight all 30,000 of us? I'll twist off your head and use it as a chamber pot. Obviously, Qin Chuan's words instantly enraged all the Xiongnu present. You gotta be kidding. It's just you alone. No matter how good you are, how many can you kill? Didn't you know we just wiped out 3 cities? You stubborn fool. Fine, then die. In a split second, a chilling killing aura exploded out from Qin Chuan. All 30,000 Xiongnu cavalry. It felt like being in an Arctic freeze. Their bodies started trembling uncontrollably. A wave of fear just hit them. Kill him. Everyone, charge. A bad premonition rose in Bata's heart. It felt like this Qin guy could really kill every last one of them. They couldn't wait any longer. 30,000 Xiongnu warriors shouted in unison, making the earth shake. That roar was fierce and deep, and in a second swept across all heaven and earth. In Qin Chuan's eyes, the massive Xiongnu charge had a kind of tragic resolve, and the feel of heroes at their last stand. It's this feeling that terrifies their enemies, like the Han army that surrounded Xiangyu at the Wu River. Facing that peerless, undefeated king alone, thousands attacked, but still couldn't bring him down. So many Xiongnu soldiers were willing to follow their leader and charge, even if it meant death. But they had no fear, and wouldn't back down. They pressed on, until their last breath. That's heroic power. There are heroes among the Qin, and heroes among the Xiongnu too. Since that's the case, let's end these foreign heroes right here. Qin Chuan felt perfectly calm inside. He slowly floated into the air, drawing everyone's eyes. Standing midair, a golden wall with ripples appeared behind him. Qin Chuan's long hair waved in the wind, his aura surging higher and higher. Again, the Xiongnu riders felt Qin Chuan's endless killing intent. They shivered on the spot. Riders in mid-charge felt the air getting thinner and thinner, breathing harder by the second. It was like a huge weight pinned to their backs, slowing their steps more and more. On the golden wall, vortex after golden vortex appeared. Golden sword hilts poked out from the swirls. Cracks split open across the ground, and even the air seemed to warp. The thought to escape crossed every Xiongnu rider's mind. But it was already too late. Time seemed frozen right then. He really can kill us all. The Xiongnu realized this, and for the first time felt powerless. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape. All they could do was wait quietly for death. In an instant, golden beams burst like rain from the golden wall, shooting down on the Xiongnu army. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Dull thuds resounded across the battlefield. The Xiongnu's armor was useless against the golden swords. It hardly protected them at all. Its wearer was sliced in half immediately. Why am I using my most expensive gear for so little damage? Looking down, just a few thousand Xiongnu remain, lying on the ground, moaning. Qin Chuan couldn't help but roast himself. Whatever, I'll finish them off. With this level of attack now, I can do it 10 more times, no sweat. Just as Qin Chuan was about to unleash again, he heard the system's warning, host. Stop right there. One more round. And we're all going back to our original timeline. Wait, seriously? That's a good thing. Going back to modern times? Or the Ming Dynasty? Huh, what the hell? Bata struggled up from a pile of rocks, looked up, and saw a scene he'd never forget. He dropped to his knees right then. How is this possible? How could someone do that? Is he even human? Who are we actually fighting here? A wave of terror crashed over his heart. Facing this kind of Qin enemy, even with 30,000 soldiers, even with all the Xiongnu here, none could stand against him. This war can't be won. Surrender. We have to surrender now. So, have you had enough now? Looking at the horns before his eyes, Bata shakily raised his head. He gazed at the figure in front of him, long hair flowing without wind, moving on its own. A faint golden glow flickered around his body. Qin Chuan looked down at him from above. His eyes were full of fear. I know I was wrong. Please, Immortal, spare my life. He knelt before Qin Chuan. Bata had no thoughts of resisting. He couldn't blame himself. After what just happened, he understood deep down. This man could slaughter their 300,000 troops as easily as drinking water. Stand in his way, and the only outcome is total annihilation. Surrender is the only option. Submitting to Great Qin is the best path for the Xiongnu now. Or else, the Xiongnu name will vanish from history forever. The Qin soldiers guarding the city were shaken, staring at the scene before them. Their worldview was shattered. Is this the power of an immortal? Am I dreaming right now? The soldiers atop the walls also stood there frozen, dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? He just moved a finger and wiped out nearly 30,000 Xiongnu. Only a legend like an immortal could pull this off, except for Wang Jian. All the Qin troops knelt atop the walls, facing where Qin Chuan stood, like worshipping a deity. Then they shouted, "Immortal invincible! Great Qin invincible!" Meanwhile with Qin Chuan, "I'm willing to lead my people to serve the immortal." Without the slightest hesitation, Batu immediately became a traitor. "What, you mentioned Chan Yu Man to me? Let that fool die instead." Qin Chuan stared at him with no emotion, and spoke calmly. "But first you'll be slaves for Great Qin. Perform well in this battle, and you'll be freed from slave status, registered as citizens of Great Qin. Enjoy my protection for generations." He couldn't make another move himself, so he would help Great Qin as much as possible. These surviving Xiongnu cavalry, having seen his power firsthand, fully submitted to his strength. Obey the immortal's decree. At this moment, Batu was like a lapdog, groveling at Qin Chuan's feet. As for dignity and status, they shattered completely in Qin Chuan's attack. Staying alive is what matters. Gather your people. Yes, immortal. While Batu was busy gathering the survivors, Qin Chuan quickly called the system. "Why can't I use my powers anymore?" "Because you don't belong to this era. You can change the times through culture and economics, or military, but not through direct force. Personal power can't interfere directly, or you'll be rejected by the era." "What's the point of this iron rod?" "No, what's the use of this strength then? Unless your power can rival the world itself." The system fell silent for a moment, then answered. "Rival the world? What insane nonsense." Just then, Batu had lined up the remaining Xiongnu cavalry, walked over to Qin Chuan, kneeled down and reported flatteringly. "Immortal, at your command, we 4,000 grassland warriors are ready to die for the immortal." "We are willing to die for the immortal." The Xiongnu cavalry behind him all knelt down with a roar. Qin Chuan, who wanted to be called Dad, suddenly started messing around. "Yeah, Dad. Why do these two words sound so awkward and weird?" "Whatever, let it be weird. As long as the immortal likes it." "So we're willing to die for immortal Dad." Batu was the first to shout. Qin Chuan shook his head, not satisfied. "Don't say too much. Just say, Dad is awesome." "All right, fine. We've already degraded ourselves this much. Doesn't matter anymore." "Dad, you're awesome." A comfortable moan came out of Daddy Qin's mouth. Seeing their leader do it, the rest of the sons eagerly followed and shouted, "Dad is awesome. Dad is awesome." Their shouts shook the sky. Every shout from the Xiongnu cavalry made Daddy Qin let out a satisfied moan from deep inside. Wang Jian heard the shouts on the battlefield and frowned in confusion. Why do these simple 4 words bring the immortal such pleasure? Could this be a phrase for worshipping immortals? Yeah, that must be it. Otherwise, why would the immortal be so obsessed? If that's the case, when the immortal returns, we should shout it too. Oh right, I should tell His Majesty about this. Dad is awesome, noted. If that's so, go set up camp at the Beatty County City. As soon as he finished talking, Batu saw Qin Chuan's figure suddenly disappear before his eyes. In just a breath, he appeared atop Beatty County's city wall. "Wuching Marquis, I'm back," Qin Chuan said gently. If Batu saw the look on Qin Chuan's face, he'd definitely ask, "Am I not worthy of protecting the immortal smile? Why are you treating me so coldly?" "Haha, Marquis Wu. You're overreacting. There's no need for that between us." Qin Chuan made a fake move and helped up Wang Jia, who was about to kneel down. "You want to call me that?" But others are too scared to listen. When it comes to famous people in history, Qin Chuan still showed enough respect. As for the others, what's up with the Xiongnu? Looking at the approaching cavalry, Wang Jian asked. Oh, them? Qin Chuan replied without even turning his head. With Bata leading them, they've now submitted to Great Qin. Relax. After seeing my power, they won't betray you again. Besides, this is a war between mortals. I can't interfere too much. I've helped as much as I can. If I wasn't unable to fight this world myself, maybe I'd really try fighting 3,000 miles alone. I've held off an army of 1,000,000 with a single sword. Thank you, Immortal. Wang Jian gave Qin Chuan a deep bow. Actually, he didn't want Qin Chuan to destroy a nation alone. That would make Great Qin soldiers lazy. They'd just naturally think, the Immortal can handle all enemies. We just have to cheer on the side. If that happened, one day if Qin Chuan stops protecting them, Great Qin would fall within 3 years. Come down with me. I feel like I can't stay in this world much longer. Ever since that world-shocking strike just now, Qin Chuan started to clearly sense a force rejecting him, as if it wanted to push him out of this world. You come over. Qin Chuan brought Wang Jian to the city gate. Qin Chuan waved his hand. Bata quickly ran over, then knelt before Qin Chuan. This is the Marquis of Wuqing of Great Qin. From now on, obey his orders. If you disobey... Qin Chuan raised his hand, and a beam of light shot out from his palm, leveling a mountain in the distance instantly. I'm not allowed to kill. But can I show off a bit? Bata, got it? Qin Chuan looked coldly at Batu. Bata quickly nodded, afraid he'd be struck down if he hesitated even a second. That sense of rejection kept growing stronger. Qin Chuan frowned. If that's the case, I'll go back to the immortal realm first. If you need anything, have your emperor find me. In the very last second before being sent away from this world, Qin Chuan left a trace of energy inside Wang Jian, enough to protect him from 3 deadly attacks. Better safe than sorry. Just in case. Always play it safe. Live to 99, Qin Chuan's world instantly fell into darkness. When he saw the light again, he found himself back in the Ming dynasty. I'm back just like that. Qin Chuan felt annoyed, and asked impatiently. So, system, does that mean I've finished my mission? Or not? Still in progress. This isn't right. I was in the Qing dynasty for 2 days. Yet back in the Ming era, only half an hour passed. Qin Chuan looked at the hourglass on the desk. He was surprised. Looks like at different times, the flow of time isn't the same. As if recalling something, Qin Chuan stroked his chin, took out the second mission card, and crushed it instantly. Qin Chuan was sent right back to the palace where he met Emperor Qin Shi Huang. A mystical gate slowly appeared inside the palace. Ding. The event card has been used up. Ding, recipient has been selected. Mission recipient. Ding, recipient is being teleported to the user. Ming Empire. Imperial capital, Beijing. The mighty city stretches over 300 miles. Orderly and strict. Wide and flat. Like a huge chessboard, spanning earth and sky. Since the Battle of Tashan, over a month has passed. Your Majesty, you haven't eaten anything for a whole day. If this keeps up, your health won't last. The Ming dynasty is still counting on you. In the imperial study, Empress Zhou carried in the food. She looked at the silent Chongzhen emperor, and tried to comfort him. How could I possibly eat? Chongzhen said with a worried look. The Ming dynasty is already falling apart. It's my fault the glory of my ancestors is now tarnished. In this timeline, the trajectory of the Ming Empire shifted a bit. It lasted a year longer. But in the end, couldn't escape its fate. The throne still ended up with Chongzhen. Next, I need to go to the Celestial Master's temple. As the heir to the Ming throne, he knew the secrets hidden since the time of the first emperor. Only the emperors of each dynasty knew them. The Iron Immortal Legion's Book of Victory in 100 battles. And even legends of immortals descending to earth, like Qin Chuan, who became the Celestial Master of Ming. But things like the globe and sweet potatoes never appeared in this timeline. Soon after, Chongzhen saw a temple while riding in his carriage. Celestial Master's Temple. This was built by Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, and back then, it was the spiritual home of countless Ming people. Time just kept passing by. With the steady decline of the Ming Empire, the Ming Emperor hasn't come to worship here for over 100 years. Only palace servants clean it routinely. Now, Master Qin Chuan is truly the last hope in Chongzhen's heart. Chongzhen steps off the carriage. He walks straight inside. So sincere and respectful. He kneels before Qin Chuan's statue. Descendant Zhu Yujian of the Ming Zhu family greets the master. Even though, for hundreds of years, the Ming emperors haven't visited to worship, every emperor still remembered the ancestral instructions, passed down through generations. The master is a benefactor to Ming. All Ming emperors except the founder must treat him like a teacher. Looking at Qin Chuan's statue, Chongzhen can't help but recall Ming's former glory, like the blazing sun in the sky, so bright it was blinding. The founder drove out the Tartars, restored Han clothing and customs. Wherever the Ming army marched, every enemy saw the sun and moon, and surrendered beneath the royal flag. No one dared block Ming's advance. Anyone who tried was crushed by Ming's iron hoofs. Back then, Ming's territory was enormous. Wherever the sun and moon shined, was almighty Ming land. Compared to those days, today's Ming is miserable. Let alone expanding territory. Even the northern Tartars can't be beaten and are pounding us into the ground. Times have changed now. That's why the Ming emperors haven't come to worship for over 100 years. Because they knew in their hearts, if worshipping worked, the master would have appeared long ago. Ming wouldn't be in such a mess. But Chongzhen is out of options. He begs the master to show a miracle and protect Ming once more. Right then, the statue's eyes suddenly shine with golden light, lighting up the temple in gold. A portal appears before Chongzhen. Chongzhen sees the change in front of him. His face turns from shock to delight, and he starts trembling with excitement. The master must have heard my call. It has to be. Without thinking, he jumps up and rushes into the light door. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan is bored, staring at the unchanged light door. Confused, thinking, what's going on? It's been so long, why hasn't anyone showed up? Did they die on the way or something? Just then, in the Nanjing Imperial City. Your Majesty, the carriage is ready. Zhu Yuanzhang pauses for a moment. He pulls out the army's saber and chops off the rope tied to the horse. He leaps up and rides straight out of the Imperial City. Just then, the light door ripples. Qin Chuan perks up and realizes someone is coming. But he doesn't know who it is. Next up, Zhu Yujian, crossing time and space, appears before Qin Chuan. The last Ming emperor, Zhu Yujian, has arrived. Qin Chuan looks at Zhu Yujian and says calmly. Zhu Yujian doesn't have time to look around. He hears Qin Chuan calling and quickly steps forward, respectfully. His heart is pounding. He says, trembling, disciple. Zhu Yujian greets the master. A big question mark slowly appears over Qin Chuan's head. What the heck is this? When did I become the Ming dynasty's master? How come I didn't know? I guess I've figured it out. I've really gotten tangled up with the Zhu family. Come on, tell me, what's the deal with Ming right now? Qin Chuan massaged his brow. Let's figure things out first. Right now, Ming is in grave danger. We could lose the nation at any moment. Zhu Yujian looked a bit awkward, but helpless all the same. The once powerful Ming Empire has actually fallen this low. Life really is unpredictable. If the celestial master hadn't appeared, I probably really would become the last emperor. After all, Ming's elite troops were already wiped out in the Battle of Ta Mountain. Qin Chuan frowned. He kept silent. Since they call me Celestial Master, that means we're on the same timeline. How could Ming still fall to Zhu Yujian then? Are you really the infamous last emperor, Zhu Yujian? If Zhu Yuanzhang from this era knew, he'd probably beat you to death. Sit down. Suddenly, 2 chairs appear behind Zhu Yujian. With Qin Chuan's permission, Zhu Yujian didn't refuse. He sat right down. Why aren't you sitting, Celestial Master? Zhu Yujian pointed at the chair beside him. He carefully asked. Oh, that's not for me. Qin Chuan looked at Zhu Yujian with a bit of mischief. He's already reached the spirit refining level. With just a thought, He can sense everything happening for miles around. Zhu Yuanzhang has arrived at the mansion. He's walking toward the study. That chair is for your ancestor. He's coming soon. Qin Chuan looked amused and unbothered. He spoke in a teasing tone. Ancestor? Could it be? Zhu Yujian paused. He suddenly felt someone watching him. He quickly turned to look. A young man with a commanding presence was walking this way. Hey, little brother. I didn't expect your study to look like this. Is this heaven's work? Zhu Yuanzhang walked in with a fake smile. He checked out the room as he walked. Never thought. From outside it looks ordinary. But inside it's really like this. This is Zhu Yuanzhang. Staring at Zhu Yujian, thinking he came from heaven. But seeing he wears imperial robes, he realized that's not the case. Maybe he's an emperor from another dynasty. This person is closely related to you. Related to me? Zhu Yuanzhang made a confused face. Then he looked at nervous Zhu Yujian. He noticed their resemblance. Could it be? Is this what my grandson will look like grown up? Maybe Biaoer's son? Well, you guessed pretty close. Qin Chuan smiled and shook his head. Even with all Zhu Yuanzhang's skills, he couldn't guess how he's connected to Zhu Yujian. These two are separated by centuries. You might as well say it yourself. But you'll get the roughest beating after. Zhu's descendants. Zhu Yujian greets grandfather Taizu. I'm the future. The Ming Emperor 300 years later. Zhu Yujian respectfully spoke to Zhu Yuanzhang. The man before him is his ancestor, the founder of the Ming Empire. He looks young, probably thanks to a vitality pill. But the imperial aura can't be ignored. He has a kingly presence. Much stronger than mine. People really are different. The Ming Emperor 300 years later? Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, and unconsciously raised his voice. Did I hear that right? He thought this look-alike kid was his grandson. Turns out he's the Ming Emperor 300 years later. Don't be shocked. Don't doubt it. He's telling the truth. Now Zhu Yuanzhang felt his brain short-circuit. It's not that I don't believe it, just hard to imagine. Normally, if someone claimed to be from 300 years in the future, Zhu Yuanzhang would have had them dragged away and dealt with. But with Qin Chuan, he doesn't have that power. Not to mention, even if it's his own offspring, or even his dad, here, he'd believe it. Sit down, your chair is already ready. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't hold back, and sat right down. He slapped Zhu Yujian's shoulder hard. You came at just the right time. I was worried, not knowing what Ming's future holds. And you're basically a living history book. Perfect. I've got a lot of questions to ask him. Zhu Yujian looked bitter. He sat upright and tense, just like a student waiting to be called on. Grandfather Taizu, I think you shouldn't ask. I'm really struggling. I just wanted to meet the celestial master alone. Why are you here? Are you going to hit me? What's your name? Reporting to Grandfather Taizu. My name is Zhu Yujian. My reign title is Chongzhen. Come. Tell us loudly. Is Ming now flying the sun and moon banner all over the world? What's going on? Why so hesitant? Seeing Zhu Yujian stammer, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a bad vibe. Today's Ming has sweet potatoes so people don't go hungry. Has unbeatable iron cavalry. We're back at the top. We even have a world map. But more importantly, with Qin Chuan's help, Ming should be unbeatable globally, right? Or is Ming still stuck in a small corner? Makes no sense. With such a good hand, how could Ming get crushed? I don't buy it. During your reign, Grandfather Taizu, Ming's armies kept expanding the territory. After you died, Ming stopped advancing. Now Ming can barely hold on. What? Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly raised his voice. His face darkened. So once I died, Ming basically fell apart? Are my descendants really that weak? The 31st year of Hongwu. Grandfather Taizu, you passed away in Yingtian. Then, with the celestial master's help, ancestor Zhu Biao became emperor. He was benevolent, but died in the palace less than 2 years later. Then Zhu Yunwen took the throne. But soon he too died suddenly. He had no heirs. Then, a 7-year struggle for the throne began. Taizong, Zhu Di, finally won. Although Taizong wanted to restore Ming's glory, Ming was too damaged from civil war, barely hanging on. Then came the Battle of Tuma Fort, with the emperor and iron cavalry all killed. From then on, Ming declined. And here we are today. Got it. Zhu Yujian was describing the changes in Ming history over the past century, bit by bit. He couldn't help but feel emotional. If my guess is right, the Ming Empire Zhu Yujian spoke of was partly influenced by me. And the other half wasn't. So that's why things ended up this way. After you died, your son Zhu Biao took the throne. Things like iron cavalry show this world was influenced by me. But globes and sweet potatoes never appeared. So something was erased on purpose. Even though there was some influence in the end, the results weren't any different. While Zhu Yuanzhang was still confused, Qin Chuan started to explain. Thanks to Qin Chuan's clear explanation, they both more or less understood. But Zhu Yuanzhang still looked upset. His face still full of anger. Why are all my descendants so disappointing? It's enough to give me a huge headache. So now, how can I be at ease? Handing the Ming Empire's vast land over to them? It was a perfect hand at first. And somehow you ended up with just an umbrella. Bro, now's not the time to keep hiding things. Can you finally tell me who wiped out the Ming? Zhu Yuanzhang thought for a moment, then looked at Qin Chuan and asked. The 17th year of Chongzhen, the rebel leader Li Zicheng took Beijing, and Emperor Chongzhen hanged himself at Coal Hill. At the same time, Wu Sangui opened Shanhaiguan, letting the Manchus in. They defeated Li Zicheng, and finally unified the Central Plains. So I'm the last emperor? Zhu Yujian looked stunned. Even in front of Master Qin Chuan and Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang, his face couldn't help but turn a bit angry. How dare they? Wu Sangui, that traitor, actually surrendered to the Manchus. Zhu Yujian was so mad he almost cracked his teeth. He remembered Wu Sangui well, and always thought Wu was a loyal subject to Ming. He even promoted him all the way to general. But Wu still betrayed him, and let the Manchus in. He really deserves to die. Alright, Wu Sangui. When I get back, I'll deal with you first. A cold look flashed in Zhu Yujian's eyes. Wu Sangui is already dead. That was my choice? You useless fool. After hearing that, Zhu Yuanzhang kicked Zhu Yujian to the ground. His voice was full of anger. Ming fell to the hands of the Manchus. And the Central Plains ended up ruled by the Jurchen's descendants again? I can't believe this. Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fists, his eyes burning with hatred. Ancestor, I also wish Ming could last forever. But even I hoped Ming would fall. It's my fault. But I had no choice. The Manchus took over. Because they were stronger than Ming. Seriously? Rage welled up in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. How could those clowns be called strong? You careless descendant. Thinking of future generations being oppressed by the Manchus again, living in misery. As Ming's founder, he was furious inside. Qin Chuan stood to the side, and suddenly spoke. Yangzhou massacre lasted 3 days. The Manchus killed over 100,000 people. Jiaxing massacre happened 3 times. The Manchus shouted, keep your braid or lose your head. Tens of thousands more were slaughtered. Ever since the Manchus entered the land, in just a few years, the Ming lost over 1 million people. And even after 100 years, they would bring new disasters here. Zhu Yujian never imagined the Manchu invasion would bring such ruin to the land. Thud. Zhu Yujian, who just stood up, couldn't hold back anymore, and fell to his knees. Great, now I'll be remembered as a disgrace through history. I've let you down, ancestors. If I had another chance, I would never hang myself on Maishan. No matter how embarrassing, I'd stay alive. I'd make sure to wipe out all those traitors. Right now, Zhu Yujian is burning with anger. But Zhu Yujian also understands that Ming's national strength isn't strong right now. So he's hoping Master Qin Chuan will step in. He wants the Ming dynasty to rise again. I beg Master to help us. Please, bring back Ming's glory. Zhu Yujian kneels on the ground, clasps his hands together, and speaks sincerely. The Master is an immortal. How could those traitors stand up to such power? If only you'd help me, I could finally deal with those eyeing us, and wipe them out for good. What a disgrace. Before Qin Chuan could speak, Zhu Yuanzhang slapped him hard. Just look at you, where's your backbone? How did the Zhu family end up with a coward like you? Even if the master helps you defeat the traitors, so what? Tomorrow, there'll be new enemies like the Europeans and Americans. If you keep relying on others for hope, the moment they leave, everything falls apart again. Forgive me, ancestor, for not being a worthy descendant. Zhu Yujian admits his mistake. He shivers and speaks in terror. The ancestor is warning me. That's right, even if I borrow the master's help and crush the traitors directly, and Ming regains its glory, what does it really change? I still have no loyal troops at hand, no trustworthy ministers or generals. Once the master leaves, it's like morning dew, gone as soon as the sun rises. I know Ming rose to great power before. Thanks to our ancestors and the master. Restoring Ming is our duty. I beg you, master, grant me the Iron Templar. I want to reclaim Ming's glory with my own hands. Good one? I mean it. Let me test if you really have what it takes to restore the Ming. And see if your answers deserve my help. If you can't do it yourself, I won't help you. Qin Chuan glanced at Zhu Yujian and said calmly, Kid, if you don't get why you lost your country, I could give you 800 more chances, and still, Ming won't come back. Even if I help you up again and restore Ming, it'll just take a few years before someone else topples you. That would just be a waste of time. And it's thankless, too. It doesn't matter who holds the power, really. I'm just gonna take the easiest way. Please ask, master. Zhu Yujian looks at Qin Chuan, dead serious. Alright, let me ask you. Why do you think Ming fell on your watch? What was the main reason? After thinking for a bit, Qin Chuan spoke. Since I know history, I already have the best answer. Let's test Zhu Yujian. See if he's clueless, or if there's another reason. Zhu Yujian really starts to think. He's been thinking about this all along. Replying to the master, I think the main reason Ming fell was the emperor wasn't to blame, the officials were. Qin Chuan is totally confused now. Damn. You really said that out loud. I took the throne at 17. First thing I did was wipe out Wei Zhongxian and his eunuch gang that messed up the court for years. After that, I worked hard on politics, tried my best to reform the state. Except for our founder, I was the hardest working Ming emperor. To keep Ming in power, I even issued apologies for my mistakes. It wasn't that I didn't try, it was those useless ministers who dragged me down. Such a big government, I couldn't find anyone really loyal to me, who'd do the dirty work for me. Everyone just cared about their own reputation, and forgot the duty of being officials. Zhu Yujian kept talking. Qin Chuan watched Zhu Yuanzhang, getting totally fooled by Zhu Yujian's words. He couldn't help but cover his face. Unbelievable. No real skills at all, but he's a master at ducking responsibility. Shameless. Unbelievable. Damn it. Is this being an actor or what? Qin Chuan's face went dark. Trying hard not to punch Zhu Yujian. Alright, that's enough. Qin Chuan cut him off. Zhu Yujian, just getting into it, looked at Qin Chuan, not wanting to stop. Since you said that, let me give you some multiple choice questions. Get them right and I'll help you. Please ask, master. Listen up, first question. Multiple choice. Which Ming agency should not be cut? A. Embroidered Uniform Guard. B. Cabinet. C. Eastern Depot. D. Courier System. Pick. I'll go with B. Chongzhen answered without even thinking. But it's a multiple choice, so there could be more than one right answer. Qin Chuan looked at him, annoyed. Wow, with someone like you in charge, Ming must really have some wild luck. Everything except C is correct. Zhu Yuanzhang, watching Zhu Yujian's cluelessness, couldn't help but shout. If I hadn't taken an energy pill. Pretty soon, I'd have been pissed to death by you. How could you cut the embroidered uniform guard? Zhu Yuanzhang slapped Zhu Yujian on the back of his head. Without them, an emperor in the palace is blind and deaf. All he gets is what ministers tell him about the outside world. Plus, they supervise the officials, keeping them honest and not cheating the emperor. Then I'll pick A and B. Zhu Yujian quickly changed his answer. Zhu Yuanzhang slapped him again. Pick the courier system too. Ancestor, you don't know. In late Ming, the courier system had too many useless people. And a lot of officials used it to waste government money. After I cut it, we saved 800,000 taels of silver a year. Seeing Zhu Yujian smile like a fool, Zhu Yuanzhang was furious. He slapped him again. You unfilial descendant. With you as a ruler? How could Ming not collapse? What's the courier system? It's for sending military info and supplies. You really cut such a vital agency? Without the courier network, how would you know what's happening in the empire? No wonder you lost to peasant rebels. And those traitors. If you can't get news or send orders in time, enemy troops will attack tomorrow. And tonight you'll still think the world is at peace. Zhu Yuanzhang was furious. For all my wisdom, how could my descendants be so hopeless? Civil or not, you still need to keep the courier system. Even if it costs money. And you scrapped it just to save 800,000 taels? He got dismissed. Looking back, you're also to blame for the fall of Ming. I don't believe shutting down relay posts and saving that silver could really help cover court expenses. Isn't that a good thing? Are relay posts really that important? Qin Chuan just couldn't take it anymore. He said calmly. Brother Zhu is actually right. No way. Zhu Youjian's face changed. I can't believe shutting down the posts was definitely the right call. I've done this financial reform for years now. Now you're telling me it's a mistake? Isn't that a slap in my face? And everything I just said. Wouldn't that make me a freaking liar? No matter what, he can't believe he was really wrong. Relay posts, in every dynasty, have always been hugely important. Canceling them is taking history backward. And by shutting down the posts, a lot of people lost their livelihoods. They ended up joining forces against Ming. That includes Li Zicheng, who took Beijing. What? Qin Chuan's words totally shocked Zhu Yujian. So I actually was wrong. Closing the relay posts really was a bad choice. Li Zicheng, who captured Beijing, was actually pushed into it by me. So thinking about it this way, did I just destroy myself? Listen up for this question. Single choice, which group did you trust? That made the court's policies a mess? A. Eunuchs. B. Frontier generals. C. Imperial in-laws. D. Pure officials. After hearing it, Zhu Yujian was thrilled. Isn't this a giveaway question? It can't possibly be the eunuchs. I shut down the Eastern Depot myself. How could I give power to them? Even less possible for imperial in-laws. Sure, my father-in-law was no saint, but I never gave them real responsibilities. As for the pure officials, that's not likely either. Since they're pure by name, they should be above all evil. So the answer must be the frontier generals. Actually, if it weren't for me listening to Yuan Chonghuan's 5-year plan to pacify Liao, we wouldn't have had Beijing surrounded. My prestige wouldn't have hit rock bottom. I choose B. After Zhu Yujian made up his mind, he just gave his answer. Wrong. Qin Chuan shook his head. The answer is actually D. Ming's so-called pure officials looked clean on the surface, but were actually a bunch of corrupt guys. Super corrupt, actually. In Ming's last days, you, who cared so much about face, did everything you could to save your country. You even dropped your emperor status and begged ministers and relatives to donate money to pay the soldiers defending Beijing. The result? Not a single relative paid up. All the court officials just played dumb. All they raised was less than 200,000 taels of silver. But when Li Zicheng took Beijing, under Li Zicheng's massacre, they managed to cough up tens of millions of taels of silver. What, tens of millions of taels? Zhu Yujian was shocked by that number. Ever since he took the throne, the Ming treasury only had a few million taels coming in. He even had to raise taxes on the people just to pay for grain and soldiers. Damn it, they all deserve to die. Zhu Yujian spoke like he was losing his mind. No wonder Ming's tax revenues kept dropping. Turns out it all went into your pockets, huh? If you weren't so corrupt, there'd be money to build an army. But instead, you let those traitors walk all over us. They're the ones doing evil, but you get all the benefits. Honestly, that's just too much. Behind the scenes, the merchants group backed them. They and the merchants sucked Ming dry together. This situation, after they convinced you to get rid of the Jinui and Eastern Depot, became even more reckless. And what's worse, among these merchants, the Shangxi ones, had been trading with the traders for years, giving them food, weapons, iron, and intel. Zhu Yujian was completely dumbfounded. No wonder they wouldn't let me tax the merchants. I thought they actually cared about the Ming. Turns out it was just about their own interests, not about Ming at all. Couldn't collect taxes from the merchants, so I had to squeeze the people instead. That's what drove the People's Rebellion, and let Li Zicheng break into Beijing later. The most infuriating part, they actually dared to deal with the traders, providing them supplies. No wonder whenever Ming fought those traders, our side took heavy losses, but they always bounced back fast. I always wondered why. Turns out there was a mole, huh? Zhu Yujian suddenly understood everything. Zhu Yuanzhang on the other side was furious. You ungrateful brat. You actually prefer keeping corrupt ministers around. Zhu Yuanzhang was shaking from anger after hearing that. How come I have descendants like you? Really opened my eyes. Yeah, opened my eyes. I seriously didn't expect this. My heirs are so poor they have to beg their officials? That's a one-of-a-kind disgrace. Do you even know that all land under the heavens belongs to the king? And everyone on it serves the king? If the officials don't give you, the emperor, anything, that's it? What emperor sinks this low? I'm literally dying of anger. Meanwhile, I can't believe I messed up this badly. Zhu Yujian grabbed his head in pain. He was ashamed to death. As Emperor of Ming, he didn't even realize he'd made so many mistakes. Outside forces like Zhenzhou and Li Zicheng's moves and intel, he could have used the Jinhui and Eastern Depot to investigate. But he was too soft-hearted. Afraid of false or wrongful cases, worried it would ruin his reputation as a wise ruler. So he listened to his officials and got rid of them. For giving out intel, for delivering supplies, he could have used the courier stations. But he shut those down over petty profits. Ignoring truly corrupt officials, who were filthy rich. He completely ruined everything he had. Ming's downfall under him was no accident. He became the king who lost his country and hung himself. He deserved it. When I get back, I must change how I run the government. I need to change Ming's fate. He'll restore the courier stations. And take back the silver that belonged to Ming from corrupt officials. Grab those funds for Ming. Then open up courier stations. Raise troops and help the people. Failure isn't scary. Even making mistakes isn't scary. What's scary is knowing it's wrong, but not fixing it. After learning all this, Zhu Yujian basically understood which way Ming should go. That's pretty much everything that needed saying. Qin Chuan still hadn't finished talking. Zhu Yuanzhang cut him off. Hey, brother. Isn't there still 3 jars left unopened today? Let's give them to this ungrateful descendant. Are you out of your mind? It's not even tomorrow yet. Where am I supposed to find 3 jars for you? Hey, kid. You made this mess, so you clean it up yourself. Can't expect me to go back to Chongzhen's era and take care of the Zhenzhou again, right? Qin Chuan couldn't help but talk to the system in his mind. I'm not your damn tool boy. System, tomorrow's jars have been distributed. Host, please check. Nice, that's how you do things. Qin Chuan finally cracked a smile. He waved his hand, and 3 jars floated in front of Zhu Yujian. Zhu Yujian was confused by Qin Chuan's move. Not sure what's going on. Why give me 3 jars? Is this a hint for me to give up? Old Zhu, you won't have jars to open tomorrow. Qin Chuan looked at Zhu Yuanzhang and said, tomorrow's jar? Zhu Yujian was totally lost. Not sure what the two were up to. But given the situation, he wisely kept his questions to himself. With what I've got right now, these two don't even care. But me? I'm really hoping they might grant me something. Zhu Yuanzhang heard that and kicked Zhu Yujian right on the butt. He explained grumpily. That jar can hold immortal treasures. My iron Buddha, that's how I got it. Zhu Yujian clenched his fists under his sleeves after hearing that. It's absolutely exciting. He got a chance to draw for immortality items. But he's only got 3 shots. And who knows if he'll ever see the master again. He has to get something useful. Zhu Yujian silently prayed. What are you waiting for? Why are you so hesitant? Zhu Yuanzhang went for Zhu Yujian's head. And just smashed it. Hesitating only leads to losing. Don't you know that? What a mess. Don't you know this jar is your exclusive treasure? If you weren't family, I wouldn't give it up to you. Faced with Zhu Yuanzhang's scolding, Zhu Yujian didn't even dare fart. Master, so I can smash it now? Zhu Yujian asked nervously. Right now the jar is yours. Open it if you want. So Zhu Yujian picked up the jar, nervous as hell. Zhu Yuanzhang walked up next to him then, full attention on him. Zhu Yujian threw the jar hard onto the ground. The shell shattered. Hundreds of blinding golden beams shot out. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Yujian instantly raised their hands, covering their eyes. When the light faded, a glowing blue card floated quietly in the broken shell. Master, what's this? Zhu Yujian asked curiously. A divine general summoning card, God of War by Qi. Using this effect will summon the God of Killing, by Qi. He has 100% loyalty. For an emperor lacking talent, this general card is definitely a rare treasure. As the saying goes, finding soldiers is easy, but finding a great general is hard. A truly capable general, with guaranteed loyalty, would attract any emperor's attention. Especially now, in the Ming Empire. After Zhu Yujian's crazy moves, there really aren't many great talents left. The God of Killing, by Qi. Zhu Yujian never expected that this kind of card could actually summon the Qin dynasty's general, by Qi. It's way beyond his imagination. Honestly, only a celestial master could pull this off. Zhu Yujian felt there was no one who could face Jian Nu head-on, which gave him a real headache. Now with this general card, it really solves his urgent problem. So how do you use this summoning card? Zhu Yujian quickly asked. You just hold the card and call his name, and he'll appear. Hearing this, Zhu Yujian followed the instructions. He held the card in his hand, amazed in his heart, then called out, by Qi. Boom! A blood-red pillar of light shot down. Gale winds raged, with the sound of battle in the air. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Yujian were both stunned. No wonder he's called the God of Killing, by Qi. The two looked at each other, and swallowed hard. The bloody light faded, and a burly figure with flowing black hair appeared before everyone. As soon as he saw Zhu Yujian, he cupped his fists with both hands, and knelt on one knee. Bai Qi greets my emperor. Due to the system's rules, summoned by Qi keeps his own character, but toward his summoner, he is absolutely loyal to Zhu Yujian. The man's voice boomed like a bell, as powerful as a wild beast. General Long, hurry. Please, get up. Zhu Yujian personally lifted Bai Qi up. First time opening the jar, he got a general summoning card. This made Zhu Yujian really hopeful for the next jars. He was full of excitement. This time, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't even have to urge him. Zhu Yujian smashed the second jar right away. Another flash of golden light shot out, and then a purple card quietly floated in the air. Qin Chuan glanced over. Looks like Zhu Yujian's good luck ends here. But Zhu Yujian didn't realize this. He was thrilled, and quickly snatched the purple card floating up there. 3,000 divine machine troops. During Emperor Yonglai's campaign to the north, he brought up the tactic of cavalry in front, war wagons in the rear. The divine machine camp worked with infantry and cavalry, playing a key role in battle. It made firearms even more specialized. This camp became one of the Ming army branches. It's one of the 3 main Beijing garrisons. The other 2 are the 5 army camp and the 3,000 camp, which has muskets and firearms. Later, they also got arquebuses. But these 3,000 soldiers aren't just using Ming dynasty muskets, they're armed with modern submachine guns, even equipped with 10 howitzers. Qin Chuan was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. How the hell is this just purple? Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. System, are you confused about colors? Zhu Yujian couldn't hide his disappointment. What the hell is a musketeer good for? Seeing Zhu Yujian like this, Qin Chuan knew exactly what he was thinking. Do you know what this is? Zhu Yujian looked at the submachine gun in his hand and asked. May I ask, Master, what is this thing? What is it? This is a damn contraband. You'd go to jail if caught. Good thing he was in ancient times now. No need to worry about that. So he started explaining. Well, this is a kind of weapon. It's called a submachine gun. Unlike your swords and spears, Yours are cold weapons. This is a firearm. It works by rapidly burning propellant to create high-pressure gas, which propels the projectile. Qin Chuan picked up a submachine gun, loaded the ammo, and took off the safety. Though he never touched one, he had seen it on TV and played with it in games. This weapon is very easy to use. Just aim the muzzle and pull the trigger. Qin Chuan aimed at the jar shards on the ground. Then, bang, bang, bang. Muzzle flashes burst, flames roaring loud. Amidst the crazy firing, the shards were blasted to dust instantly. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Yujian felt a chill, their hearts racing. When had they ever seen such a badass weapon? Divine weapon. This is a divine weapon. Zhu Yujian couldn't help but cry out. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened. Compared to this, my iron pagoda suddenly feels weak. An army equipped with this would be an invincible force sweeping the world. Indeed, with such an artifact on the battlefield, enemies couldn't even get close. Before they could approach, they'd be pierced by its bullets. And this weapon seems easy to use. Unlike swords that need long, hard training, no fancy moves needed. Just aim at the enemy and pull the trigger. With this artifact in hand, everyone becomes a one-man army. With this Shinji camp, you can easily blow off those slaves' heads without any difficulty. Qin Chuan couldn't hold back anymore. This is freaking cheating. System, is the Ming Dynasty your favorite son? Haha. Zhu Yujian hugged Zhu Yuanzhang excitedly. Ancestor, our Ming Dynasty is saved. I'll catch Hong Taiji to worship you. I'm still perfectly alive. What do you mean by worship? Do you want me dead early? But in his time, I guess I am dead. Master, what is this howitzer then? Zhu Yujian asked what he didn't know. Well, you'll know when you use it. Qin Chuan kept him guessing. All right, keep opening the jars. Yes, master. Zhu Yujian took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and looked at the third jar. He smashed it with a swift strike. Another blinding golden light flashed out. Qin Chuan's eyebrows twitched slightly. Favoritism? Do you love Ming that much? Looks like another powerful item. Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but smile. This grandson is a bad emperor. But his luck is truly awesome. Zhu Yujian stared intently at the jar. The golden light quickly condensed. 3,000 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Effect, upon use, summons 3,000 elite cavalrymen with war souls. They can use the power of war souls to unleash power far beyond normal cavalry. These are elite cavalry. Like the Ming Dynasty's Iron Pagoda, they are top-tier forces, capable of fighting 10 to 1, a rare and elite cavalry unit. And if that wasn't enough, they are blessed with war souls. Even the Iron Pagoda might not match them. War souls? What's this thing? Zhu Yujian was left somewhat confused by his words. Zhu Yuanzhang was a warrior emperor. Could it be that war souls unlock their hidden potential? Exactly. Qin Chuan didn't hide it, and nodded directly. War souls boost soldiers' reflexes by 50%. And strength by 50%. Horses get 50% more speed and stamina. I can responsibly say, these 3,000 riders can crush an army of 100,000. Damn, isn't hacking stats a bit cheap? Then he thought again. They are on my side. Then it's all good. Without a word, Zhu Yujian slapped himself twice. It hurts. That's freaking right. I'm not dreaming. A second ago, my empire was falling apart. But thanks to Master Qin Chuan, 3,000 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, 3,000 Shinji soldiers, and God of War by Qi, my doomed start turned into a dream run. As long as I don't mess up badly, in the days to come, I will surely restore the Ming Dynasty's glory. Just wait, you filthy scum. Qin Chuan gave him a deep look. Now you have great generals and powerful troops. All famous legends in history. Don't let me down. Zhu Yujian tried hard to turn his excitement into a calm expression. He bowed to Qin Chuan and said, I won't fail you or the ancestor. I will make the Ming dynasty great again. And let the Ming's royal flag fly wherever it once flew. The sun, moon, and rivers remain. The Ming Empire lives on forever. Everything you need is ready. You can go back now. I hope the next time we meet, you will have rebuilt Ming's glory. Qin Chuan looked at Zhu Yujian and said calmly, until Li Zicheng breaches the capital, you still have 4 years. There's plenty of time. Plus all these items you just got. If you still hang yourself on Meishan in 4 years, then I guess it's just fate. Yes, master. Zhu Yujian's gloom faded, becoming fully confident. He bowed to Qin Chuan and said, with the resources I have now, as long as I don't act crazy, reviving the Ming dynasty will be no problem at all. Just then, wait. Qin Chuan turned to Zhu Yuanzhang. He saw him pull out the Tome of Emptiness and hand it to Zhu Yujian. I don't need this book anymore. Take it, I hope you use it well. Don't let me down. Zhu Yujian took the Tome of Emptiness and said solemnly, I definitely won't disappoint you, Grandpa. Then go back to your own timeline. As soon as Qin Chuan finished speaking, Zhu Yujian felt a fierce force hit him. The next moment, he vanished before their eyes. He was sent right back. Late Ming dynasty. Old Zhu, why didn't you give him the Iron Cavalry too? This kid really lacks what a true emperor needs. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang sighed. If I hadn't come back here by accident, I'm afraid the Ming dynasty would be beyond saving. So, we need a backup plan. We can't put all our hopes on him. Qin Chuan nodded. Yeah, Ming's later emperors all maxed their side skills. But the emperor job, let's not talk about it. During Chongzhen's rule in Ming. At the Celestial Master Temple, Your Majesty. You're finally back. Wang Cheng'an saw Zhu Yujian appear and choked up as he spoke. Eunuch, why are you crying? Did you think I was gonna kill myself or something? Zhu Yujian was in a great mood right now. He joked. Your Majesty, you? Wang Cheng'an wiped his tears. When he looked up at Zhu Yujian, he saw the god of war, Bai Qi, behind him. There's an assassin. Protect His Majesty. Wang Cheng'an's hair practically stood up. He just shouted right out. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps rushed to the temple entrance. The forbidden army guarding the palace rushed in, quickly surrounded by Qi and his men. The tension between the two sides kept building. Caught in the middle, Zhu Yujian spoke up. Stop, all of you. The guards looked at each other, but they finally sheathed their swords. This is a mighty general sent to me by the Celestial Master. He's not an assassin. When they heard Zhu Yujian say that, and thought of what just happened at the temple, the soldiers all started to breathe faster. Maybe Ming can still be saved. They all knelt down. Long live the Emperor. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You may stand down. The guards left, excited. In the imperial study, Zhu Yujian handed the latest military report to Bai Qi. He said, the Jurchens took the victory at Tashan and started heading south. Your Majesty, I think this is a golden opportunity. Bai Qi read the report and was actually happy instead of worried. Oh? Zhu Yujian looked surprised. General Bai, do you have an idea? We shouldn't. Your Majesty, look. Bai Qi pointed at the map in the study. The current map of Ming. Now the Jurchens have gone south. The report says they sent hundreds of thousands. So their base in Xinjiang must be thinly guarded now. With our Shenjing troops and the Snow Dragon banner, we could just take Xinjiang city right away. Zhu Yujian hesitated. In his mind, if all Ming troops across the country were gathered, they'd have hundreds of thousands. With the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and Xinji Battalion, they could seek a decisive battle with Hong Taiji's main force. Settle it all in one fight. Is that too risky? After thinking it over, Zhu Yujian finally voiced his concern. Your Majesty, the Ming army now is already scared of the Jurchen dogs. They desperately need a win to lift their spirits. Otherwise, even with hundreds of thousands of men, it wouldn't help. They'd crumble at the first hit. They'd surrender right away. It would only make things worse. Zhu Yujian touched the empty Ling book in his robe. He just took it out and used it. After a moment of silence, "All right, I'll follow your advice, General." With that, he handed over the great snow dragon riders. And the Shinji battalion summoned cards to Bai Qi. "General, the fate of Ming is in your hands. Bai Qi will not let your majesty down." Bai Qi accepted both cards, half kneeling as if pledging, "No time to lose. I'll depart right away." "Good, I'll be waiting for news of your victory." Zhu Yujian pulled Bai Qi up and said. Meanwhile, at Shanhaiguan in Ming territory, among the winding mountain roads, emerald green mixed with patches of yellow, various camps in the mountains fly their flags high. Several riders race along the trails, going in and out of the camps. This is Hong Taiji's main base. Halfway up the mountains, you get a wide view. You can overlook all of Shanhaiguan. The northern wind howled. Hong Taiji stood with hands on his hips, eyeing Shanhaiguan below like a tiger eyeing its prey, licking his lips with desire. Looking at the city surrounded by his troops, Hong Taiji felt so much emotion, and an indescribable thrill. His father started out with just 13 suits of armor to unite the Jurchens, and conquered Korea and Mongolia in turn. That was over 40 years ago. Though during that time, they fought countless big and small battles with the Ming, looting tons of wealth, they never truly shook the Ming Empire. But now, things are different. According to info from Shaanxi merchants, all Ming elite northern troops were lost at Taishan. And the southern Ming troops are being held up by Li Zicheng's men. There's no way they'll reach the north soon. My chance is finally here. It's time for this land to change dynasties. No word from Wusangue yet? Hong Taiji turned and asked Daison behind him. Daison was, back in Nurhasai's time, chief of the 4 regent princes. After Hong Taiji took the throne, Daison was made Prince Heshuali, the top prince, with a title passed from father to son. Not yet, but I think it'll be soon. That guy's a coward, all about self-preservation. He knows the Ming situation better than us. He understands it more than we do. Daison sounded full of contempt. He'll absolutely open the gates of Shanhaiguan and let us in. Haha. Hong Taiji laughed with arrogance, pointing toward the distance. Our time has come. This country will belong to our Qing. Inside Shanhaiguan, Wu Sangue, Ming commander of Liaodong, read the letter sent by Hong Taiji, and hesitated a long time. It's a tough decision. Even though most Ming armies in the north are gone, that's just the north. The south still has the capital. No matter how good Hong Taiji is at war, with his strength, at most he could only split the country at the river. Either way, it doesn't feel worth it. Maybe wait and see. At this time, in Liaodong, about 2,000 Jurchen cavalry were escorting supplies, rush heading toward Shanhaiguan. Report. Enemy Ming cavalry spotted up ahead, about 3,000 strong. Right then, a Jurchen scout shouted loudly. The leader looked ahead and saw dust rising in the distance. Lined up side by side, Ming cavalry in silver armor, led by Bai Qi's snow dragon riders. The leader saw them and ordered his troops to assemble at once. Get ready to fight. Wait, this is deep in Qing territory. How did Ming cavalry just show up here? A deputy couldn't help asking. Probably just some lost Ming dogs scattered from Taishan. The leader didn't even care. Haha. I was getting bored. Just stuck on guard duty, escorting food all day. Boys, now's your chance to rack up the kills. He didn't take these Ming at all seriously. Numbers mean nothing. Don't you know Qing warriors? Each can take on 10 men? Jurchen cavalry are nothing if not deadly in formation. When they're together, they're unstoppable. That's no joke in the late Ming. Charge! The leader shouted, and the Jurchen cavalry rushed forward like mad dogs, charging at the snow dragon riders. To them, Ming cavalry were nothing but easy prey for the hacking. General, should we let the Shinji battalion join in? A deputy of the snow dragon riders asked. Bai Qi shook his head. Using them now would hurt us for later battles. The Shinji battalion is our secret weapon for taking the strongholds. Only if we catch them off guard. Plus, we don't need them just for 2,000 Jurchen cavalry. We can wipe them out ourselves. We're more than enough. A flash of deadly intent passed through Bai Qi's eyes. He ignored the approaching enemy and looked back at his 3,000 snow dragon riders. Soldiers, this battle is for Ming's glory and the honor of the emperor. Everyone, follow the order. We must wipe out these Jurchen cavalry. Bai Qi drew his saber and gave the command. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. With their shouts and the sound of armor clanking, the 3,000 snow dragon riders tugged their reins and moved into a trot toward the battlefield, gradually picking up speed. All 3,000 riders were itching for a fight. They didn't expect anyone would dare charge them head-on. Guess they have a death wish. The 2,000 Jurchen cavalry saw them like tigers coming down the mountain, rushing straight for them. They started to get nervous. Something's off, these Ming troops aren't like before. Arrogant fools asking for death. The Jurchen cavalry watched the snow dragon riders, daring to charge at them, finding it funny. Since when did Ming dogs get this brave? Are we too weak now? Or are they out of their minds? Kill them all. With that, the Jurchen cavalry all drew their bows, shooting a vicious rain of arrows at the snow dragon riders. Shields up. At Bai Qi's command, every soldier quickly raised their shield. Ting, ting ting. The arrows hit the shields with a sharp, crisp sound. Now it's our turn. Shoot. Bai Qi gave the order. The snow dragon cavalry lowered their shields and drew their bows, ready to fire. Haha. Am I seeing this right? Are the slave hounds actually going to shoot? Is the sun rising in the west today? We're not moving. They can't hit us anyway. The Ming army's combat power during the late Ming era was totally looked down upon by the slaves. So they're not scared at all, because their aim is awful. So? Arrows rained down from the sky. Wait, something's off. Ah. After the snow dragon cavalry unleashed a volley, hundreds of slave cavalry were dead or wounded. The slave cavalry were totally stunned. What just happened? Why is this Ming cavalry so different from what we've seen before? The slave riders hunt to survive, so they're skilled at archery. Hardly ever miss. But people in central China farm for a living, so they can't compete with the slave riders in archery. Ming cavalry are trained, not naturally born. Their riding skills aren't that great. Shooting on horseback is even harder. Even keeping balance is tough. How could they possibly hit anything? Are these Ming dogs still supposed to be weak? Shoot. Raise your shield. Hurry up, raise your shields. Now, the slave cavalry aren't so arrogant. They all grab their shields. Charge. Slaughter them. The leader growled angrily. This round of casualties was even worse than the big battle up front. Even if we win, the reward won't be much. Hooves thundered across the ground like war drums. Manes whipped in the wind like flags. Like two raging floods crashing together. A brutal collision. Bodies got slammed and thrown high into the air, then crashed back down. Fallen riders never got back up, because right above them were countless thundering hooves. The clanging of swords and armor. The crack of snapped lances. The dull thud of blades piercing horse and rider. The screams of wounded cavalry. All mixed into a wild, dense chaos. From above, it looked like a huge silver arrowhead. Horse and rider, armored snow dragon cavalry, forced the slave cavalry, less equipped, back. Right at the front lines. Deep into their ranks. The snow dragon cavalry's boots stayed sharp and solid, piercing right through the slave cavalry's formation. The slave cavalry grew more and more scared. They realized the Ming cavalry before them were really different now. Before, Ming riders needed 3 or 5 men to take one slave rider. Now it's totally flipped. They need 3 or 5 men to handle a Ming soldier. With this shift, the slave cavalry kept getting pushed back. Barely 15 minutes in, half of them were already dead or wounded. Right now, only about 100 slave riders are still fighting. That's all that's left. While the Ming cavalry looked untouched. How is this possible? The leader panicked. Feels like he's dreaming. When did the Ming cavalry become so powerful? This can't be. Retreat. Retreat now. The leader shouted loudly, and led the slave cavalry to flee, not caring about the comrades lying on the ground and crying out. Kill them all. Bai Qi noticed what they were doing, and yelled, finish this fast.